Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to Oulton Park, where we are bathed in sunshine as we hit the halfway point in our British Superbike Championship year. We are blessed with some amazing weather. I've got to say, the weather above us is fabulous, and it's good to see so many people here as well, early on a Friday. My name's Duncan Vincent, and once again, it's great to be your radio host for today, bringing you all the live track action. It's an early start for us, as always, and on track we have got the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup as they make their way out onto the circuit for the first time of asking. There's a few talking points to be had in this championship, and one of them was when I left yesterday. There was a bit of a phone call for me on the way from the circuit back down to the hotel, and it was a certain Glenn Irwin phoned me, and I thought this has got to be interesting if Glenn Irwin's phoning me. Yes, we've got another new nickname for Nicky Coates, which we will bring to you throughout the course of this meeting. He is sponsored by a fishery, so that's quite good, and it kind of ties in with that. So the Frimley Pits fishery and Nicky Coates. So Big Catch Coates is the new nickname. I don't know where this has come from, but 5 Star has been put on the back burner for a little bit, but he is the man of the moment, that's for sure. We can say that by looking at our championship standings. He has got a slender 8-point lead in the championship. Big Catch Coates. Well, there you go. Big Catch Coates. Cats, I'm going to say it wrong. I'll get it all over the place this weekend, but we'll probably at some point resort back to 5 Star. Now, what have you guys been doing in your little break that we had after that thriller of a meeting at Brands Hatch? Well, personally, myself, small family holiday, went to see my sister across in the States, and picked up with Angela, Guy and Lola, who were already across there, and came back as a family. So a fabulous little break for myself. Very much keeping BSB in the forefront of my mind, though, because I knew I was coming straight back to Oulton Park, and it's always a good place for us to come back to. It gives us such a great bit of racing, and it's also got great history and great heritage, that's for sure. As I look down, I can see the pit lane is nice and full, nice and busy. The team personnel for the Rocket Off F900R Cups crews have made their way down here. Sunglasses very much on. There'll be some sun cream as well. Make sure you hydrate yourself today, guys. It's meant to get quite warm throughout the course of the day. And whether you're listening trackside, whether you're in the campsite, whether you're maybe at work listening via the TSL timing stream, or you're maybe actually watching us through our YouTube. I know a lot of people do that. We'll give you a little bit of a wave from the YouTube camera in our BSB radio, powered by Kawasaki Studio. Alan Hyde is on his way up the road. The afterburners have been ignited, and he is set to get to the circuit ETA 12:30. So that means he'll probably be here about 3 o'clock the way Heidi drives. Trust me, that's it. He's not Larry Carter. Scoop would be here in half an hour. But Heidi, a little bit more, shall we say, cautious. In a nice way, though. In a nice way. He did help us set up the studio yesterday. Myself and Darryl from MSV IT managed to put in all the tech stuff here. It's not just a case of arriving anymore, opening a program or a laptop and away you go. There's so much behind-the-scenes work that goes on here. For BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, to hook in the live stream into the circuit commentary, to make it all talk to each other via the amazing YouTube. It all works so incredibly well, and it's all a case of plugging the right wires into the right places. Doesn't always happen first time. There's usually a couple of wires that get taken back out and swapped over and put in, but yeah, we do our best for you guys. And it's just me who's here today. It's just Duncan who's in the commentary point today. But as I say, we will be joined by Alan later on this afternoon, who will set up the studio for us. And then Larry Carter and Alan Hyde to join us for the full quota on Saturday and Sunday. So on track just now, as I've mentioned, we have got the first free practice session of the weekend. And it's a free practice session for the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup. Barry Burrell is back. You know, Barry, who was not meant to do very much this year, missed the first round. His Halliwell Jones team, the concern, just to keep a little bit of funds back and do other things. But then Barry arrived, and he's been on a bit of a rampage ever since he arrived. And this is the Halliwell Jones home round. So this is a very important one. He didn't want to just arrive back at Oulton Park, jump into the mix of things, and hope for the best. There was a whole idea of doing a round or two before, but I don't think they envisaged the success that they were actually going to have as Barry passes me in towards turn number 1. But yep, they have come back and they've been pretty sensational. They have missed a championship round, as I did say, but they still sit fourth in the championship. So Nicky Coates leads from Kieran Smith and Christian Smith, the two Smith twins together. The younger Kieran ahead of the slightly couple of minutes older Christian. And then it's Barry Burrell. Josh Connor was an early championship leader, but he has slipped his way down just ever so slightly on the chasing the racing F900R Cup BMW. And a lot of that is down to him falling off at Snetterton on lap 1 at the Agostini hairpin when he was in the lead of the main event. That cost him hugely. And the championship points have just drifted away ever so slightly. He's still very much in the mix, and you wouldn't discount him, that's for sure. You would very much keep him in the forefront of your thoughts when you're talking about a championship run towards us, because if you remember, we went into Brands Hatch last year and Josh Connor was still very much one of the people at the sharp end who was able to say, yeah, I was fighting for that championship right up to the last race of the season. A couple of bikes, I've got notifications on the screen that 3, 4 and 73 don't have working transponders. Well, that would be Darren Fry, obviously. It would have to be Darren Fry. Who else would go out there with either no transponder or a not working transponder? Darren Fry, James Dutton and Harry Gower have all got some sort of issue with the transponder. But it's good to see Darren back, actually. He keeps entering for the meeting, then taking himself back out, and Richard Fothergill has to then try and remove him and then put him back in and then contact Larry. But this time, Far and Dry has decided to remain in from the entry date, and he remains on the entry list for the Oulton Park round. The McCams round as well, that's what we should say. The overall round is the McCams round. McCams have a very big presence here. And how good, let's just come away from the rocket of BMW R Cup for a second. How good did Bradley Ray's bike look at Brands Hatch? And how many people left Brands Hatch, or if you were listening, how many people then went to the local shop and started looking for a Cadbury's Boost? Slightly rippled with a smooth underside. That's the tagline. I did, 100% I did, because I gave my Boost away in the commentary point to a very hungry Alan Hyde and various other people. But the nice tribute throwback livery that we saw on the McCams Yamaha for Bradley Ray, even back to how the numbers looked, there were kind of period numbers on the bike for Bradley's race number. But it was really, really cool to see. And yeah, I was given a little bit of an insight that might happen. If you remember, right back at the start of the year when we first brought YouTube to life for BSB, for the British Superbike Championship, Stuart Higgs and myself were in the Donington Park commentary point, and we were having a bit of a chat through a whole hour-long session about the 30th anniversary, about what's happening, about all sorts of good things. And as I was talking, he pulled his phone out and gave him a nudge and said, he showed me a picture, and it was an artist impersonation, or whatever it is, of that actual Cadbury's Boost bike for Bradley Ray. So it was pretty cool to see that was already thought of way, way back there in April and May. So it goes a long way back. Good to see. Barry Burrell is fastest in the session. We should let you know about that and update you from Kieran Smith and Christian Smith, with Nicky Coates and Dale Thomas, who's having a really, really strong, good run of form lately. Number 93, Dale Thomas. Dale, who finds himself the Caerphilly rider on a DT Racing BMW, who just popped across the line and put himself up into second place. True Heroes Racing, well, they're down here in the pit lane, and they stand and give their man Kenny McLeod a bit of a wave. Down here, Kenny, this is where we're parked. And here comes Kenny McLeod on number 34. Rumbles into pit lane, stops, out comes the water bottle. And just these early laps of a race meeting are not these guys technically going to put the fastest lap of the weekend in. The track's still green, it's not properly rubbered in, they're just getting themselves up to speed. This is the riders just giving themselves effectively a little bit of a shakedown. And that shakedown is something that they do need to do, and they will look out for various changes to the track, any changes that be made to the bike, and making sure that they're A-OK and happy to get on with it. So Kenny sits in the pit lane, bit of a chat with his team. He finds himself inside the top 10. He finds himself in 9th place as we look towards how long have we got? 19 minutes of this session still to go. Bjorn Estimate is back as well, which is always good to see. Bjorn was he was a fly in the ointment for them at Brands Hatch, wasn't he? I mean, he got himself very much in the mix. He was by no means sitting back and watching out for other guys in the championship. In fact, at one point when Bjorky was leading one of the races, I think myself and Larry Carter got a little bit misty-eyed, like there was some dust in the air. And Bjorn's also been sharing on his social media some of his highlights that we've seen throughout his racing career in the British Superbike Championship. We saw him tailing Ben Curry, of all people, on a social media post yesterday. I think I saw that. Ben was on his Gearlink Kawasaki at the time, and Bjorn was on the Everquip Yamaha. And it was around this very circuit, so it was some happy memories for Bjorn Estimate. He is parked in the paddock directly out the back of the Mastermac Racing Superbike team, which is nice to see that. Well, you know, if you arrive at a race circuit and you're needing a little bit of help and you need an awning or some space, you can always guarantee that Steve Hicken will do everything he can to try and accommodate you and give you some space. He was doing that for John McGuinness last year, if you remember at times, Michael Dunlop, and now Bjorn Estimate as well. So it's great to see that if you need a space, who are you going to call? You're going to call Steve Hicken, and he will find some space for you in the back of their garage. But still, Barry Burrell with a tenth of a second lead over Christian Smith, Dale Thomas, Kieran Smith, Nicky Coates. Bobby Very up there in 6th place, just rumbles himself down pit lane with Bjorn Estimate, and Josh Connor, Kenny McLeod in 9th, and Liam Vella in 10th place. Now, if you remember back to Brands Hatch, we had that last chance qualifier race, and there was a tip-off in that, and that did get Chris Duggan into the main event, which was fabulous. The man from Go Sport on the True Heroes Racing, the teammate to Kenny McLeod. We did see Chris Duggan into the race, and that was lovely as well. Chris getting into the main event has been something that he has maybe struggled a little bit in this year, but we all know that an amputee racing is something just that little bit special. As Burrell comes in the pit lane, jumps off the bike, puts her at the stand, grabs a water bottle, takes a drink and walks away. Bjorn Estimate parked behind him in pit lane, and Dean Ellison. Wow, there's a lot of talent in this championship. Ellison rumbles down pit lane to go back on track. Bjorn Estimate thought about following him out there and decided not to. Just going to sit back a little bit and see what happens here. He takes on some extra fluid, and Barry Burrell, well, he's doing his own adjustments on that Halliwell Jones BMW. He has got the preload adjusters on top of the forks and giving them a couple of turns on each side before he heads back out onto circuit. And Leo Milton, one of the other True Heroes Racing guys, the Amesbury rider, is in pit lane. There goes Bjorn Estimate back out, followed by Luke Foreman. Luke Foreman, I've got to say, half the man that he used to be. He has slimmed down so incredibly well, and those leathers are a little bit baggy in certain places, shall we say. Barry now walks into a garage, obviously quite happy with what he's done in the early parts of this free practice session. As I said, it's all about these guys just getting themselves dialed in. A few detailed changes to the bike. A lot of people out there with suspension changes, trying to move the feeling of the bike in a direction where they feel and see it should go. Josh Connors just throws his leg back over the chasing the racing bike as I look down in pit lane as well. Here comes number 97. Josh pushes himself forward, gets a little bit of help, squeezes round one of our pit lane marshals, and down he comes. Now, having a little bit of a look down the pit lane as well, Connor makes his way up there. Rumbled to a bit of a juddery stop, actually, before he went onto the track. But away he goes. And speaking of the paddock, now this is something that I do at every round if I can. Big shout out to Stefan, to Susan, to Kevin and Chris. Or Kevin, Chris. Steph, Kurt and his band of merry people. Who set this paddock up. Steph, Susan, Kev and Chris. It's not just a two-person operation. It's a full team. And setting up this paddock, the living area, all the parking, and then maintaining it all the way through the weekend before they come into the pit lane and do some extra work. We doff our cap to those guys. They've had a busy run of it, and that busy run will continue as well, because they will go from here to Silverstone. They will help with the Silverstone setup for the Grand Prix, And then we'll see them at Thruxton the weekend after that as well. A little bit like what I get with Alan Hyde as well, actually. It's this period of the year where I end up seeing more of Alan Hyde than I do my family. And vice versa for Heidi. Whether he likes it, I'm not too sure. It's just, it's one of these kind of mid-season love affairs that we seem to have every year. And long may it continue. That's what I say. Long may it continue. 13 minutes of the session to go. Rob McNeely in 12th place has just decided to pop into the pit lane. James Ellison finds himself in 13th. There's a lot of room for improvement for James Ellison, as we also look down the pit lane and see Eli Mickelchik's bike making its way down, pushed down the pit lane. And did you see the news on social media maybe about 45, 50 minutes ago, maybe an hour ago now actually, the news regarding a Mr. Scott Swan. Scott Swan gets some help and backing from that effective team, from SMR as well. So it'll be interesting to see Scott Swan on a BMW in the Pirelli National Superstock. That will be a big eye-opener. We've seen how impressive David Allingham has been this year on the BMW. For a long time, the Honda was a dominant bike. It's still a pretty impressive bike to have. But the BMW in the hands of David Allingham has been something just that little bit special in 2026. And long may that continue. That's something we'll have to keep our eyes on. But Swanee will be interesting on that BMW. That's Danny Cartwright making his way out onto the circuit. Upright Racing. If you remember, it was Danny who slipped off, unfortunately, at Surtees at Brands Hatch. And he cost himself that run in the main event, and that's what got Chris Duggan into that main event. So Danny will be trying to right a wrong. That's what he'll be doing. He'll be wanting to right a wrong from Oulton Park. 15th place for Jack Tynan, one of our Rocket Rookies. Rocket Rookies spread across many classes. Leon Haslam did his first cycle or track ride with the Rocket Rookies team last year. And he said he posted a picture of that, the Pocket Rocket did, on his social media, which was good to see. Jack, quite a big lover of the social media. It works very well for him and his racing. 15th place, just behind Rob McNeely, who's been just shuffled down ever so slightly into 14th. McNeely, Tynan and Reese Coates. Tynan goes up one place as he crosses the line there. We were focusing on Jack just because I was watching his sectors come back and they were personal best across the board, but he goes up into 14th place. Kenny McLeod's improved. He's gone up into P7. Finds himself 2.3 seconds away with Bjorn Estimate hot on his heels. And Nicky Coates has just left the pit lane on an outlap, number 65. He's making his way down towards Cascades before he heads along Lakeside in towards Island Bend. And Nicky Coates is a man who's raced around here in all sorts of bikes, small bikes and big bikes. But this new nickname that Glenn Irwin wants to use, Big Catch, okay, it's not easy to put in his full name though. Glenn was wanting me to say Nicky Big Catch Coates every single time, and it's almost unmanageable. So we'll see what Heidi says when he gets here, and we'll see how Larry Carter wants to take that one as well, because is Coatesy a big catch? 5-star performances we have seen from Nicky Coates, that's for sure, but is he a big catch? We'll let you guys decide very much on that. What everybody has got to do, they've got to do a big catch to try and see if they can catch up with Nicky in the championship, because having that slender championship lead is something in BMW land that we've seen quite a lot. Because you get half points for your heat and you get full points for winning the main, it does come down to you need to end up racing your championship rivals in the heat so you can take points off them. But a lot of the times these guys are always first, second, third and fourth in the qualifying, so they spear off and they almost race each other and get the same amount of points. So that keeps the championship incredibly tight all the way through. Nicky knows this, Barry Burrell knows this. Barry highlighted this towards the end of last year, saying that he needed to start racing Nicky in the heats. So he was almost trying to be that little bit clever about how he would qualify. And that's not an easy thing. To try and slot yourself into a certain position in qualifying is a very, very difficult thing to do. As Josh Corner goes up 3 places with his last attempt at a push lap. 7th place for the number 97 chasing the racing BMW, a 146.809. as Barry Burrell has just crossed the line and gone even faster to do a 1:45.189. So Burrell is really on a bit of a mission. It would be fabulous for the Halliwell Jones team to just think, you know what, we've got a chance of a championship here. We've got a chance of back-to-back championships with Barry Burrell. So why don't we just give it a good shot and see out the remainder of the year for the BMWs? That would be something I know that Barry would like, and I know that we would all like, and you guys would like as well. We've got Alton Park. There would be Thruxton, Cadwell, Aston and Brands, and that could be back-to-back championships. The way that Barry Burrell has come back into this championship after missing a round, he really has shown he's now only, he's only, 14 points off the championship lead. That's how close the whole championship is in the F900R Cup. The Smith twins head out onto circuit. Younger brother Kieran goes out first. Slightly older brother Christian, by a matter of minutes, goes out behind him. Do quite like that. And they're followed out by Davy Grace as well, the Derby rider on the Davy Grace Racing BMW. The Smith twins are really good fun, especially when they're on track together. They're quite happy to pip each other towards a position. They both race under the Batham's flag, but they both have their own individual sponsors. Kieran has GP Titan Tech by Batham's, and Christian, well, he's SCH Moto Prep by Batham's, but very much the Batham's tagline there. Michael Rutter has been a fairly influential man in their BMW racing. If you remember, a couple of times at the start of the BMW Championship, when it went under previous sponsors, Michael would sometimes drag a BMW out and he'd be very much involved in this. Hence the reason we saw Storm Stacey on one at the World Superbike round last year. Michael does have a few of these bikes, shall we say, lying about. A few of them maybe sounds a bit cheeky. It's Kenny McLeod slow across the line in towards turn one, looking over his shoulder, but that was an improvement for McLeod. Up 4 places into 6th. A 1:46.543. We're seeing big improvements from Kenny everywhere we go, and you know, he is somebody who I'm kind of naturally drawn to just because of the amount of miles that man puts in. I come from central Scotland, in the central belt. Stuart Higgs loves it when I mention that central belt. So the central belt of Scotland is from Glasgow through Falkirk, Edinburgh and Fife. That's the main populated area in Scotland. Kenny's another 3 to 3.5 hours north of where I am. He's in Lossiemouth, which is right up there beside Inverness. The miles that man has to put in, very, very impressive, along with the likes of Callum Bay as well. But Kenny's actually a native of the Outer Hebrides. He doesn't commute from there every time, but I believe he still has family who come from that area, and it's it really is going the extra mile without, no pun intended there. But it's dedication to what you want to do and dedication to going racing in the British Superbike Championship paddock, and I think that's fabulous to see Kenny doing all those miles, week in, week out. They were watching Barry Burrell come up through Deer Leap. He comes along the straight, breaks past me in towards turn one. Another quicker lap for Burrell. Yeah, that was impressive. A 1:45.017. 1:45.017. It was fastest of anybody through the first sector and just drifted away ever so slightly through the next couple of sectors. But he was so close to all his fastest times, he was pretty much there. Now we're doing a 45.017. Okay, the lap record is Barry Burrell's 43.2. So you can see we're in the early stages of what we would say would be track development, because the track will get quicker as the weekend goes on, as will the riders. But it's not been uncommon this year for us to see some incredibly fast laps put down in free practice one. Definitely in the Superbikes, we've seen quite a lot of that, actually. And we'll keep our eyes on that. Super Stock was another one. We used to see Billy McConnell arriving on the circuit and trying to blitz the lap record in free practice one. And, well, Skippy was known for that when he was in the C&L Fairburn Honda in the Super Stock class. But yeah, a little bit away from lap record pace, but that's not what it's all about here. This is about these guys, as I've said earlier on, just getting themselves dialed in and not doing anything silly. That's the big thing. Yes, there's maybe a few transponders not working as Jordan Ashington on number 9 goes underneath our Rocket Oxygen Performance qualifying arch that we have at the pit exit. Jack Russell stands there. as Dean Ellison now heads out underneath that arch. Jack, one of our key men in the pit lane, just making sure everybody has all the right bits attached to the bikes before they head out. It's amazing what the marshals are doing down there. They're making sure, like, silly things, making sure there's nothing dangling from the bike as it goes down there, making sure the helmet straps are done up as the riders go into track as well. The more eyes you have on these riders on track, the better, we will say. Rhys Coates with a big improvement. He goes up 4 places into 12th, ahead of Liam Vella, Harley Preble and Jack Tynan. Harley Preble, well, speaking of the man, he rumbles into pit lane. We can see daughter Macy on the rear stand. Cat over with the water bottle and gives Harley a drink of that. Full Evo Knievel leathers for number 44, Harley Preble, as he takes in just a little bit of fluid. And there go the usual hand signals from rider back to race team stroke family for Harley, saying that the bike just seems to be, I would say, pumping a little bit as he's going through the corners, and it's amazing he will feel that. Harley finds himself in 14th with Liam Vella just ahead of him. Liam Vella still with the Peter Eaton's two-stroke racing team. Harley was his teammate last year, but he's moved over to LDH Contracts, and Munio Cyber Security, a sponsor as well. Drops the bike into gear. Macy takes the bike off the stand, and Harley was just in for a quick drink, and away he goes back out on the circuit. A little bit of fluid, a little bit of chat to the team, and on he goes. Is he going to try and get a toe off someday? Well, he may do. Finding himself in 14th. He's ahead of some big hitters, though, like Tynan, McNeely, James Dutton as well, Aaron Dakin down there, and Alex Pearson. So Harley still pretty much in a good place as they make their way in towards the last 2 minutes of this session. The 3-minute board is held up at the exit of the pit lane by Jack Russell down here to let the riders know how long is left in their session. And it's all gone quiet in pit lane now, so all the bikes have made their way back out into the circuit. All bar one, or two in fact. Hiding in the far end of the pit lane, we've got Bobby Verry's bike down there. Bobby looking very relaxed. Like that. Leaning against the side of the pit lane wall, taking a bottle of water in, is Bobby. Making sure that he has got some fluids on board. And 62, also Alex Vella, making his way down pit lane, but he's not going to go onto track. Alex is going to head back to the paddock. Now, normally, if somebody had a problem in the pit lane, there would be a frantic little bit of movement up there. But I've got to say, Bobby Verry just leaning nonchalantly against the pit wall, taking in his water. He's in the top 5. He must feel happy with what the bike's doing. Finds himself 1.4 seconds away. You don't get any points for winning free practice. And if he thinks he's in the right operating window with the bike, why go out and risk it? Sit there, sit tight. Bobby knows that he's got a little bit of work to do. The championship this year, he's in 6th place, and a bit of that has comes back to Donington, if you remember. He and Scotty Carson had a coming together on the installation lap to the grid as the 1 minute board now flies here as we have 1 minute left in the session. They're coming together going through Craner Curves of all places. We haven't seen Scotty Carson back, the man on the Cressall BMW. We haven't seen Scotty Carson back, but we have seen Bobby Verry back. If Scotty Carson is listening, we wish you the best of luck, mate. Get well soon, and we can't wait to see you back here, buddy. That was a moment which cost Bobby very deeply in points. It cost him very hard, that, because when you're at the sharp end after having a really good heat, and then you don't even make the main event, that's one of these things. Having said that, Barry Burrell has he said that, but he missed a complete round. But ever since he came back, 25 points, and 20 points in the main event. So he has been very much a man on form. That's 2 wins in the 3rd place, and that does help. Anyway, we're in the last 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, slightly different timings, and 1. The safety car makes its way down pit lane as the checker flag now flies here at Oulton Park as we hit the halfway point in our BSB Championship year. The lovely BMW safety car with Chris Glendenning behind the wheel, and Pat Blakeney should also be in that car. We'll make their way around the circuit. We'll give the guys a bit of a wave underneath our Rocket Oxygen Performance qualifying arch. They will do a closing lap at the end of this session just to make sure everything is A-OK, on track as the bikes come through and take that checkered flag. It is Barry Burrell who's fastest on the Halliwell-Jones BMW from Christian Smith and Dale Thomas. Once again, Dale Thomas inside that top 5, well inside it, in 3rd place. And it all changes as they cross the line. That's typical. It's still Burrell fastest though, but Nicky Coates goes 2nd. Kieran Smith, Christian Smith, Dale Thomas, Bjorn Estimate, Bobby Verry in 7th, Kenny McLeod 8th, Josh Connor 9th, and Davy Grace rounding out the top 10. But there could be a Rhys Coates moment here. Rhys Coates crosses the line, actually stays in 12th place. James Ellison 11th. 11th place for James Ellison, finds himself 2.7 seconds away. It's only free practice, but it's still 2.7 seconds away. It's not something we're used to seeing. Well, that was the first session of the weekend here at Oulton Park. We will have the Quattro Group British Supersport bikes on track next. Until then, if you're listening via TSL, we'll stick on a little bit of that song, which everybody loves, and our YouTube will just fall silent ever so slightly, and we'll come back, guys, with the next session in a couple of minutes. So here we go, bikes on track for the Quattro Group British Super Sport Championship, free practice number 1. Championship leader Luke Stapleford comes in here with his Scars Ducati, a 30-point championship lead as he makes his way in towards Oulton Park over Ben Curry and Jack Kennedy. Kennedy sitting there in third place on his Honda, and Ben Curry in second place on the McCams Yamaha on that lovely R9. Already a race winner twice in 2026. Good morning to everybody who is listening, who is tuned in. Whether you are trackside, once again, if you are maybe listening via the TSL feed, you're at work, why not try the YouTube feed in your ear as well? I do know the YouTube feed falls silent in between sessions, and that's something a lot of people always message me about after every day or before a day. So there's something for you to maybe think about. Plus, you can also see a little bit of us on screen in here. I'll put myself on screen and say hello to everybody. Hi. Bikes on track making their way around for their first free practice session for the Quattro Group British Super Sport Championship, and really it has been a fabulous season so far. It's given us almost a little bit of everything as Rory Skinner stumbles into the commentary point. If you put that headset on, and if you then plug into that socket across there, give yourself a little bit of power. This is like working a little bit of it's like an apprenticeship in commentary here, and then we flick that and we should be able to hear Rory Skinner.
Hello, hello.
Hello, Rory, how are you?
Yeah, I'm alright, Duncan. Not too bad.
Just come into shot a little bit over here.
Let me untangle these cables
first. A bit of cable. Cable management's not the greatest in Oulton Park commentary point. But Rory Skinner, thank you for popping up to see us. I know you're always an interested man to keep your eye on a certain Oliver Barr and a few other people that are on track just now. But first of all, how are you?
I'm alright, Duncan. Yeah, not too bad. Obviously, as you said, I've got some invested interest in the Super Sport class. Quite a lot of my mates are out in this session, so it's always good to have a look. It's one of the first sessions of the day as well, and of the weekend. So for me, it's nice to kind of see where the lap times are at and what the boys are doing.
How was your drive down? Was it good?
Easy,
short,
isn't it? Yeah, it's well, I mean, it's short for us. It's 5 hours, isn't it? But it's it's our closest one apart from the one we've got in the homeland at Knockgill. So no, it's nice coming down here. It's a nice ride, nice drive down to Oulton Park. So. Yeah, quite happy to be back down here. Happy to be here in summer as well. It's Oulton Park in the glorious sunshine, and the grass is actually not looking too green for once because it's been that hot over here.
It's not that. I was thinking that when I was coming in to the circuit this morning. You're driving along the roadside and think, wow, you know what? It's been pretty dry down here. It's a very, very yellowy grass. Whereas back home north of the border, we have got the plushest green grass you've ever seen because we get a little bit more of that moisture which comes down from the sky. We'll concentrate on the Super Sport session in a minute. They've just completed an outlap. We'll speak about yourself, your thoughts ahead of coming in here on your Cheshire Mouldings Yamaha into the Oulton Park ground. As you say, different time of the year. We normally come here towards the end of the season, but we're here bang smack at the halfway point. But you're looking forward to this weekend?
Yeah, I am, Duncan. Yeah, it's nice to come back here quite close to when we came here at the start of the year. Obviously, this is the first round I completed on the Yamaha this year, and we've certainly learned a lot with the bike since then. So to be coming back, I'm pretty happy about it, and yeah, excited to get going. To be honest, you know, the last couple of rounds we've made some progress with the bike, which for me is a good thing. And yeah, to be coming back to Oulton Park, where it looks like we should have some consistent weather over the weekend, is it's exciting.
Yeah, it does help, doesn't it? A bit of consistency. Plus, towards the end of the year, the weather can be that little bit different as we come here. As I remember last year, the Port West Race Safe marshals having to nip out into the track and move leaves and various other bits of shrubbery.
Yeah, you know, Oulton Park is one of these picturesque circuits. You know, there's trees everywhere. It is fantastic. When the weather's like this, it's an amazing spectacle for both spectators and us racing it. But when it comes to October time and it's like 4 or 5 degrees when you wake up in the morning and it's quite breezy and wet, it's not the most fun place to ride your motorbike around, I can tell you that. It
can be bright, but that brightness doesn't have much heat behind it, whereas we got out of the car this morning and thought, wow, that's nice, bit of heat in the air. So Ben Curry, currently fastest of anybody from Matt Truelove, from Harry Truelove, number 44. You'd think by this point you'd get that together. And then Jack Mahaffey. Now, Mahaffey, this is him returning to a circuit that he's been to. So he's back at Oulton Park, where we saw him running in the top 5 at the start of the year. He's just had a little dip in form on that Astro JGR Hippo Suzuki. and it's at a point where he needs to make sure the results come. So I think Mahaffey will be looking forward to coming back here. He went to Brands Hatch and he was down 20th position and worked his way through to coming back up towards the top 10. But there was a slight spill there as well. But Mahaffey will be interested. And Bayliss, another man, he knows Oulton Park. He's done a few laps around here now. But it's one of these things. These Australians that come over here, Roy, they're very, very impressive.
They are, yeah. Obviously we've got both Jack and Ollie Bayliss coming over this year and from Australia. And I think maybe Oliver Swain as well. Is he?
Cameron Swain.
Sorry, yeah. He's we've got quite a few Aussies over in the paddock this year, and they're making a big impact on it. Mahaffey here at the start of the year had a really strong kind of entrance to the series, and for the last few rounds, I don't think it's all been his fault. I think he's been unlucky with a couple of little technical issues, which can happen to anybody in this class. It's we see it quite frequently actually, and he's just been unfortunate. He's coming over here. This is the year I feel like he needs to make it work to prove to the international audience that he's capable, and he's just kind of maybe missed a little bit the last couple of rounds, but as you said, he's coming back here to a track that he knows he's had some solid results at the beginning of the year, and I think he'll be fired up to prove a point.
And talk to us about your good friend Oliver Barr. I know that the 3B construction team, Ian Barr, he'll probably be here somewhere in the paddock, I would imagine.
Ian's up in Riders 11, I think, probably tuned into TSL just now.
That's good. Ian, get yourself on YouTube, you can see us on screen. Rory doesn't have 3B construction on him yet, but he might do soon. But tell us about Oliver, because he is a man who, confidence is something that riders need. And you think Oliver has got all the real ingredients he needs to be one of these front-running guys?
He does, for sure. Oliver is one of those riders. I mean, it's easy for me to be biased here because he's one of my best mates in the paddock, but he is very naturally talented, and I've seen lots of people ride a bike, and the way that Oliver can do things is mighty impressive. So yeah, it's just for Oliver, it's about making everything click. He's out here in free practice one, kind of like he always does, just putting laps in on his own and just trying to put things together. And he's just jumped up to 6th place there. He's been really consistent this year, which has been good to see. He had a couple little off at Brands Hatch there in the second race, but for the most part, he's been a lot more consistent than he has the last couple of seasons. So this is Oliver's third year in British Supersport. It's his third year really of proper motorcycle racing, where he's kind of applied himself to it, and to be running up within the top 5, top 6 of British Supersport consistently, it's pretty impressive.
100%. When you're looking at I know how fresh Oliver is to circuit racing as well, and when you see him up there with Stapleford, Curry, Jack Kennedy, it's very, very impressive. TJ Toms and Cam Hall, both GNS Kawasaki's in pit lane. Stopping for a little bit of a break. I don't think a lot of people knew just exactly how sore TJ Thomas was at the start of the year after he came off his motocross bike, and he put together a pretty detailed kind of social media vlog post about the whole thing, including the actual crash. Where if you don't like hearing people winded, it's not a nice thing to listen to or watch. But he has been fighting a lot of injury. TJ a lot faster than his results are giving back, but he's kind of back on the comeback trail for fitness more than anything, and welcome good for TJ Toms, because he leaves the pit lane, finds himself in 20th position. Last year he was in the R&R Yamaha, and he showed some great pace on the GNS Kawasaki for 2026, which is the official factory supported Kawasaki team. We'll drop that in because we are BSB Radio powered by Kawasaki. Duncan Vincent and Rory Skinner.
That was a smooth one, that.
It was good, wasn't it?
That was good.
I dropped that in almost like I'm starting to get the hang of this. There goes Skippy McConnell round towards the back paddock, and also Corey Tinker. Corey Tinker's having a real good turn of speed in this championship. That's another person who's our eyes are kind of drawn to Corey, where he's going on that JDM Ducati.
Yeah, for sure. Corey's been kind of floating about the Stock 1000 paddock for the last couple of years, Duncan, and him and his dad have been riding is it Team Tinker Racing? I think they had the R1 last year, and I spent a bit of time with Corey over the winter last season in Spain when we were out riding R6s and supermotos on kart tracks and stuff. And Corey's riding is fast. You see him in the winter, and he's one of the quickest guys you'll ever get turned up to the practice tracks on the weekdays, and he just seems to not been able to relay that into a race weekend. But this year, I think with a solid team around him and like a nice atmosphere, he looks like he's really thriving in there, and it's definitely going in the right direction for him, and he's showing a lot more potential than what he has previous years.
I'm looking for people who are getting their wrist slapped at this early stage in the weekend. Number 68 exceeded track limits turn 1. Number 68 exceeded track limits turn 1. Number 68 exceeded track limits turn 1. Ollie Bayliss finding the limits.
Yeah, lap after lap.
Yeah.
I think he's a little bit of a recurring theme here for Ollie.
Another good friend of yours is Lucas Brown. And Lucas, he's going really good guns this year on the MSG Suzuki. Finds himself 4th place in this early running. He was on pole position here, if you remember the start.
I was going to say, Duncan, he was on pole here. Mixed conditions, I think. He was out on intermediates and got the job done. It's for Lucas. He's coming back from racing at a very high level. He disappeared from the British paddock when he won the British Talent Cup and went off to do Red Bull Rookies in the Junior World Championship and in Moto3. And it's a lot of people kind of forget about your name when you go out there, but it's an incredibly tough championship, and for Lucas to have done the job out there and come back, it really shows the level and the amount of improvements he's had in his riding. To come back first year on a big bike and to be mixing it with these ultra competitive supersport guys, it's impressive.
Curry, Harrison, and OB Oliver Bart, the top 3 now.
Carter Brown come off at launch corner there, Duncan.
Carter Brown off at the last corner. Let's see if we can pick that up on the cameras. They've tidied that away pretty quickly for poor Carter Brown. Speaking of Lucas Brown, he's come back from the world stage. A lot of people do think, oh, what's happening? You forget about him because you slide off the radar. He comes back with incredible pace. You've done that. You've been there. You've done that. How difficult is it to come back from that kind of Spanish world scene into the British Championship paddock?
I don't know if difficult is the right word. It's just different. It's different riding. It's a different style. But you learn a lot in your technique and you learn a lot in your racecraft. So, for Lucas coming back here, he won't be scared about racing with the likes of Jack Kennedy and Luke Stapleford and Ben Curry, these guys, because he's raced with guys who are now winning Grand Prix races in Moto3. So, he's raced with the best of the best in another championship and he's battled with them. And when it comes to being here, it's just another racetrack, it's another championship, it's another race meeting. So he's just be looking to do the best job he can, and he really clicked with that MSG Suzuki. He jumped on a Brands Hatch at the end of last year, and it was, I think, in the top 10 at his first race meeting on it.
We've seen quite a few people take to that MSG Suzuki. Joe Sheldon Shaw was another man who was very fast on that MSG Suzuki, but I think it's great having Lucas back in the championship. He was, I think he basically, as well as just maybe an age thing, he outgrew the small bikes. You can see that he's very, very tall, very slim, a bit like yourself, but even taller, isn't he?
Yeah. Lucas is massive. I think he'd even outgrown them when he'd won the British Talent Cup Championship. It was, he's a tall guy, and he did well to win the Talent Cup Championship, being that tall against the little kids around him, because it makes a big difference the weight in that.
He could fold himself into a suitcase, that boy. It was incredible the way he used to get behind the handlebars on that Talent Cup bike as it was back in that era. Luke Stapleford's just gone and put the fastest lap of the session, a 1:36.574, half a second ahead of anybody else. We should say that Carter Brown was badged as being okay. He did slide off at Lodge. Turn 16, rider okay. So that's...
I'm just looking at the programme here, Duncan. The lap record is Ben Curry with a 36.574. Luke Stapleford has just matched that to the thousandth of a second in free practice 1.
And I said earlier on that people maybe aren't going for lap records, and the BMWs were quite 2-3 seconds away from it, thinking the track needed to rubber in. But then I countered that by saying, but we used to see Billy McConnell in free practice 1 regularly around here in Stock 1000 beat a lap record. But that's impressive for Stapleford to equal the lap record. I mean, we know Luke goes well around here. He was a double winner at the start of the season here for when we saw the Scars Ducati, and Luke Stapleford really hit the ground running. I mean, he's going to come here with a huge amount of confidence. Even on a bad weekend right now, Stapleford is still picking up big points, and that's what really counts for a championship.
That's how you build a championship run, Duncan. When you got to limit the damage when it's occurring. Kyle Ride's excellent at that in Superbike class. He's just week in, week out on the podium, collecting the points, and you don't have to win every single race to win a championship. A championship. We saw that with Nicky Hayden when he won the MotoGP World Title, and Juan Mir as well. So, these guys, Luke's a veteran in this class. I don't think you'll mind me saying that, and he's got a great crew of people around him as well. I worked with a lot of the boys in that garage last year and the year before. So they know what they're doing. They know how to go racing, and he's putting together a solid run right now.
I forgot that was a lot of your crew from last year. Yeah, good people in that garage. And that helps you a lot. That really does help you. I mean, that's also going to make him feel fabulous. 8 lap run. He's done 7 fast laps, and you equal the lap record. Yeah. And then now he's going to go and make some changes. That says you're coming here with a good setting. For sure, yeah. It starts your weekend off on the right foot as well. You're feeling confident, you're feeling happy. You've done a lot of the hard work already.
realistically, these boys probably will go under the lap record this weekend. You know, it's probably the best conditions we'll have had at Oulton Park in the last few years if this weather stays the way it is. And yeah, it's going to be interesting. But the lap record's not going to be a whole lot faster than what they're going now. You know, if they go under it. So, you know, it's a good way to start your weekend. And he's got 6/10 over Ben Curry in second place.
Yeah, that's big. That's big. Cameron Swain leads the Cup class. We should mention that. He's in 20th place from Keogh Walker, 22nd. Keogh in the Cup class actually sits 5th in the Championship. A little bit of work to do, but they will get a bit of a helping hand because Adam Hartgrove not here this weekend, and he's the man who sits 2nd in the Cup class in the Championship. The Supersport Cup class, a championship within the main championship itself, where the riders nominate 8 rounds ahead of the year. They're not allowed to then see the entry list and think, oh, I think I'll quickly go there because so-and-so's not racing. They could come along and race, but they would be put into the main championship field. But it's Cameron Swain, Keogh Walker, and then Ben Tolliday, 1st, 2nd and 3rd, 20th, 22nd and 24th as it runs. And we see a very similar pattern to what I see in the Superbikes. Everybody goes out to do a bit of a run, then everybody comes in together and heads into the garage to make some adjustments, all apart from Ollie Bayliss and Lucas Brown. Effectively, they're wanting to stay on track, and you can understand why Ollie's out there lap after lap after lap getting faster,
and you can see why Lucas is out there because he's right behind Ollie at the minute on track, so he's just following suit.
And why would you throw that away? You wouldn't want to dive in the pits. I mean, stay out. If Ollie comes in, he might come in, but look, they're crossing the line now. There's Bayliss and Brown, and that's a good move from Lucas Brown. You know, he's following a guy who's vastly experienced on Supersport machinery, maybe not around here, but vast experience on Supersport machinery, where Lucas is very early in his career in the Supersport class. And speaking of experience,
Jack Kennedy rolls out of pit lane.
Yeah, and he's the benchmark, still in my eyes, in this class. He is the benchmark. He's on the last of the 600cc capacity bikes that we see out there, and boy, can he ride the wheels off that Honda.
It's pretty awesome seeing what Jack's doing on that bike. You know, I think I said it in the last round when I was up for FP1. There's no replacement for displacement, and you can see that. They come out of the corners, and all the other bikes just seem to get a bit of a jump on the Honda. And yeah, you can't count Dean Harrison out of that as well. He's doing an excellent job too. But yeah, I do feel like Jack is doing an amazing job on the Honda. I mean, we're looking at it here, and you know, Dean's actually third in the session right now. But yeah, what those guys are doing on the bikes, I think, is second to none. And yeah, it's very impressive, that's for sure.
I think we'll see something from Kennedy. He is 11th place.
He's only done 4 laps this session.
Yeah, 4 laps and finds himself 2.3 seconds away. But he's obviously gone out and thought, no, there's something wrong instantly. Or not wrong, something I want to change.
Yeah.
And change it and go, because he knows his teammate. He'll have seen it, Dino's up there in P3, only 7/10 of a second away. But I love that comment, there's no replacement for displacement. And it's 100% true. When I speak to Scott Hargreaves, the team boss for Honda UK, you know, he waxes lyrical about Jack Kennedy and Dean Harrison, the job that those guys are both doing. You've got to remember, Dino come into the Supersport class, and he was like a big bike racer, you know.
Yeah.
I was wondering where Lucas Brown would go today. There's an awful big gap between Bayliss and Brown. Bayliss goes up into 4th place. Lucas Brown just had a slower lap there, a 1:41 flat, so whether he lost time in one session, but he gave us a bit of a fright there, Rory.
Yeah, I think maybe he run on at chicane, Duncan, because he lost 1.5 in that sector, so yeah, Ollie Bayliss was on his personal best lap, and Lucas managed to make a mistake on the run into the chicane, so...
But yeah. What I was saying about Scott Hargreaves, just he was saying he's so impressed with the job that these guys are doing, and you know, he's not got split loyalties, but he came from that Supersport team with Jack Kennedy, and he's now the guy who looks after the Superbikes and the Supersport, but he's always got this little bit of a look in the garage next door, just keeping an eye on things and thinking what a fabulous job they're both doing. They're working away. Dean Harrison came from being a Superbike rider, super stock racer, and you do have to change your style. Maybe not so much now going back to certain Supersport bikes, but certainly going back to a CBR 600.
Yes, for sure. You know, it's a totally different style riding a 600, a Supersport bike, and then a 600 again. The Honda is all about high corner speed, maximising your momentum through the lap, and you know, seeing what Dino's doing, and you know, I find it really impressive what Dean's doing this year, because you know, he's jumping from a stock bike at a TT and a Superbike straight back onto a Supersport bike, and then racing a Supersport bike through the year, and occasionally jumping back on the big bikes again. So you know, for Dean to be so adaptable and to be able to jump between one and the other and be competitive and win races on each of them is very impressive.
Having a little look further down, Billy McConnell in 16th place. Billy McConnell doubled up the last time out, actually. He was Stock 1000 and also in Super Sport class, so keeping himself super busy from not having a ride at the start of the year. Billy McConnell's been here, there and absolutely everywhere this year, which is good to see because he is a trained, talented man. Now down in pit lane, there goes Keogh Walker, Harry Truelove, Cameron Swain, and Ollie Bayliss has now come back in. So Ollie Bayliss stayed out there for a 12-lap run, which I think is a good move for him. Out there lap after lap. Yes, there was quite a few lap times cancelled, but that's just him. You've got to find that limit, haven't you? You've got to push the envelope, and you're getting watched for the corners. You're getting watched. Turn 1, exit of Cascades, turn 3, and the last corner Lodge. That's your basic track limits area where you can't go over the red and white onto the green.
Yes, yeah. I mean, Oulton Park, to be honest, if you're hitting the green, then you're kind of, I don't know if you're maybe doing something wrong, but you shouldn't really be out quite that far. It does happen a little bit at turn 1. It's easy to get sucked out there a little bit, but yeah, for the most part, you don't really see a whole lot of track limits kind of appearing apart from at turn 1.
Now, what do you think of this R9 Yamaha? I mean, the way that Ben Curry and Harry Truelove are getting to grips with that, we expected it to win this year. I don't think we expected it to win maybe so early in the season, but it definitely looks like a good package underneath them that the McCams team have given both those guys. Yeah,
I mean, if we look at it, Duncan, I was actually looking at them this morning and when I was watching the bikes go out for the session and thinking about how good they are in World Supersport and how dominant they've been straight from the off last year. I think they're still leading the championship at the minute with Albert Arenas. It's impressive to see, and in some ways I'm not surprised that they've come to BSB and been as good as what they are. I know the Raceways McCams bikes are very well prepped. They're as good as any R9 would be in the world. So yeah, the rules are slightly different, I think, here for what parts they are allowed to run.
Yeah.
But yeah, I am impressed that they've been able to come in here straight away and win straight away, especially with Ben switching to a new manufacturer for this year after quite a few years on the Ducati. It's been good.
Here's an interesting couple of bikes crossing the line. Jack Kennedy, let's see if he does improve. He does. He goes up to 8th place, and Harry Truelove follows him through. Harry Truelove, we've seen, has it on the podium this year. He picked up a podium after Ben Curry slipped off on the very last lap at Snetterton in race number 1. The exact same corner that Mahaffey slipped off from a podium position in race number 2. Oggies, a tricky corner at Snetterton, it would appear, but Kennedy making slight improvements through this session. It is still Luke Stapleford who's fastest. He's gone back out onto track from Ben Curry and Dean Harrison. They are all on track. Ollie Bayliss is in the pit lane for the Macadam Factory Triumph in 4th place, with Harry Truelove in 5th place. Lucas Brown in the pit lane with Lee Johnson also back in his pit box. I can look down that pit lane and I can see the very tall figure of Lucas Brown. He dwarfs almost everybody in that team as we look down there with his white helmet and the MSG leathers. Then it's Lee Johnson in 7th, Jack Kennedy 8th, Oliver Barr in 9th, and Carter Brown in 10th place. But Carter Brown did slip off, and it's a shame for Carter, heading for a personal best lap time early in the session, and slides off the second of the 3B Construction Binge Pro Ducatis. I didn't see him get the bike back up and get it back into the paddock, so they've obviously parked it one at the side, which is to lose that much time as well in pre-practice one. I mean, these things happen in bike sport. We know people fall over, but it's a bad way for your weekend to begin. Yeah.
We've got kind of the opposite situation going on with Luke Stapleford at the top, as we were saying. Matching a lap record in free practice 1 after I think it was 6 laps, and you got Carter who's who's slipped off on his 4th flying lap. It's tough. It's not the way you want to start your weekend. Obviously, you want to go in FP1 and be going as fast as you possibly can, and when you end up with a little mishap like that. I just watched Lucas Brown have to bump start his MSG Suzuki there going down pit lane. That was
love that though.
That was a little bit retro.
He'd love that, pushing it and bump starting it, away you go.
Yeah, so no, it is tough for Carter. It's definitely not what he wants. Obviously, I spend a lot of time in the 3B Construction Binge Racing Garage, and Carter works harder than probably anybody else I know in this paddock, and he's really determined to make it work this year. And yeah, to have slipped off there whilst on a PB lap, it was you'll be pretty mad about that, I'd imagine.
P29 and P30 are two names who we know very well, but we've not seen them very much. Nuna McGlinchey in 29th and Christian Elkin in 30th position.
I was going to ask you if that was Christian Elkin.
Fabulous. Christian Elkin, it's great to see him on the first page of the timing screen for us here. A man who has been around long time, great 250cc racer in his day as well, and Christian Elkin, and Nuna McGlinchey as well. Newnan, did I just see Nuna McGlinchey getting married recently on social media, or have I made that up?
Pass, I couldn't tell you.
I don't know either. Well, if he has, congratulations. If he hasn't, maybe you should, Newnan. There you go. But yeah, two names at the bottom of our timing screen, 29th and 30th. We'll see how those guys improve through the course of the weekend. Cam Hall still sits in pit lane. Well,
he's been in and out.
A few times.
I was about to say, I was actually speaking to Cam earlier when we were getting out from the showers, and he was saying...
Sorry?
Separate showers, of course. And we're chatting away, and he was saying that he really likes Oulton Park. He really enjoys coming here, and he'll be pretty disappointed with that. Sitting down 27th, that's not what he's wanted. He's only done 6 laps this session, and he did an out lap and straight back in, so they're obviously chasing some problems there with that GNS Kawasaki, and hopefully those boys can get that sorted. That's
not Cam Hall. 27th place is not Cam Hall. We've seen him on podiums in this Just Championship before. He will be desperately looking forward to going to Cadwell Park, which is his home circuit, somewhere where he goes incredibly well. Cam, teammate to TJ Toms, as we watch him crossing the pit lane. Who are you pointing at there?
Lucas Brown, back in slot behind Ollie Bayliss
again. Is he really?
Yeah.
Wow, I bet he's thinking this is absolutely perfect.
It's deja vu.
Sometimes, do you actively ever, or did you when you were in sort of the support classes, ever try and maybe hook onto somebody more experienced?
Sometimes. There's a time and place for it. I mean, most of the time I go out in free practice 1 and just try and work on myself, figure out where my weak points were with my own riding. And then later on the weekend, maybe if I needed to do a 1 lap and I wasn't really sure how to do it, I'd maybe hop in behind people. But to be honest, these days I try and do my lap times on my own. I prefer riding on my own and kind of figuring out where I'm strong, because when it comes to a racing situation, then I can, I'm quite confident to put the bike where I want to put it.
Speaking of hop in, hop out, I was in America recently, and I listened to the Hopper audio book on the way over in the plane.
Pretty interesting.
Wow. just leave it at that. We'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
If you haven't, you need to read it or listen to it. I mean, wow, it's...
He's some man for one man, you could say.
Good grief, isn't he just? Isn't he just? Here comes TJ Thomas back in the pit lane, so I think
just
we're
going straight
through. Right through. Maybe trying to get some sort of space.
Is he going? Yeah, he's just literally just right through the pit lane.
Yeah,
unfortunately, TJ's kind of picked that at the wrong time, because there's nobody... Harry Truelove's your next man through, and that's him just coming over the start-finish line now.
Unless he was trying to get away from that big gaggle that he was in, but it didn't look like too big a gaggle. But there we go, we are into the final throws of this session. The 3-minute board is displayed at the end of pit lane by Jack Russell. And Luke Stapleford still fast as he went out there, and within 8 laps he equalled the lap record. And when we say equalled, he absolutely, to the nearest thousandth, equalled it with a 136.574. We've now seen him go out. We haven't seen any improvement. We haven't seen him get anywhere near it. But whether that's because he's deep in traffic, as we see him coming through Druids, around the far side of the circuit, a whole line of bikes lined up behind Stapleford. You would expect that, though, when you're the fastest guy in the championship leader and the form man, and the previous double winner around here, you'd expect people to want to try and follow you. Steve Thomas and Ben Tollery across the line. As we look towards Deer Leap, here comes Stapleford now, next bike into our view, crosses the line, and he's got one of the XMT Triumphs tailing him, and that is it Christian Elkin?
I think it was a Ducati.
Was it the Ducati, actually? I'll come back to that. I'll take your word for it, yeah. Christian Elkin on the Bell Bike Sport B&W Racing Ducati. Good spot.
That'll be the one.
Thanks for that.
That's all right.
My eyes are getting older. Your eyes are still pin sharp and young, you see. But Stapleford 137.7 last time through. Oh, and another track limits warning for Ollie Bayliss at turn number 1.
I'm looking at your little screen on the side here, Duncan. Everything is track limits turn 1 for everybody. So, I mean, when I went round yesterday and the day before, I didn't see that they'd painted anything any differently to normal.
Yeah.
But maybe they have. Maybe there's just a little bit of green that's catching people out.
Still the same, I believe. If you're into it, I'm saying this because we're looking at the pictures. This is the final instructions that we get. You can actually see that on YouTube there. As you look at it, this one here is turn number 1, if I'm correct. Yes, so that's pretty good. That's interactive.
That's interactive.
Absolutely interactive. Is that because maybe they're just trying to charge into the corner too fast? It does dip through the apex and finding yourself a little bit keen and wide on the exit. But as you said, if you find yourself out there, you've almost done something wrong to be there.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fine line. It depends how kind of ruthless they're being with the track limits infringements in FP1, whether they're just catching everybody who's just touching it, or whether it's a... Yeah, well, we see Ollie Bayliss straight in second place, a 36.7. I hope that wasn't the lap that you said they were going to cancel.
Well,
not. It was 10 minutes, 10:06 was his lap cancelled.
So he's done that one at 10:09, so he's okay with that one. But it shows you, I mean, that's maybe his way of learning a circuit. Over the limit, peg it back a bit. But he's over the limit without crashing, Yeah. And he'll know that he's gone into the green, and he'll be fully much aware of that. And when the log gets printed after this one, he'll see, I did it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. 5 times in a race, then you're getting yourself in a bit of bother. And I think if he'd have kept on doing it in this free practice session, Race Direction would have had a bit of a word as well. But the checker flag now flies here for the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship free practice number 1. and it's Luke Stapleford who ends the session at this moment fastest. Anything could happen from Ollie Bayliss and Dean Harrison. What a good run for Dino. Ben Curry in 4th place. Jack Kennedy worked his way up into 5th place. Then we've got Harry Truelove, Lucas Brown, Lee Johnson, Oliver Barr and Jack Mahaffey, your top 10. That's a pretty impressive list of names inside that top 10.
It's going to be some good racing, Duncan. We've got a lot of big names right up at the sharp end here. It's a little bit more spaced out than normal for Supersport. 1.8 covering the top 10 is probably a second more than what we'd usually be seeing. But yeah, I think it's going to be interesting. All the boys will be back in the garage just in between FP1 and FP2, and we're looking at data trying to figure out what they can do to be better. That
will condense that top 10, the gap, the 1.8 spread, that will come down quite a lot, I would imagine, for free practice 2 and into qualifying. And I won't keep you too long. Quickly for you looking forward to getting out on track on the Yamaha?
I am, yeah. Should be good fun. Just as I said, nice open park, sunny, warm, and yeah, pretty excited for it, out at 11.
Pirelli, I was just about to say thank you very much. I've picked up the timetable on Lone Road tells me. We've got the Pirelli National Superstock on track at 20 past 10 till 10 to 11. And then a whole hour session for you. Is that a nice thing? A lot of riders in the Superbikes like the hour. It's not as much pressure as you used to have for your weekend.
Yeah, I mean, Friday's it's gotten a bit manic, to be honest, because we've got free practice 1, free practice 2, and then pre-qualifying. Yeah. So it's almost like we've got a super pole session at the end of the day, which makes things a bit more manic. But yeah, having free practice 1 and free practice 2 is not counting for anything as such is nice. It allows the likes of myself and people who have jumped on a new bike for this year to really work out what we need to do and do a little bit of testing more so, which is what it was designed to do. So it's useful, it's beneficial, and it's a lot of riding for a Friday, that's for sure.
Do you stick one set of tyres on for that whole hour and just
we're actually going to go out on the tyres that we had a set of tyres we had in at Brands Hatch and just start off there. There's no real need for a lap time in free practice 1. It's just try and figure out the bike and see where we are with it. So yeah, looking forward to it. It should be good. The boys got a good plan. We've sat and talked through it yesterday, so I should just see my dad walking out into pit lane there with the pit board. So yeah, looking forward to it. It's all getting real now.
Well, Rory, looking forward to that. We will pop down and speak to you after your free practice session. Thank you very much. Thanks for joining us for that session.
No worries, Dunk.
We'll turn the camera off back up here and we will say thank you very much to Rory Skinner, but it's all about Luke Stapleford who ends that session fastest from Ollie Bayliss and Dean Harrison. We'll be back with the Pirelli National Superstock and the interesting news that Scott Swan's out there on a BMW now. Next session on track is the Pirelli National Superstock Championship. Their free practice number 1. As we try and turn that down in the background. I might give John McGuinness a wave as he waves up to us. Feels special when McGuinness does that. Now, some good news that I have seen. Ash Barnes is back and fit and well. He's back out on circuit. We like to see that. He was declared unfit after Brands Hatch. I've seen Declan Connell, who was also declared unfit after Brands Hatch. He's out on circuit. And also Richard White, which is good to see these guys all fit and healthy again. And back on circuit. We're going to keep our eyes peeled to see Scott Swan coming around here. We're used to seeing Swanee on the number 45 Honda. But there's a change. Swanee on the number 45 BMW. And that's good. It's in the programme there. Swan Racing by SMR. SMR being Sean Muir Racing. They've very much stepped up to give a really good bit of support here. And we're looking forward to seeing how Swanee gets on. Now, another few updates have come through. If you're listening trackside or if you're listening from afar, what we can tell you is Swanee makes his way in towards turn number 1. There has been a few rider swaps, or rider stand-in riders for Superbike teams. If you watched yesterday, if you're on social media yesterday, you probably saw Luke Hedger's news, where Luke unfortunately had a bit of an accident at work where he slid off the roof of a second-storey building, and that's not good at all. Luke, please get well soon, mate. I mean, I know Bushy Hedger's a tough little cookie. Very, very tough little cookie, but even he can't withstand that. So, Luke, on a bit of a get well soon campaign. And the Whitecliffe CDH team have drafted in a man who I mentioned in the last session. Joe Sheldon Shaw will take the reins or the handlebars of that bike, which is good to see. Joe Sheldon Shaw out trying to find himself a way back in. And he has done, unfortunately, expensive Luke Hedger. But Luke, get well soon. Joe will keep your seat warm until you're ready to come back fit and healthy. Eugene McManus not with us after he tipped off in that scary high-speed incident, if you remember, going in towards turn 1 Paddock Hill Bend at Brands Hatch. Eugene basically had to jump off his bike, coming together by the looks of things with his teammate. And it's going to be Dan Brooks who will step up from the class that's on track right now. He steps up from the Pirelli National Superstock Championship, does Dan. And Brooks, he finds himself on a superbike, which has always been something that he's wanted to do. But he does it, and he'll keep that seat warm for Eugene McManus while Eugene is getting fit. I would like to think that Eugene's here this weekend. I haven't seen him, but I will be down into the pit lane after the Superbike hour-long session, and we'll try and pop in and have a word with both the new guys for a start, and also try and catch up with Eugene. There, once again, Swanee in towards turn number 1, just getting a feel for the new BMW to see what it is like. Now, what we can tell you as well, the championship standings coming in here for the Pirelli National Superstock. David Allingham is very much in control as he passes our commentary point on his SMS Nickel Oils Racing BMW. Stephen McShann, or Seamus McShann as I do like to call him, the man behind the SMS team. They really have been on fine form. They have picked up 6 victories and a 3rd place. So even when he's not at his best, David still gets it on the podium. And as Rory Skinner just told us a couple of seconds ago, that's how you build a championship. Picking up points on the days where you maybe can't get a fabulous victory, but if you're on the podium on your off days, D-Bomb certainly making eyes for that championship. We have a double header for them this weekend at Oulton Park, rounds 8 and round 9, and Allingham still in charge of that championship from Luke Mossey on the Malenko by Paget's Motorcycles Honda. Clive Paget, as ever, stands directly in front of our commentary box against the pit wall, looking through the second to last, if not last, gap in the pit lane. So the bikes are effectively braking already as they pass Clive in towards turn 1. And Clive just stands here and watches his charge, Luke Mossey, on track to see exactly how Luke's getting on, to see what Luke wants. He's also got Jamie Coward out there as well, though. We should mention that. Jamie is on 36. And Jamie Coward, who we did see at one point part of the Rapid concern. And I think that was the right thing for the roads. But Jamie Coward now steps into the Paget's Malenko squad as he goes across the line in towards turn 1. I'm going to have a look at pit lane because we do have a couple of bikes in. Paul Cunvin is in pit lane for True Heroes Racing, but also Dec O'Connell is in, and there's 4 Rapid team members around that bike. Is that... We've got Tony, Dave, and 2 other guys with their back towards me I can't see. Declan stands off to the side with Dad and Matt Bainbridge, and they're just going to... I think they just had a laptop plugged in that bike. Deco just needs a really good weekend. He's had some fabulous pace. We've seen the pace looking incredible, in fact. Front row starts, but unfortunately he's not had the greatest amount of luck recently. A little mechanical issue at Snetterton, and then he tipped off it at Brands Hatch, and it was not what he would be wanting to do as he rumbles down pit lane. Is that a new helmet design he's got as well? Oh, I like that. But if it is, maybe Mum could send us a message. Leona, if you're listening back home, I'm pretty sure he will. The most doting grandmother I've ever met in my life. Can't believe she's a granny, actually, but yeah, loving looking after her grandson. It doesn't come to too much of the racing now, as a little bit of a more hectic schedule back home. But I do know that she does listen, and she'll be keeping an eye on Deco from afar. We're working our way down the championship. Allingham, Mossy and Lewis Rollo, the top 3. Good to see Lewis Rollo back in the sharp end of a championship, back after almost a year absent from racing. And he finds himself on the number 88 Motorrad Central Edinburgh by MLAV Racing BMW M1000RR in the top 3 in the championship. Only 58 points of a championship lead. And yeah, he has had a good run of form. Very, very strong. Matt Truelove sits behind him in 4th place, with Scott Swan from Honda now onto BMW for this weekend. It'll be interesting to see the progress that Swanee makes this weekend. Simon Reid, well, we've seen Speedy Reedy on the podium. We've seen him on the podium twice now, Donington and Snetterton. Simon Reid just ahead of Josh Owens in 7th place. If you watched Brands Hatch, you would have seen a monster high side for Josh Owens, and it's really the only way we can describe it. It was an absolute monster high side. Thankfully, Danger Scouse was okay, but he went down very, very heavily at Clearways and Clark Curve. That was right in front of Billy McConnell. Billy did some amazing avoidance work right round the outside on the white line. I managed to not get caught up with Josh or the bike. But yeah, Josh... the way he come down from a great height, pretty sure he'd be a little bit tender. Declan Connell back into the pit lane. I'm going to watch this one. Pops the RI visor up, has a quick word with the crew chief. And yeah, things not right, but they will fix it. They will fix it. The hands are kind of out as if something's not right from Declan, but he's not overly animated anyway, Declan. So when he's not shaking his head, but hang on, they said no, go straight back out. So there he goes back out the pit lane. That's what free practice is for, ironing out any issues. David Williams makes his way back out on the lone Ducati in this championship, the Nitrous Competition Ducati. David actually slipped off that at a recent No Limits at Cardwell Park just last weekend, and I think they've done a fabulous job to get that bike back together. That was Josh Owens across the line, dragging the leg as you would expect, and I'll probably catch up with he and Ellie, his better half, at some point this weekend just to make sure he is okay. I never got to see Josh after the Brands Hatch crash that he had. I had a very important flight to get out of there, so it was the quickest exit I've ever done from a BSB event. Andrew Irwin in the pit lane, drinking a bottle of water. Good to see Andrew, looking good there, and that arm's looking pretty good as well. That's nice to see. Andrew still the crew chief or team manager, swapping roles with his brother Graham for the time being until he is fit and healthy, and he will be coming back. Emily Latty is here for the Armada SC31, Armada Marine Cables SC31 racing team. They've had a great bit of success this year, haven't they? They've really had the success that those guys have had in the Sport Bike Championship with young Harrison McKay. We'll cover that later on, but only one bike here for SC31 this weekend. Did have a big look through the entry list, obviously, prior to coming down here. Get that all sent out. You just see what's changed and what's new. The Swanee BMW thing was something that, that was quite interesting. as the Lisburn racer Carl Phillips is here as well on the Bell Bike Sport B&W Racing BMW. Andrew, we're having a chat with Carl. We've seen Carl Phillips in Superbike before. Remember, we saw him with Gearlink quite some time ago, if I'm not mistaken. But a good bit of support. I love how the Northern Irish and the Irish all support each other. You know, Carl's needing some tyre warmers, needing a bit of power. Out it comes from the Irwin garage, the biggest, longest extension cable you've ever seen, which will be certain ones plugged in. Andrew Irwin himself putting the tyre warmers on the back of Carl's bike. And a nice good bit of support down there, and that's what's needed. I'm not sure about that extension cable. Yeah, somebody's brought another one out and plugged it in now to double it up. Steph Kerr would be down there thinking that was a trip hazard, as he was warning me at the back of the garages this morning. We've also got directly underneath us Mikey Evans, man from Douglas in the Defabet Racing Honda. And Thomas O'Grady, so it's like the Emerald Isle is down this end of the pit lane. I'm looking pretty strong at the same time, looking good. David Allingham is fastest on track, a 1:36.038 for D-Bomb. Luke Mossey sits in second place. Luke Mossey sits in first place. He goes fastest with a 1:35.8. 1:35.8 for Mossey. Mossey needs to get the handle on what's going on with David Allingham. Mossey's had 5 second places and 1/3, and Allingham's had 6 wins and 1/3. There's 24 points separating them, but Luke Mossey will want to redress that balance of power. He will want to get himself onto the top step of the podium and not have David Allingham winning all these races. And where's David Allingham going to park in the pit lane? Well, where do you think? Down beside everybody else from over that Irish Sea. He's directly underneath the commentary point. The guys put the stand in the back of the bike, the stand in the front. David just saying that he's got a bit too much movement on the front brake lever. It's coming too far back towards the actual the bars, the handlebar on the right hand side, the throttle and the brakes on that side of the handlebars. They're now showing on the live TSL timing. But that's interesting. He's just saying that they're just a little bit too much on that brake lever, and we can see that because it's happening directly underneath us in the commentary point. David's popped his helmet off. He's going to take a bit of a drink of water and has a quick debrief with the crew about what that number 11 championship leading SMS Nickel Oils BMW is doing. They're going to take the back wheel out of David's bike. Looks like they're going to put a new tyre in. I don't know if it's a new one or a new one with less laps on it. But he does look quite happy, very relaxed. He's been around long enough now to know that you don't need to get your underwear in a twist in free practice 1. But nodding away, looking smiley, looking happy, as you would be when you are that championship leader. It does make you feel good. Kevin Milani, the Italian, on the 241 Motorsports Honda goes out onto track, chased by Caden Wilkinson on one of the most brightly coloured bikes and leather setups that you'll see this side of the equator, I would have to say. Here comes Swanee. This is the first time that we've seen Scott Swan back into the pit lane. So he parks up the black leathers, little nod of the head to the team, and we have Swanee on the SMR BMW. This is fabulous to see, it really is. And this is Sean Muir stepping in with the SMR, the might of SMR behind Scott Swan to give him just a little bit of a step. And maybe it's also just to make sure Swanee was here, because it was a very, very private affair they were doing on that Honda. Andrew Irwin's all over that as well, as you would expect. And Swanee looks actually quite relaxed stepping off the bike. He knows he's fast enough, but it would just be a little bit of getting used to this bike and seeing what it's like, what it feels like, what the strengths and weaknesses are, because we see and we have heard that the BMW does tend to punch off the corner ever so slightly better than the Honda. As Lewis Rollo rides down the pit lane, stretches the leathers into place on the number 88 BMW, and has a nice long look over towards Swanee and the team, who have now got the laptop plugged into that bike and are just making sure everything is as it should be, and it will be on that SMR BMW, guaranteed that is what it should be. Allingham has got his new tyre in the back of the bike. The tyre warmer's on, so I've missed what that was, but I'll see as they send David back out onto track. They'll take the tyre warmer off and I'll be able to tell you what it actually is, as Josh Owens now goes out onto circuit. Reason we're talking a lot of pit lane action is because there's not too much happening on track. A lot of the top riders are all in pit lane. We still have a good selection of bikes on tracks. The first man into the top 10 on track is Lewis Rollo in 4th, Simon Reed in 6th, Josh Owens, who's just left the pit lane, in 9th, and listen to this, in 11th place. He can't keep a good man down. 11th place in free practice 1 so far, John McGuinness, number 5. And that's pretty cool to see. He does love coming here. It's one of his favourite circuits to come to. And McGuinness cherry picking what he does post TT. We did try and twist his arm to come up north of the border, but he got taken to Italy for a MotoGP. Now, what would you like to do? Not kill or go to the MotoGP in Italy, John? We never saw him at Not Kill. We never saw him. But cherry picking a few rounds for him to come and do, and finding that he's really enjoying his racing. And you know what? He's doing personal best laps everywhere he goes through 2026. Fair play. Fair play to the man. Richard White makes his way out onto the circuit. And I'm going to watch David Allingham directly underneath us to see what the SMS Nickel Oils team have put on that bike. Do we have brand new, or is it just kind of slightly worn? Ash Barnes makes his way back out onto circuit. Ash Barnes on the Rapid Honda. Good to see that he's A-OK. He did crash at Graham Hill Bend, if you remember, at Brands Hatch. He went down fairly heavily and hurt his sternum and possibly his shoulder. And that was a great shame for him. And a great shame for the team, and so much so that Dave Hewson was in at a loose end. So Dave kind of joined us in the actual pit, the commentary, and that was it. It was lovely to have Dave up here, actually. Although he did come up here with the scooter keys in his pocket, and poor Matt Bainbridge had to climb the 68 stairs at some pace to try and get the keys for the scooter to head back to where they were needing to go. So Dave Hewson maybe getting a few brownie points for getting on air, but then unfortunately costing himself a bit. That tyre in the back of David Allingham is nice and shiny new. I've been bent over double trying to see out the window for the majority of the time there. But Allingham going back out onto track with a nice shiny new Pirelli tyre on that SMS Nickel Oils BMW. There goes Ash Beach. He goes onto track as well. We're calling him a veteran now. Still very fast, well inside that top 10 in 7th place. Mossy, Allingham, Lewis Rollo moves up into 3rd place as he crosses the line. Honda, BMW, Honda, Ash Barnes in a fine 4th place. If you remember, this is where we saw Ash Barnes really starting to show how good he was on the Superstock bike last year, but then he was involved in a fairly tricky incident, shall we say, at Island Bend. Have we had somebody tip off at Lodge? I'm asking a question out loud there because I can see a green light at the top of Deer Leap. Yes, oh dear, number 67 Fowler at Lodge. Rider, okay. That's a great shame because that's Richard White, who we have just seen making his way back out onto circuit. So unfortunately Richard has gone down at Lodge, but he's badged as okay. Port West Race Safe Marshals on the hoof to move that out of the way and make it safe. And a few riders deciding to just come in the pit lane while that happens. But I think the most important thing is he is okay. Look, Mossy about to go back out on track. The Malenko by Paget's Honda gets a brand new tyre in the back of that for going out as Declan Connell again goes out. Well, there's nobody been in the pit lane in and out more than Declan Connell in this session. And he once again heads out on to circuit. Swanee has also gone back out. And is that the Josh Owens bike, or is it Harrison Crosby? It's Harrison Crosby. Harrison picks up his helmet as Big Joe stands proud in front of his bike. Harrison puts the helmet on and he will head back out onto circuit on the SAF Holland Honda by GR Performance. Harrison Crosby, bike 69. Bit of a shout out still to Finn Arscott. Get well soon, Finn. That femur hopefully very much on the mend. That was unfortunately broken at Knockhill when he slipped off and then unfortunately got tangled up with the bike as it came back into Finn. So the slight distinct lack of pasties in the commentary spot has been noticed by Alan Hyde and noted. So that's something that we're going to have to maybe bring up with Finn when he does get back to full help. But that's a joke to his mum, Polly, by the way, just to let you know. But Alan is looking for pasties. FYI. Here comes Harrison Crosby, the tall figure of Harrison. Hard to believe that he's another one who came through the Talent Cup, that extremely tall figure now. But he was always tall. That's one thing, always very, very tall, and almost dwarfed the bike. Jamie Van Shakliris comes out, GVS, on the tag Honda, throws his leg over the yellow 74 before heading out. He had a little bit of surgery recently. I think he had the pins removed from that injured leg that he had. GVS, we saw him in hospital, pins removed. Oh, makes you shiver. Don't know if you saw that in the live stream there. Gave me a little bit of a shiver just thinking about it. He's a race winner in this championship, or in this paddock. We saw him pick up a British Supersport victory, remember, at Donington Park. So he knows he can get the job done, but he has just had a bit of an injury-riddled kind of, since leaving Supersport, a lot of injuries that have been given, and he's picked up. So not ideal. Fast guy, nice guy as well, and he'll be looking forward to going back to Assen, where he will once again become the poster boy around that circuit. Big massive billboards with the JVS smile and wheelie. Always looks good. Number 14 heading out, which is Max Lofthouse. He makes his way out on the Whitney Motorsport Racing CBR, teammate to Blaze Baker. And I'm keeping my eyes on D-Bomb because he's gone purple through Sector 1. We would expect this. He's out there on a brand new tyre. I would expect David to drop into the 1 minute 35 bracket. More lap times being taken off people for going through turn number 1. It seems to be the place where a lot of people are getting caught out. And that's something that Rory Skinner he was talking about. He doesn't see anything different happening out there. He doesn't see anything changed from the last time we were here, but people are using a lot of that extra piece of green, which are not meant to use. Really the only green stuff that we can see around here, because the grass, very much a shade of yellow. Simon Reed makes his way out. 2 podiums so far in 2026 for Simon Reed on his Carl Cox Motorsport by MLav Racing. As Declan Connell starting to make some sort of moves. He goes up into the top 10 now for Deco. Bike 33, 1:38.031 for Deco, 2.1 seconds away from the fastest time as Allingham does go to the top, and he puts in a 35.5. So Mossy on an old tyre, we think, which we definitely had an old tyre because he's out on a new one now, did a 35.8. Allingham's new tyre runs done a 35.5. So that the balance should shift back to in the favour of Mossy, if I'm not mistaken. Because Mossy should find a good half second, I would imagine, in that tyre, depending on how many miles the original tyre that Clive had put in that Honda had. Probably a lot. Probably a lot. But we'll see what Luke Mossy can do. But these guys have been so evenly matched this year. There's been about 2 tenths between them. And it's a dynamic that we need to keep our eyes on because we like the battle. We like the inter-manufacturer battle as well. Honda, BMW, that's fabulous. Ash Barnes back in the pit lane, sitting in 4th place. Josh Owens has just popped himself into 5th place. Be a bit of a smile on Joe Richardson's face as Steve Hicken walks across towards the pit wall. That's a little bit of a look at the Master Mac Hawk Honda screens that he has in his pit box. Here comes John McGuinness down pit lane. McGuinness, thumbs up with Lewis Rollo side by side. I think they've done a bit of instructing together at some time recently. Maybe up at the Neil Mackenzie track they experienced at Knockhill. I believe those two guys have been instructing, giving some knowledge across. Imagine rocking up to track day and you've got those two guys as your instructors. Fabulous. Allingham goes through again, 1:35.1, so his second lap, a big dig and a big push. That's impressive. That is impressive. Considering Mossy's gone out and done a 1:35.5, Allingham puts 4 tenths of a second into Luke Mossy. So Mossy's done one good strong push lap on that new tyre. It'll be interesting to see if his second lap backs that up. Allingham found a huge amount of time in that second push lap, showing that the tyre really good for a good couple of strong fast time attack laps. GVS comes up 9 places as well. He puts the number 74 tag Honda into 21st. Goes ahead of a whole raft of bikes down that side of our TSL timing page brought to you by Omologato on 1P Mobile. And that was a good lap from David Allingham. That 135.1. What is a lap record? 34.9. Wow. So we're not far away from it. And we should expect that because we saw in Supersport, Luke Stapleford equal the existing lap record. And all we're doing is using the lap record as a benchmark. That we're just trying to use that as a focal point. It's not a case of you need to break a lap record in free practice 1. It just gives us a good marker to see how quick people are on the weekend. Again, binoculars in hand. Let's look and see what Rapid Honda are doing. I like what Matt Bainbridge has done with the awning. As I was coming into the paddock this morning, walking in, nice big board on the side of the actual awning. Rapid Honda and also Drive Life, their sponsor, which I think is fabulous. Looks good as he comes in there. Matt's always really presented the team extremely well, whether that's in the paddock, on track, or teamwear. And there's a lot of Rapid people down here as well. Look across to see Matt standing on the pit wall himself. Claire will be there, I would imagine. She will have the pit board in hand, I would have thought. Claire Armstrong. We can see Charlotte Marcuso up there, who's the partner of Ash Barnes, and she's looking back towards the pit lane because that's where Ash Barnes sits on the tyre warmers and stands. Now let's see what Mossy's done. Has he done anything else that last lap? No, Mossy actually put a slower lap in there, like a cool lap. So he wanted to do a push lap on the tyre, then a cool lap, and then see what would happen as he has another push. So we'll keep our eyes on that. Josh Owens crossing the line, a 136.6 personal best for Owens. Improvement in time, but not in position for Danger Scouse. And that's fine, not a problem with that. Just happy to see that Josh Owens is in one piece. If you haven't seen his crash from Brands Hatch, you'll find it on social media. Oh, that's all we'll say. Oh, makes you wince just thinking about it. Really does. There goes his teammate Harrison Crosby, 18th place for Harrison Crosby. It was all going so well for young Harrison until he had an off. I think he had an off at a non-championship race meeting at Donington Park. Yeah, Donington. He fell at Crane the Curves and the knee bent the wrong way. Oh, that's not worth thinking about. So he was out for quite some time. And he's just struggling to get back to where the pace was. In fact, he probably is at the pace where it was. Just the pace at the front has moved on. I'm a big believer in young Harrison Crosby. Big believer. He's 18th place. 4.3 seconds off. It will come good for Harrison. Just needs to make sure that everything is aligned and perfectly ready for him. That was Ash Barnes across the line, and also Matt Truelove. Matt up into 9th place on bike 4. Remember, we almost gave him the commentator's curse last time when we were here. I say we, because it might have just been me, but we used the collective we in the commentary team. We were speaking about Matt, I think, winning the race or getting on the podium. He hasn't won a race before and he slipped off at Knickerbrook. Yeah, felt terrible about that, actually. And Alan Hyde had a little bit of snipering from the commentary box as well, so we're trying to not do that anymore, but it's one of these things. You start speaking about somebody who's doing really well, and unfortunately they have a small issue. We're into the last 10 seconds of this session anyway. I can see Joe Sheldon Shaw's mum Carol down there in the pit lane. I think that's Carol down there, standing outside the CDH garage. Should be excited to see Joe going out there on track. I should use the binoculars before I make these wild accusations or wild statements. But as a checker flag flies here for the Pirelli National Superstock Championship free practice number 1, it is David Allingham who looks like he's very much in control of this session, as he has been in control of the full year. A 135.146 for David, 0.4 of a second up the road from Luke Mossy. Lewis Rolo coming home in 3rd place, taking that checker flag already. As Chris Glendenning and Pat Blakeney rumble ever so silently down the pit lane in one of our beautiful BMW supplied safety cars. They will come down and park underneath the Rocket Auction Performance qualifying arches. Pat Blakeney behind the wheel this time, so this might be a fast lap, ladies and gentlemen. Ash Barnes in 4th, Scott Swan in 5th place. That's a good free practice session for Swanee. That has very much ticked all the boxes on that team. He will be happy with that. The team will be happy, and SMR will be keen, and they'll be delighted to see that that's how it should be. Josh Owens in 6th. Ash Beach in 7th. Simon Reed in 8th place with Matt Truliv in 9th. And Declan Connell rounding out the top 10. Carl Phillips in 11th place. It's a fabulous run for Carl. Ahead of Jack Bednarek, Blaze Baker. John McGuinness in 14th place. Ahead of Richard White, Jamie Coward, Emily Latty in 17th place. Now, he was at the sharp end here. I think Emily Latty's been on the second row, front or second row of the grid here before. Then Harrison Crosby, Thomas O'Grady, and Jamie Van Shakliris, JVS in 20th place. Lofthouse, Van Callister, Evans, Healy, Wilkinson, White Charlie, Major Bird, Cunvin, Williams and Milani rounding out the 30 names on my screen. Next up, we have the Zinn British Superbike Championship. Remember, 18 plus. Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive, only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use nicotine products. A whole hour session coming your way next as we look up pit lane to say goodbye to the Superstock teams. The shorts are very much out. Happy people up there. The sunglasses are on. And we'll come back with the Superbikes up next. So here we go, an hour of superbikes as the riders make their way onto the circuits. A whole hour of free practice 1. Now, wasn't it great to have Rory Skinner up in the commentary point earlier on, where he was able to give us a bit of an insight into what they do in free practice 1, but also just great to have Rory in the commentary box. He's a knowledgeable young rider who's been there, seen it and done it, and one of the front runners in the Superbike Championship as well. And for him to give a little bit of his morning time to pop up here, watch a session and give us a little bit of commentary, we really do respect that, and we can't thank him enough. Oulton Park for Rory, well, it's never been the greatest of hunting grounds, let's just put it that way. It's someplace that he's always had a love-hate relationship with, but he wants to try and make things have a bit of an upturn here. We've seen that on a social media release which the BSB put out via Instagram and other platforms, that is going to sight sets on continuing the improvement that they have made and have been making throughout the course of 2026 on that Cheshire Moulding TAS as it is this year, Yamaha. That will change for next year. It'll be a Cheshire Moulding, and it'll probably change to grid racing as well, after having a fairly lengthy chat with Michael Laverty at some point. It's always great to catch up with Michael Laverty. He will be here, I think, this weekend. There's no MotoGP, or he's maybe actually having a weekend at home. You never know. That's something that we do have to sometimes do every now and again. But yeah, interesting how busy that man actually is. Bikes on track, a whole hour, as we said, for the Zin British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli for free practice number 1. The championship leader is Kyle Ryde. He comes in here with a 19-point lead over the comeback kid, Scott Redding, on the number 45 Hagar PBM Ducati. Bradley Ray sits in 3rd place, and the pocket rocket Leon Haslam is in 4th. Max Cook is in a fine 5th place on that Bimota, ahead of Rory Skinner in 6th, Ryan Vickers in 7th, Christian Idden in 8th place, Glenn Irwin and Lee Jackson in 9th and 10th. I did tell you that Glenn Irwin phoned me up last night on the way home. When Glenn phones me, I always think, oh no, what have I said wrong? And then I realised, hang on, I haven't been commentating for a better part of a week and a bit. If he's picking me up on something I said at Brands Hatch, it's a bit late now, Irwin. But it was good to hear from Glenn. There was a bit of jovialness going on in the background with Ryan Rainey and Nicky Coates, and he was just telling me that the new name change for Nicky Coates this weekend, Big Catch Coates, so that's something we'll keep our eyes on. Now, is that on the inside of the commentary box window or the outside? It's on the inside. I thought with spots of rain there. We do have some dark clouds which have rolled over and taken away the blaring sunlight that we had earlier on, which was streaming into the commentary box and making it pretty difficult for us to actually see. Everything was beaming so bright. I'm not complaining about having bright sunshine, let me tell you that. It's much nicer to have bright sunshine than it is to have anything else. But yeah, the clouds have just rolled in. A little bit of cheeky cloud cover. It will keep the track temperature down a bit, as number 23, the Whitecliffs CDH, I would believe that will be, standing in for Luke Hedger. Joe Sheldon Shaw has been given the black and orange flag for smoke, so he needs to get off the circuit effective immediately. He's going through the Britain's chicane. We can pick him up on the camera point, and he's making his way up over Hilltop. So they'll be trying to get that bike off the circuit ASAP. I think they may have already done that, actually, yes. Joe Sheldon Shaw is an experienced fella. And yeah, he's pulled himself off the circuit. I can tell you that now. The tracker map has stopped. And just trying to pick up exactly where Joe is on the map. But looks like he's maybe down towards the Shell hairpin. But yeah, technical problem. Turn 5. Count the turns if you want. Island Bend would be turn 5. We'll go with that one. So that's not a great way for his Superbike debut with that team to start. I did pop in and see both Dan Brooks and Joe Sheldon Shaw as I was marching back down from the conveniences. I think that's the way to call the lavatory. Just popped in and said good luck to them both. Dan gave him a big slap on the leg. You could see the smile before you got to Dan Brooks. You know, this is what he's been looking for. He and his dad have been gearing up towards this. I'm pretty sure they would like to do it in a different way. But fabulous that Dan Brooks is out there. Out there buys as number 12. So we've got 2 Brooks in this session. Spelled differently though, I'd like to point that out. Brooksy, as you know, the bad boy, with the K-E-S at the end of his name. And Dan Brooks, just B-R-O-O-K-S. But 2 Brooks in the one session. Storm Stacey has gone to the top of the times. And this was something I was having a chat with Rory Skinner. We were chatting actually off air about the whole... who would be fast, who would go here and there and everywhere. And also spoke a little bit with John Mowat last night, and Storm Stacey was a name that cropped up, and he absolutely loves it around here. And what he said, he could almost ride anything or race anything around here. And let's hope that they've got to the bottom of the little issues they've been having with that Batham's AGN Ducati. They had all sorts of issues at the start of the year. They ironed those issues out. But the last 2 meetings haven't really gone well for them, Snetterton and Brands Hatch. So just need to work away. And Michael Ritter, Professor Ray Stringer, they will keep their heads down. They will do the work they need to do. A lot of good guys in that garage, actually. A lot of really, really good guys in that garage. And they'll find the problems, they'll iron them out, and they will get him back to where he wants to be. And, you know, Storm's one of these guys where he wears his heart on his sleeve. You can see when Storm's a little bit upset. You can see when he's animated. You can see when he's wanting to explain things and get the point over. But he's got the talent. He's got the talent. He's got so much speed as well. As we look and see Max Cook coming in to the AJ and Steel Stop Motor Garage. A quick hydration break in the commentary point. I think that's a common thing now in sport. Hydration breaks. We could do with the hydration station, but we've got a bottle of water, which is good enough. With Max Cook coming into that garage, Kyle Ride's gone fastest, a 1:34.540 for Kyle Ride. Puts himself 4/10 of a second ahead of Storm Stacey. Lee Jackson puts in a good lap and goes P3. It would be fabulous to see a good weekend for the Dow Hondas. They've been on the wrong side of the pre-qualifying cut line, and they've had to try and battle their way in from the outside in a good few times this year. It would be just so good to see a nice trouble-free, good run of results for that team. The amount of effort and investment that has been put in there, they just need a little bit of reward on that. We thought we were going to get that from Josh Brooks at Brands Hatch. We interviewed him. He was looking really strong in free practice 1, but he just felt like they almost peaked too early at free practice 1. And there was nothing really more to come from that. So, not what you want to hear at the start of your weekend. And you know what? Brooksy hit the nail absolutely on the head. And that's the other thing. You know, the man knows what he's talking about. We're talking about Josh Brooks, because there are 2 Brookses on track. We'll call Dan Brooks, and we'll call Brooksy, because he is very much elevated to that status. Our 2 newcomers, well, unfortunately, Joe Sheldon Shaw already black and orange flagged off with smoke from the CDH Honda, the Whitecliff CDH Honda. So 2 laps completed, not what he would be looking for, or 1.5 laps completed. And Dan Brooks in 21st place for Dan. And you know, Dan is used to big bikes. He is a super stock racer. He knows 1000cc Hondas well. But it's also different when you jump from a stock 1000 onto that he's just passed us on. It looks good on it though. He's got the leathers that match. And Dan Brooks out there doing his thing. And that's another good thing about this whole free practice, hour-long session. It lets him just dial himself in, not get too wound up, not get too excited thinking he has to perform in this session, which last year you did. You can go out there and just learn. And that's what he will be trying to do. That was Ryan Vickers passing us in the background. 33.9 for Kyle at the top of the times now. With Storm Stacey, Brad Ray, Ryan Vickers, Rory Skinner, Lee Jackson, Scott Redding, Leon Haslam, Jason O'Halloran and Christian Eden. When I was just walking up the back of the garages there, I could see in the distance Scott Redding going into his garage. And I saw his wife JC, mum was there as well. I think it was Ollie Bayliss' girlfriend they were all standing with. There's a little gaggle of them all together, so kind of nodded. I was in a rush. I needed to get someplace. But Scott likes the whole family. He likes the family thing around himself. He deals with it very well. He's in a stage of his career now where I think personally, and I may be speaking wrong here, they could, if JC's listening, she could confirm or deny. I think the British Championship race scene is great for him because they don't need to travel on the Tuesday and then come back maybe on the Monday. You know, there's a much shorter time scale of travelling, which is great for Hudson, their child, their little kid, who's one of the coolest kids in the paddock. And it just suits them well. You know, they can arrive on the Wednesday or the Thursday and they can be home possibly the Sunday night, depending if they're staying in the UK. So that's something that's really, really good for those guys. And Scott has been around the world. He's been MotoGP, he's been Moto2. And now he's very much one of the key figures in this paddock, as we know. And I think the Hagar PBM team delighted to have him. And he's a whole bundle of fun, put it that way, as Larry Carter always gets a yee-haw when I'm on the grid. Right, I'm cowboy. I'm not going to do the yee-haw because I'm not cool enough. I can't do it. And you can always tell when I'm giggling in the commentary box. Brooksy's just gone up 7 places into 4th. That's pretty impressive. So we've got Brooksy and Jackson for Dow Honda inside that top 10. That's a great way to start the weekend as Braden Elliott comes in underneath us. And there's a whole kind of, there's the story of the top of the championship bubbling up. The new rivalry that's maybe in town between Reading and Ryde. Glenn Irwin goes down pit lane. But then there's the whole mid-pack championship battle. And then you've got the guys who, won't make me say this, they're at the lower end of the scales. You're Graham Irwin, you're Braden Elliott, this weekend Joe Sheldon Shaw, Dan Brooks, you know, Richard Kerr. They're all in that battle. They're in a bit of a mixture there. You could almost maybe put the couple of rookies that Master Mac Honda were dealing with as well. Rhys Irwin, Wee Man, as he does get called, and Eugene McManus, who's not with us this weekend. Or are they maybe in the mid-pack? Who knows? But there's just these interesting battles all the way through this championship. And there's so many cool talking points that you think you've covered everything and all of a sudden you realise you've forgotten half of it and you haven't had time to talk about it. There goes Rhys Irwin. In fact, that was Dan Brooks across the line. And doing a fabulous job. A 1:39.562. Braden Elliott has done an outlap and an in-lap twice. And Graham Irwin as well. So Graham Irwin still sits in the pit box underneath us. The MET Fonacab Ducati squad in that garage. The Whitecliff CDH guys would love to get their bike back, but from where it is, I don't think that's going to happen. That's a bit of a disaster for those guys who are still out there in the pit lane and having a watch of the screens. Joe Talbot goes in towards his garage for the AJ and Steelstock squad. As we use the binoculars to have a little bit of a look up there, we see CDH on the pit wall. We also see Elia's team on the pit wall. Just the one man with the pit board. The BMW ran really, really strong. You've got to say that at Brands Hatch. We've seen some really good improvements from that Rocket BMW Motorrad squad with IWR, the operating team behind it. Ian Wallacott, very, very impressive. As I'll say it once and once only this weekend. Skindoo comes in the pit lane. That will come back to haunt me if Mum's listening. That should be his nickname in the programme, Larry Carter. But then again, maybe not. Probably not allowed to put it in. But this BMW that's coming in the pit lane, Elia has been sensational. The bike's coming online. The bike's getting parts that are being fed back into this championship that they can use from the world team. And it's just starting to come together. Bearing in mind, Eli Michalczyk, it came together so incredibly late. It came together at the pre-season test we had here, which wasn't the first test. There's a 2-day test at Dorrington Park, which a lot of teams did. The Ducati teams all missed that as well, if you remember, because they didn't have bikes ready. But there was no such thing as the Rocket Motorrad BMW team at that point. Didn't exist. And within that little week and a half period, all of a sudden, it arrived here at Oulton Park and it was announced in the morning. We managed to get a word with Elia and with Ian as it was happening, and it was pretty cool to see. I think the bike looks fabulous, and that was their first time on track. Now everybody would maybe expect Eli to be really super fast because he was on a BMW last year and he was the man who was starring in that Pirelli National Super Stock Championship. But the bikes are so different, and there's only one BMW in this championship on track. As Danny Kent comes in, it looks like the bike's actually stopped on him in the pit lane entrance here. So one of the Cheshire Moulding team about to go and give a hand to that. As we see Danny coming off the bike, he walks into the garage. Long look through the binoculars, can see Sean Ryde down the far end of the pit lane. just having a watch on, taking a watching brief. As something's gone wrong with this Cheshire Moulding Yamaha. Across come the Port West technical team to have a little bit of a look as well. It just kind of juddered to a halt and Danny got off and walked away, and it's like they can't now push it, which is a bit of a strange thing. There we go. Get the bike moved now. Push that back into the garage. Small technicality, that's all that would be. And typically, once again, the pit lane, a busier place than the racetrack, as Braden Elliott passes us. But yeah, that whole Rocket BMW Motorrad squad, they really are starting to come on song. And Ian Wallacott reminded me at Brands Hatch, he said, you know, I told you to just wait and have faith. You know, it would start to come good. But as everybody, you know, you kind of want that success, you want that upturn in pace and form to be imminent. You want to hit the ground running, like we saw the Ducatis doing when they arrived here for that second pre-season test. They were just incredible. They were in another league, and they all had the bikes for about maybe a week. They'd worked on them at the workshops. They arrived here, and they definitely delivered. That's for sure. They definitely did. But yeah, progress is what it's all about. Making progress, making little detailed changes to these bikes, and getting them to perform in the circuit. It's not as easy as you would think. They are technical pieces of equipment. They say there's not a lot of electronics on them, but there actually is still a lot of electronics on these bikes, but just not as much as other championships. So CDH having a bit of a fix of their televisions across there. Doesn't look like that bike has made it back in for Joe Sheldon Shaw. He is stopped at turn 5, and I think ultimately he's landlocked away round there. And if the bike was smoking, they certainly won't want to risk running that bike back round. So that's a great shame for JSS as he makes his debut with this team in Superbikes. Rhys Irwin's back at the garage. Wee man about to go for a lap. Takes a tear off from the visor, hands it to Stuart Hicken as Dan Brooks comes back in. Well done, Dan Brooks. That's a 10-lap run Dan Brooks has just done. Set his best lap on lap 8, a 1:39.481. 5.5 seconds away from the fastest time. So Rhys Irwin goes onto the circuit, reigning Quattro Group Supersport champion, followed by Storm Stacey. And Storm Stacey sitting in P2, 400th of a second away. That's how close it is from Kyle Reid in this free practice 1 session. Some 41 minutes of the session to go. It's Kyle Reid fastest from Storm Stacey and Bradley Ray. Back to normal McCam's colour scheme for Bradley Ray this weekend. No Cadbury's Boost tribute liveries. This is the McCam's round as well, so they will be very happy to have that bodywork back on the more traditional McCam's bodywork, shall we say. Rory Skinner in 4th place. Good start to the weekend for Rory. Josh Brooks in 5th, with Lee Jackson, his teammate, in 6th. That's a really solid start for both the Dow Hondas. Let's hope that's not masked by those guys going out there on new tyres and everybody else not. Ryan Vickers in 7th, with Scott Redding in 8th, Leon Haslam in 9th, and Jason O'Halloran in 10th. So Hondas 5th, 6th, 7th. Oh well, we'll change that about 6th, 7th, and 8th, and 11th as Max Cook slots the AGN Steelstock Bimota into that 5th place, just as I started that. Come up 12 places did Max Cook. The Cookie Monster, he's having a real good start to the season. Lots of consistent runs for Max Cook, not putting the bike down the road, not doing anything silly. Good speed everywhere. And that's another thing. That Bimota was always highlighted by Alex Lowes as being something that would work in the UK tracks, the front end of it, the way it steers, the way it changes direction, the weight distribution of the bike, everything aligned in Alex Lowes' mind to the British tracks. Max Cook has definitely shown that Alex Lowes is a man that knows a thing or two about Bimotas. And that KB998 Rimini very much doing the business on track. Now, if you look at Bimota, it's always spelled with a small b as well. You never see it with a capital B. Now, I'm doing that towards the camera, but that will be back to front, so it's a small b. Different to do that. Into the pit lane comes Graham Irwin. I'm wondering if he's not got a transponder on that bike, because he's not logged a lap yet for Graham Irwin. as he goes into pit lane. The defending reigning champion makes his way underneath the Rocket Oxygen Performance qualifying arch. And onto the circuit goes Kyle Ryde. Nitrous Coin, Nitrous Competition, Ducati. He was in fine form at Brands Hatch, winning those first 2 races. But then the pendulum swung the other way. The swingometer bounced back to the left, back to the Hagar PBM garage. And Scott Redding took that very, very impressive win in race number 3. And that seems to be a little bit of a... It's a feature that we see. Reading comes strong towards the weekend, but the PBM team just need that to be race number 1 and then continue on from there. Because we see Kyle kind of hitting the ground running from race number 1. The pace is there, it stays there all weekend. Scott tends to build through the course of the weekend, but if they could build to or start with a higher speed, well, Frankberg told me the treble's on this weekend, so that's a man who's got confidence in the garage. Here comes Ryan Vickers with Jason O'Halloran again, both Honda guys leaving the pit lane together. We'll have a bit of a look at those beautiful Honda colour schemes. And an upturn in Honda pace would be just the thing that we need. Now, black and orange flag for Rhys Irwin. Number 69, Rhys Irwin. We can see Keelan Irwin and Rhys's dad down there having a bit of a chat. They're going to come off the pit wall. So, yeah, P1, he's getting boxed in his body. We need to get off the track. If Rhys Irwin comes... Yeah, he's already stopped. Rhys Irwin's already stopped. He is down at just after, somewhere from the start line towards halfway along towards Island Bend for Rhys Irwin. See if we can find them on our internal feed. No, we can't. But, yeah, technical problem at turn 3. That's Cascades where he's stopped. So it was badged as smoke. The Port West Race Safe Marshals will go and have a look at that bike. And if they think, actually, it's okay, we can let him go, he will get to ride round. But the thing is, with it being smoke, the organisers won't want to risk that if something does happen to it coming back round and it contaminates the circuit. That's Glenn Irwin making his way into the circuit. Joe Talbot's back out at his garage as well, front row Joe, and Braden Elliott rumbles down the pit lane. Here comes Elia, he's out at his garage as well. He's going to take another run at this. What do we have on that? Yep, used tyres on that bike as he heads out onto circuit. The big Ukrainian, he's a machine, isn't he? That's what he is. He's an absolute machine. He's like a computer. The way he gets stuff across to you, and that's what they've been saying in the garage as well, the detailed information that he has and he gives back to you. Something special as Reading Power back out under the gantry at the exit of pit lane here. The comeback kid, Scott Redding, goes back out onto the circuit as well. Scott Redding finds himself in 9th place. He won't be too worried or bothered about that. We've got the top 6 bikes covered by 9/10 of a second, and that's quite spread out itself. As we see Rory Skinner and Kyle Ryde circulating together. Another fastest lap for Kyle, a 33.827. 133.827. That's a second away from lap record pace for Kyle. And as Kyle improves his time to go faster than anybody else and move the goalposts on, Christian Edding goes up 2 places into 11th. Now, do you follow Senkat Racing on social media? If you do, fabulous. If you don't, you should go and follow Senkat Racing on social media, because Chris Barnes is doing a special giveaway this weekend. Lovely giveaway. I like the idea of what he's doing, actually. For £5, you can pay simply £5. You can have a shot at a buzzer challenge. If you can stop it within 0.03 of a second on 3 seconds, you have to be there to see what he's talking about, you will get some of last year's merch for £5. Now, bearing in mind, you could take away a jacket. As he says, that jacket is £80 worth last year. You could get it for a £5. They're just trying to unload all of their old merchandise, and I think it's a fabulous thing, really is. So I think they're doing that in association with Michael Laverty's Grid merch. But why not go and have a little look at that? A great way to get you guys in the crowd something really cheap. I like that. There's also lots of other merchandise stalls out there. You head over and find the official BSB one as well, where you can pick up all the official BSB merchandise, and you could look as good as we do in BSB Radio powered by Kawasaki, or the guys and girls upstairs in Race Control and the organisation side of it. Great BSB merch to be found on site. All the teams have their own merchandise as well. And if you're across here at Storm Stacey's right now, you'll be listening to our YouTube feed that Storm plays in the merch stall. So good stuff, Lord Stacey. Storm loves his YouTube. And did I see his sister Lola out on a bike at Cadwell Park recently? I think I did. Loli, as I think Storm calls her. Yeah, fabulous. Good on Lola getting out on track. Well, Storm was there on a TZ250 playing about. Lola was out there having some fun as well. I didn't see her dangling a leg. Not yet anyway. That was Glenn Irwin crossing the line. Glenn improving up 5 places into 19th. I expect obviously a lot more from Glenn than the 19th, 2.8 seconds away. With a whole lot of time still to come from that man. And it looked like it was just starting to turn that corner. We had a very emotional Glenn Irwin at Knockhill, remember, when he got on that podium, and that's where we think the corner was starting to turn ever so slightly onto that rostrum where he's been AWOL for so long. It was great, and we got a very raw interview. The rawness comes through in interviews that Larry Carter gets directly after the race. When the helmet comes off, bang, straight in there. The emotion floods out. There's not much time to actually for the riders to dwell and actually think about what is going on at that point. It's just pure emotion and reaction that Larry gets, and it really is strong. It was an emotional time, and it kind of kept on building for Glenn as he went back to the press conference. He gave his TV as well. Unfortunately, slipped off in the next race at Knockhill at Clark Corner, which was a high-speed place to go down, and thankfully uninjured. But he's been on the podium, and that for the head more than anything, and the start to the year which he had, which is pretty tricky, pretty rough, difficult start. Yeah, this is a place he's won round here before. He's done the treble round here, Glenn Irwin. Knows what he can do. Crossing the line now. Nature's Coin, Nature's Competition Ducati. On that last lap, Leon Haslam went up 9 places to 3rd. And Glenn improved another 1 place up into 18th. Vickers back into the pit lane. Top Honda at this moment in time, Ryan Vickers in 4th, as you would expect that. Ride, Stacey, Haslam, Vickers, Ray and Skinner. Rory's had a little bit of a shuffle put on him as front row Joe slides past Dan Brooks on the brakes in towards turn 1. That's a good man for Dan Brooks to maybe follow around. Rookie Joe Talbot. Forget he's a rookie actually, just how fast he's actually going. As I've just seen Rhys Irwin's bike get taken out the back of the garage at great neck speed from the Mastermark Hawk Honda team. That's a strange one. You'd normally keep the bike in the garage and work it there, but they've taken that out the back to do a bit of work on, and it's gone between the lorries, so keep an eye on that coming back. And the Pocket Rocket, I mean, that's another, the Motor Rapido team and Leon Haslam, they know what to do around here. Remember that Steve Moore and Tommy Bridewell used to hang the bike and weigh the bike for all sorts of weight change and see where the weight was all on the bike. And there was that one time in the showdown good few years ago where Tommy Bridewell in the 3rd race of the day just decided he didn't want to race with anybody else and won by some 6 or 7 seconds around here. If you're listening, Tommy, I do know you sometimes listening. Nice to know you're listening. Hope you're enjoying a trail run or a hike or out with the dogs or a cycle or whatever you do. Rhys Irwin's bike back into the pit lane garage now. So it's been in, it's been out the back of the garage, and now comes back into the pit lane as well. An amended free practice Superstock grid sheet has come through. And what was the amendment? Couldn't see actually. It could be Callum Bay has been put to last position, but doesn't give an actual reason. So I'll try and find out from Callum Bay exactly what that is about. Or had he just been missed off the sheet? I think he had been, because he didn't have a good session. So that's all that was, is an updated sheet. Not too much for us to have to worry about. There goes Scott Redding across the line. Redding improves 5 places and goes into 7th. Puts himself in behind Rory Skinner. The pace that Kyle is setting at the sharp end, half a second up the road from anybody else. Very, very impressive as the SM Honda of Richard Kerr comes into the pit lane. Richard parks it in the pit box. We saw Richard sliding off, if you remember, at Westfield. Brands Hatch, unfortunately. The AMD sponsorship of Fraser Dyke still proudly across his chest and his back. And that tiny little team that Richard Kerr has got there, built out of the ashes of the CNL Fairburn team that Billy McConnell was in. SM Racing taking on the Billy McConnell stuff. And we did see Skippy, though, in the Stock 1000 at Brands Hatch, and he was on a CNL Fairburn bike, wasn't he? So good improvement for Scott Redding there, up 5 places to put himself into 7th. It's Ducati, Ducati, Ducati at the sharp end. Ride, Stacey and Haslam. Then Ryan Vickers on a Honda. Then Brad Ray on a Yamaha. And Rory Skinner on a Yamaha in 6th. Scott Redding, Ducati 7th. Max Cook, Bimota in 8th. Yamaha for Christian Ed in 9th. And Brooksy in 10th place on his Dow Honda. There goes Hollywood back here on the track. Fraser Rogers angling for a new nickname. There we go. You heard it here. He publicly asked us for a new nickname, and Larry says, let's just use the one that's in programme. And this is a good time to bring that in. If you haven't got your programme, if you're here, go and find yourself one of these programmes. You need to get yourself a programme for the event. It's like a spotter's guide, everything you need to know about the series, the championships, and the racers in there, and a little look back at Brands Hatch, and a look towards this Oulton Park. Go and pick yourself up the spotter's guide. There's even the quiz. The big quiz is back. I'll have a shot at the quiz maybe after this session. If you haven't been paying attention or haven't been listening to Larry, he's been going on about this quiz quite a lot. I think it takes quite a bit of time and effort to put it together. These don't just come together in a day. The big quiz is very much a part of the programme now that Larry wants to try and integrate, I think, into the commentary with Alan Hyde. I don't think he's expecting Heidi to do the quiz, but yeah, the big quiz is on page 49 of your programme. So, in what year and at which circuit did Kyle Ride make his BSB debut, and with which team? There you go. That's one of the questions, and I want you guys to tell me that. In what year and at which circuit did Kyle Ride make his BSB debut with, and with which team was it? We'll look for some answers coming back on the YouTube stream. There have been a lot of people commenting on the YouTube stream, so good morning to everybody who is listening and watching in and taking time to type into that. I don't have time to go through and answer everybody on it, but it is good to know that there's a lot of people listening. But you can start filling up that comments box with telling us at what year and what track did Kyle Ride make his debut in Superbikes, and with what team. And that'll be one of the questions on Larry's quiz. I won't give too many more away, or Scoop will be chasing me down the road with a big hammer and a club, because he wants people to do it when they're here. There goes Max Cook back down pit lane. Swapped his chef's hat, the Cook, for his helmet. I don't know if you saw that when he was in the pit box at Brands Hatch. He may have had it on the line as well, but he did have a cook's hat or a chef's hat, which I thought was quite funny. As we see Danny Kent back out from the garage. That's good. I wondered what went wrong with that bike, actually. It kind of juddered to a halt, and Danny just handed it over and walked away. Former Moto3 world champion makes his way onto the circuit. In the weekend off, did see Danny and his better half Laura having a fun, what looked like a white engagement party with all sorts of fun things at it, bouncy castles and sack races and various other just fun games, and that was good to see. So he's had a really nice time for a weekend off, recharged, and come back to be bike racer, motorcycle racer this weekend. But yeah, good stuff for Danny and Laura. As Bradley Ray comes back into the pit lane, heads down to his pit box and shuffles in nice and quickly. That was Fraser Rogers going past in the background, chased by Dan Brooks. We've talked about the championship. We know that Kyle Ride is very much in command of it. With a, well, command, you could say that. He's at the top of it with that 19-point lead. And that's not a big gap, but when you take into it the consideration of how the points are structured in this early phase in the season, with only 2 points separating first and second, that will extend as we move in towards the showdown phase and then the latter part of the championship. And with this being the halfway point, I suppose that 19-point gap is maybe not big in numbers, but it actually is when you actually take into consideration if they keep finishing first and second throughout the course of the race meetings, that will extend pretty quickly. But Scott Redding knows he's got work to do. That PBM team know they have got work to do, and that's exactly why they're here, and they will dig in deep. Bradley Ray, is he now on the outside looking in? Is it just a two-horse race? Well, who knows? 85 points adrift from the championship lead, Bradley Ray. Considering this time last year he was very much the man in charge. But is he now on the outside looking in? That is possibly, I think it is. Then Leon Haslam and Max Cook, 4th and 5th. They're separated by a handful of points, 14. The Pocket Rocket, though, he is only 2 points behind Bradley Ray, and that's what makes it quite interesting. It makes it very, very tight for those guys. So yeah, some of the comments that are coming back through our YouTube, it's fabulous. Thank you very much for listening. Great stuff. We're loving that you want to be interactive with us and get in touch. A few Kyle Reid guesses coming back in, which was good. I won't say them. We'll just keep a bit of an eye out and keep a watching brief on that. Somebody's at work listening. Just don't get caught, Lee. Or if you do, just say Duncan says it's fine. It's okay. We're allowed to do this. It's an hour of free practice one. This is where we have a nice and relaxed bit of a chat about what's going on track and what we're expecting to see this weekend. And you can always drop us a comment in that YouTube box. Here comes front row Joe down the pit lane. The drone in the background was Danny Kent and Storm Stacey passing us together. The cross-plane crank of that Yamaha and the very high-revving V4 Ducati. There goes Braden Elliott in the background. Haven't seen Rhys Irwin make his way back out on the track. I know the bike is back in the pit lane. That is one thing, but he's not back out on track. That sounds like Graham Irwin underneath me firing up. And it is. I didn't even need to see that. I could just tell by the noise in the background that was a Ducati. And onto track goes Graham Irwin in 21st place. So bikes that we have on track: Storm Stacey from 2nd place, Max Cook from 8th, Fraser Rogers in 13th, Danny Kent in 17th, Joe Talbot 18th, Graham Irwin, Dan Brooks and Braden Elliott 21st, 22nd and 23rd. That's the bikes that you have on track. Everybody else is still in the pit lane with 21 minutes to go. Ryan Vickers is about to add his name to that on-track list as he goes through on the Honda Racing Honda UK Fireblade as Dan Brooks comes back into the pit lane. I would expect Dan Brooks to try and do the most laps in this session, and right now he has done 18, which is some 2 more than Rory Skinner, who's done 16. Yep, Dan Brooks has done the most amount of laps in this session. That's a good bit of work from Steve Hicken. I did walk into the garage and Hicken was having a bit of a word with Dan Brooks, just sitting in a chair, and I think I heard him, Hicken stand up and say, "Just go out there and don't be scared of it." And I thought that was fabulous. I then leaned in, just tapped Dan on the leg, said, "Have fun, mate, good luck." He was still smiling, but I do like Steve Hicken's approach. I'll need to ask Steve if that's what he said. He probably won't tell me anyway, but it was definitely something that sounded like that. All quiet on the track to a degree, with a lot busier, shall we say, in the pit boxes. This is where the changes need to get made. But this used to be a session last year where you wanted to be inside that top 12 because the top 12 in combined times would make it through into the second phase of qualifying. It's different this year. This whole hour-long session, it basically gives them a test session where they can test, they can evaluate stuff. They don't need to go out there with that pressure on their shoulder that they need to deliver a lap. But as Rory Skinner did say to us, towards the end of the day, like you almost build up to a Super Pole in his eyes, because the pre-qualifying session is a very short 20-minute session. And when you're on track 20 minutes, you know, that's not a lot of time for you to get out there, have one run, and maybe use a second tag, get 2 runs. That's basically, you're going to get 8 laps at the most, I would imagine, in a pre-qualifying session, if you break it into 2. But this session does give us a good insight as to what's going to happen. A lot of laps will get spun. And yes, we're looking at Dan Brooks doing 18 laps. But Kyle's done 11th. Storm Stacey's done 10. 11, 10, 12 and 16 for the top 4. So Rory Skinner and Fraser Rogers are the next most amount of laps on track. That's Christian Eden passing in the background. And there goes Joe Talbot. Joe Talbot up 10 places into 8th, then dropped straight away by Danny Kent to 9th. So that's impressive. Joe goes ahead of his teammate Max Cook. Max Cook finds himself on the fringes of the top 10. So let's have a quick look at and see if anybody has got that question right. Oh, there's somebody. Robert Dice has just put a message in. Myself and his wife, hello Robert and Caroline, listening from Red Hot Malaga this morning. Big shout out to Storm Stacey this weekend. Let's see him back running up at the front. Well, Robert, you probably heard me mentioning that earlier on, that the Batham's AGN squad just need a little bit of a turnaround in luck. Things haven't really gone their way for the past 2 events, and they just need to get Storm back up to that sharp end, and I believe this will be where it happens. We're seeing him sitting in P2 just now, Robert, so if that can, and it will continue, it'd be interesting for the races, that's for sure. Has anybody got the question right about me saying, where did Kyle Ryde make his debut? What year was it? What track and what bike was he on? Not too many answers coming back towards that. Good attempt, Max Johnson. Good, but not quite. We'll leave it at that. That was a defending reigning champ, just burbling down pit lane as he makes his way out on the Nitrous Coin Nitrous Competition Ducati. Kyle's back on track. He's half a second clear of Storm Stacey. That's a big chunk. That's a big bit of time around Oulton Park. A 133.469 to Storm's 133.9. They're the only two guys to go sub 1 minute 34. Bradley Ray is a 34.1. Rory Skinner's a 34.4. Liam Haslam 34.5, as is Scott Redding 34.5, and Ryan Vickers 34.5. So 3 guys all very close together, 5th, 6th and 7th. A 34.525, a 34.53 and a 34.55. They're incredibly close, and that's what we've seen so many times over the BSB Championship over the years. You can be maybe half a second away, but you can also be 4 or 5 guys that are half a second away, and it depends where that second number is, not the 10th. It depends where the 100th is, and that depends where you actually go on. Jason O'Halloran highlighted that to us. It must have been a good few 5-6 years ago, just how close this championship is, and he said it will get closer as we move through into the future. And you know what, it is closer. With 16 minutes to go, those guys are incredibly close for 5th, 6th and 7th. They would rather be up at the sharp end, but the times will condense. They will come down and get closer together as Ilya Mikulchik steps out from his garage, throws the leg over the bike, and is about to get set off down pit lane, just making sure the bike's turned on for him. And away he goes. Number 17 heads back on the track, the Rocket BMW Motorrad. And here comes Lee Jackson as well. And the Pocket Rocket. So a few guys coming back out from the pit lane, making themselves available for some faster lap times. Will we see a bit of a push towards the end? We sometimes do, but it's not always guaranteed that we will get a bit of a semi-push towards the end for fast lap times. What we will do is we will see everybody back out on track towards the end of it. Nobody wants to be sitting in the garage at that point as Graham Irwin comes past. Graham Irwin, 21st place. And down the far end of the pit lane, one of the tag Hondas coming in. That will be, if I'm not mistaken, Fraser Rogers. It is that. Charlie Nesbitt still on track. Fraser comes back into the pit lane. Fraser's had good pace all year, but the only thing he says is the pace seems to extend even more when you get into the qualifying area, and it's just so hard. It's a savage championship to be involved in, that's for sure. As Vickers out and straight back in, far end of the pit lane, I can see the comeback kid coming out from the garage. Scott Redding has the bike held by Warren. Warren's good lady is here this weekend, actually. I saw in hospitality last night, speaking with Warren. Quite a local circuit for Wazza. So there goes Scott Redding, and here comes Dan Brooks. Steve Hicken hands the number 12 Master Mac Hawk Honda over to Dan Brooks. Roger from Master Mac, I'm pretty sure Roger James will be very happy to see Dan Brooks on that bike, although he won't be happy that Eugene McManus is hurt, that's for sure. But he does have a very good, weird relationship with Dan Brooks. They really do like to have a bit of fun with each other, shall we say. And then usually Dan's the brunt of it, so that's what we all say. But no, Roger, good guy from Master Mac. Depends whether he's in the country or not. That's something else we need to look at. Danny Kent back into the pit lane again. That bike looked like it stopped again coming into the pits there. He pushed that in on the last couple of metres on his leg, on his foot, just making sure it would get down pit lane. So, Sister Shannon walks across. That looks like a new jacket that Shannon's got on, as we saw that through the binoculars. Danny in 9th place, but a bit of work to do there. Rory Skinner out from the garage. 4th place for Rory Skinner. This isn't a good start to the weekend for Rory. This is exactly what he will be looking for and looking to keep going. One of the most distinctive helmet paint jobs we've seen in a long time on Rory Skinner. He's had that for quite some time. And I did mention to Rory that I was reading the leathered book that John Hopkins, his autobiography. If you haven't seen that, if you haven't read that, it's worthwhile. And I mentioned that when Rory was here because Hopper's still Rory's manager. It's like one long party. That's what it sounds like. But yeah, interesting guy with a great backstory. As Glenn Irwin back out onto track, we're starting to see a lot more people coming back out onto the circuit. Let's see how this one goes as they make the last 12 minutes of this session count. There goes Bradley Ray looking up towards the Rocket Auction Performance qualifying arch as well. Leon Haslam up 1 place into 5th. Lee Jackson up 6 places into 6th. That's what I like to see. That's something I'm really happy to see. The continuation of form and progress for Lee Bob. Former winner around here in the British Superbike Championship, remember, with FS3 Kawasaki. Lee Bob knows what he's doing around here, and that does the heart good, that, to see him up there in 6th place. Teammate Josh Brooks in 13th, as Max Cook rumbles down pit lane before he heads out onto circuit underneath the Rocket Auction Performance qualifying arch. There goes Rory across the line. That's his outlap complete. There's a bit of a push lap for Rory now. And Charlie Spud Nesbitt back in as well. He just needs a little bit of luck as well, doesn't he? Spud getting caught up in that Snetterton incident. It was nothing to do with him hurting his hand. Then had a pretty innocuous little crash at Brands Hatch at Surtees, but banged his hand enough. And girlfriend Lauren just says he just needs a little bit of luck. When's it going to come, you know? And that's it with racing. Unfortunately, some bad luck follows you around sometimes. And also, so does good luck. You just want to be the person who's on the fairer side of the luck. And if you can get that, that's exactly what you'll be looking for. But Charlie Spud Nesbitt, fast, yes, we very much know that, but not having much luck. 19th place for Spud just now. And yeah, 19th place, still not 100% fully fit as Brooksy comes out and almost rides into the side of Elia. Now, new tyres on Josh Brooks, front and back. Front and back new tyres, and they've left the tyre sticker on the front one. Oh, gave me a shiver, that did. Not like Dow Honda to do something like that. I have to have a word with Ben after this one, Ben Stafford. But new tyre run for Josh Brooks. Maybe that's what we've seen Lee Jackson do. Jacko up into 6th place. Let's see where Brooksy goes with this one. He's 13th on a 134.929. His teammate's done a 34.4. So if you can find half a second on a new set of tyres, that should put Brooksy right in the mix with the Lee Jackson time. That'll be interesting. Here comes Storm back out from the garage with now 10 minutes of the session to go. He's pointing down to the front of the bike. Ray Stringer just watches him step on that. Is that Graham Ward up there? No, it was actually Michael Rutter. So pick up the binoculars and can tell you that's Michael Rutter who's up there with him. Ray Stringer walking across towards the pit wall, then decides to do a U-turn to have a bit of a chat with Michael Rutter. Honda UK pushing Ryan Vickers out from the garage. Here comes Ryan. Another improvement by Rory Skinner, a 34.237, keeps him in 4th place. Improvement in time but not position. Lee Jackson up to 5th place. Another improvement for Lee Bob, 34.364. That's really, really strong running for those guys. And that's exactly what they'll be needing. You know what? It's what that team needs. They just need that little upturn in form. That is so key for them. Spud's back out the garage. The Tag Honda fires into life, and Charlie Nesbitt comes down, gives a little look up towards the commentary point, away he goes. Takes the tail off, well, tries to take the tail off, it's stuck to his hand as he gets towards the end of the pit lane. That was a little bit closer comfort for Charlie Spud Nesbitt, but he managed to get the tail off free from his glove. Max Cook up. What's he going up? 8 places for Max Cook. Rory Skinner crosses the line as well. Max Cook an 8-place improvement. Rory Skinner a 2-place improvement. Ride, Stacey, Skinner now your top 3. Kyle Ride, Storm Stacey, Rory Skinner, with Bradley Ray 4th and Max Cook rounding out your top 5. So we're starting to see a bit of a shuffle and some of the bigger names coming to the sharp end. We are interested though to see what number 25 Josh Brooks can do. He's gone personal best through sector number 2. Not too amazing through sector number 1, 23.2. That's a good half or 3/4 of a second away from where he really needs to be. But Brooksy, with those brand new front and back tyres, he's in Brooksy land as well. He's got nobody in front of him, he's got nobody behind him, and that's exactly how he will like it as he comes through Druids and along towards Lodge. Skinner about to put another lap in the books. In fact, that's Bradley Ray puts a lap in the books, chased by Dan Brooks. Glenn Owen up to 3 places into 13th, and Leon Haslam up into 6th place. So there goes Brooksy across the line. And now I've lost him completely on the timing screen. 6th place improvement for Josh Brooks. He goes into 8th place. I just had a moment where I couldn't see Josh Brooks' name on the timing screen. So there's one improvement. So he will get a second lap of this. He's still in a nice clear area on the circuit. We could see something pretty special from him. Jackson and Brooks, I did say they'd be around about that 134.4 if Brooksy could find half a second, and he did. Thing is, Lee Bob then found another little portion of a 1/10 of a second on the next lap. That's what Josh Brooks has got to try and do now if he can. Finds himself 9/10 of a second away, but that's really promising from the two Dow Hondas, although you would expect a new tyre run. Have we seen Kyle, Storm, Rory, Brad, Max, Leon, have those guys gone out on new tyres? Maybe not. Storm Stacey reduces the margin that Kyle Ride has in his pocket to 2/10 of a second. A 133.6 for Storm across the line. That will cheer Robert up in Malaga, red hot Malaga. Wish it was red hot Old Park. In fact, I don't actually. We've got perfect weather conditions here. Never moan about the weather. Unless it's red hot, Robert. He will let you off with that one. So a whole flurry of bikes crossing the line there. A few personal bests going in. No improvement in lap or position. Brooksy crosses the line, but a 34.5. So he can't go into the 34.3 bracket like his teammate Lee Jackson did. But still, a really good run for both those Dow Hondas. They will be pretty happy with what they've just managed to do. But it's still Kyle Ride who's fast. This is Graham Irwin across the line. He'll be looking forward to just a trouble-free weekend. 22 laps in the book for Graham Irwin. 23 laps for Dan Brooks. 23 laps for Joe Talbot. 21 laps for Rory Skinner. Christian Idden back out onto circuit as well. And as Christian Edding goes round and joins the circuit, here comes Danny Kent down pit lane. Cheshire Mouldings Yamaha. Danny Kent sits in 12th place. And we have got 5 minutes off the session to go. So it's a lovely flame comes shooting out the back of Storm Stacey's Ducati as he hits the brakes past our commentary point. This is a moment where it'll be pretty interesting to keep our eyes on what's happening. Kyle has just moved the goalposts again though. A 133.099, and that's he's put another 0.3 of a second back into Storm Stacey. and showing that the pace is very much there. That could possibly be a new tyre run for Kyle, because that's getting down towards where the lap record is. The lap records are 32.8, so 33.0. I very much doubt he'll be doing that in a tyre that's done the entire session, so put something in towards the end to give him some sort of time attack and see what it's like. But still, Storm Stacey sits in a fabulous second place. Jason O'Halloran's got inside the top 10. The Osho has gone 7th. 8th place improvement for Jason, 134.1 to make himself the top Honda. Now, that's not something that we've said this year, and that really is a big upturn in performance for he. Rory Skinner, another personal best lap, 33.906. Doesn't improve in position, but it does improve in time. And moves himself ever so slightly away from Bradley Ray to once again be that top Yamaha. The Pocket Rocket Leon Haslam's back out on the pit apron. The Moto Rapido Ducati will be coming back out onto track. Storm Stacey goes top of the times, 33.080. There we go, Storm Stacey. Well, he tells us he likes it here. He tells us he'll be quick here, and he's just given us a very interesting lap time. 33.080 for Storm Stacey. 19 thousandths of a second faster than Kyle Ryde. Wow. Game on, ladies and gentlemen, and it's only free practice number 1 for the Zinn British Superbike Championship here in association with Pirelli at Oulton Park. You can probably hear the smile, because I know this is going to be tight. Ryan Vickers up to 4th, puts himself in the mix, and he is now the top Honda. Into the pit lane comes his teammate Jason O'Halloran. The Osho will be happy with that lap, though. That 8th place is pretty strong, actually, and looks really good. It shows the work and development that Honda are doing. I do know they're doing a good bit of testing to try and get Jason back up to speed, to make sure he feels at home. Because it's just different. It's just different, that's all it is. Interesting points just come across my phone here as we have a rider down at turn number 1. We'll come back to that in a second. Now, who has gone down there? A lot of dust in the area. So we'll come back to that one in a second if we can. Rider up on his feet, walking away from that one. Could be a yellow bike, but I hope it's not. Yeah, still the yellow boards illuminated from across the other side of the track as in goes Lee Jackson and Ryan Vickers, and you can visibly see the guys knocking it off just that bit earlier because they can see that big light panel that's illuminated. Yeah, number 89, it was a yellow bike, unfortunately. Rider okay down at turn number 1. That's Fraser Rogers. So that's a great shame for Fraser, who's slipped off at unfortunately turn number 1, Old Hall Corner. Now, yeah, so the text message that came across my phone there was from the lovely Steve Day. Thank you very much, Steve Day, who we all know him. He goes, yeah, just been looking at it. Kyle and Scott have scored exactly the same amount of points since the opening round at Oulton Park. That's quite something when you think about it. Kyle left round 1 with a 19-point lead over Scott. They both scored 198 points since over the last 12 races. That's quite cool, isn't it? That's pretty cool. As Kyle stops directly underneath the Rocket Auction Performance Qualifying Arch, speaks to Jack Russell. He's just telling Jack something there. He's just going out with 10 seconds to go, going out for a practice start. But very slowly down pit lane there, as Charlie Spud Nesbitt comes back into the pit lane, and so does Graham Irwin. And there we go, we run out of time for free practice 1. So an interesting free practice, an hour-long session. Storm Stacey is quickest in this session as the checker flag now flies. Kyle Ryde sits in second place, only 19 thousandths of a second separating those two guys. Kyle has just left purely for a practice start, that's all he wants to do. And Rory Skinner, top Yamaha in 3rd place. That's a big talking point because Skindoo hasn't had the greatest of luck here. It's always been a bit of a hard slog for him. The safety car parks itself underneath the commentary point with Chris Glendenning and Pat Blakeney behind the controls of that vehicle before they do a closing lap. And they're fabulous cars. They really are nice cars to drive in the circuit. I was lucky enough to take some round at Brands Hatch. But yes, Storm Stacey fastest from Kyle Ryde and Rory Skinner. Christian Iden ends at 4th with Ryan Vickers 5th. So Christian Iden up there as well. So 2 Yamahas inside the top 5 and none of them Bradley Ray. Vickers in 5th place, Ray 6th place, Bradders in 6th place, Max Cook 7th, Leon Haslam 8th, Jason O'Halloran in 9th. That's a turn up in form for the O-Show. And Lee Bob Jackson in 10th, which is equally as impressive. His teammate Josh Brooks is 11th, with Danny Kent in 12th, Eli Michalczyk in 13th place. And what just changed at the top of the screen there, well, not at the very top, but Max Cook just put himself into P3 on the very last lap and putting Rory Skinner down to 4th. So Elia 13th, Scott Redding in 14th. Don't worry too much about that just yet. 15th place for Charlie Spud Nesbitt. Joe Talbot, Glenn Irwin down in 17th. Fraser Rogers, who slipped off at turn number 1, in 18th place, with Rhys Irwin, who was black and orange for smoke out the back of the Master Mac Honda, 19th. Richard Kerr 20th, Graham Irwin, Braden Elliott, Dan Brooks in his Superbike debut in 23rd, and Joe Sheldon Shaw, who you got a feel for Joe. He got a lap and a half, then got black and orange for smoke out the back of the Whitecliff CDH Honda. But that's a whole hour of free practice 1. We'll now pause for a fairly large intake of water in the commentary box. Thank you very much, Steve Day, for your message. Thank you very much to everybody else who is messaging in on the YouTube feed. There's that many, I can't actually go back through them all. But it's great to see that a lot of you are guessing this Kyle Ryde quiz. And not very many people are getting it right. Interesting, though. We'll come back to that later on. But the question was, at what year and what bike and what team and what track did Kyle make his debut in the Superbike class? We'll pause here in the commentary box and come back with the next session after some hefty amounts of water. Good session that though. Storm Stacey fastest, and that's got the tongues a wagging. So on to track goes the Pirelli British Sport Bike Championship for their free practice number 1. I'm going to head down to the pit lane. You may tell we're on a slightly different microphone now. Excuse the noise. As we come down into the pit lane to get some reaction from the Superbike teams and riders. Let's hope some of them are still around. Just a little bit more volume needed in Duncan's ears. There we go, I can hear myself now. Tell you what, it's nice down here. Yeah, it's a lot warmer down here than it is in our commentary point there. Must need to close the door and get a little bit of heat built up. But that Superbike session, hour-long session, topped by Storm Stacey, who we did see looking pretty strong all the way through that session, and showing that he's not just a flash in the pan. He's here to stay this year, and we know that with Storm, and that's something he's been wanting to put it there for quite some time. That he is fast, and he doesn't want to just be thought of as being a wet weather rider. It's not the case. He is the real deal. We're going to see if we can get a bit of a chat with Storm, see if Lola is around, and see what the deal is with the media requirements that he has got. Big question is he even still in the garage? He is in the garage. We'll give him a little wave. I think he just told me no there. I think he's busy. I can take that though, Lola. So, did I see you on a bike recently at Cardwell Park? Were you on a track day?
Yes, I did my first track day. I don't know why it took me so long to get out on track, but obviously I've rode bikes for a long time, but never this kind of stuff. Not that it was this kind of stuff, but you know, I don't think I'll be making my debut at BSB anytime soon.
Did you have a leg dangle out anywhere?
No, not yet. Didn't even get a knee down.
Well, as long as he didn't get the shoulder down or anything else, then that's fine. But I did see that he was filming. He was like a proud brother, actually. We're just interviewing the next superstar here. I mean, track day at Cardwell Park. Before you know it, you better watch out, boyo.
Yeah, no, if I had an injury now, she would be the standing rider.
100% agree with that.
She said on the day, she was riding. They asked me what should she ride. I said, put her on a 650 just to start with. So she went out on that, and she goes, I'd love to ride 1,000 one day. The next session she was out on a ZX10. So she did it all in one day, really, which was good to see. And she had no tyre warmers, so just taking it steady. And when it was spitting and raining, I was on the little TZ, and I wasn't going out when it was raining, and she was out there cruising around. So she made me look rubbish, really.
Well, you know, she has got the media skills, she's got the talent, she's got the looks, she's got the height as well. She'll fit straight in these leathers.
Yeah, straight swap.
Right, let's talk about you.
The boobs might be a bit of a problem. Well,
I'm not turning around to look. That would be really bad of me to do that.
That was a test, and you passed.
I passed it, didn't I?
Yeah, you passed.
Angela, if you're listening, I passed the test. That's good reading, isn't it? Storm Stacey, top of the times. You happy with that, buddy?
I was looking at the bottom. I couldn't see it, and then right, we're at the top. Yeah, no, really good. I've said before, this is one of the tracks where I feel like I could. The phrase I used before was ride a shopping trolley around here. I just feel so comfortable around here. I love this track. We're just still struggling with the same problems we had at Brands, really. I mean, we've got engine braking now, which we didn't have at Brands. That was a massive problem at Brands. The bike just wouldn't stop, and we were just like running past corners and just missing apexes, and then like missing back shifts because I'm trying to like stop it so much. I was actually like screaming in my helmet, like in pain, because I was like trying to stop it that much. But then the main problem we've got, if you watch the YouTube channel, you'll see the bike's got like a wobble. It constantly wobbles, and it's so bad around here at the minute as well. And we're just trying to find a solution to it, because although I've done that one lap and it was like a perfectly stringed lap, like everything was perfect, you feel like you're riding it like, I don't know, like you're riding a glass bike. Like you've got to be really gentle with it. It may not look it, but you've got to go really steady, tip in nice, don't clip that curb there, just clip that white line, just nice there. You've got to get it all perfect, and as all the riders will know, and a lot of people watching will know, you've got to be able to do that for 20 odd laps, and you ain't doing that for 20 odd laps, getting that perfect lap every time. To turn one, I can maybe do it right 5 times out of 10 laps. You need to get them averages better so you can consistently do it every lap. Now, don't get me wrong, we're up at the sharp end, which is always good to start the weekend, and it makes life easier. I feel comfortable doing that. How many times can I keep doing it all over the weekend? Qualifying, no problem. Yeah, maybe we'll be into a 32 for qualifying, and that'll be amazing. But actual racing, what is my race pace? Come the end of the race, it might be a second off, it might be 2 seconds slower than what I'm doing, because I just can't sustain doing what I'm doing, because it wobbles that much that I end up getting knackered, like my arms are dead come halfway through a race, because it's just getting so out of shape, and I have to hang on to it so tight. Like every other bike I've ridden, you just, we know, like watching Lorenzo in GP when he was there, smooth is fast. When he was at the front, he was gone. I can't ride this bike smooth at all. I have to grab it by the scruff of its neck and like make sure it doesn't wobble. And for 1 lap, sweet. 5 laps, sweet-ish. 10 laps, very hard. 15, no chance.
The graph's going the wrong way, isn't it? Yeah. A bit of fine-tuning, a little bit of finesse what needed done by the bike, but the 1 lap pace is there, which is a great way to start the weekend.
Yeah, if we had Super Pole here, you'd hear me song at the top.
Thank you very much. Are you enjoying yourself this weekend?
Yes.
Is YouTube playing in your merchandise stand?
I haven't been there yet.
Oh, Lola. I give up. Dear me. That was chapter and verse from Storm, Stacey. And also great to hear from Lola. Red flag in the Pirelli British Sport Bike Championship has just come out. So just going to try and give you an update if I can see a television somewhere to give you some sort of information as to what's happened and what's going on. See if we can pop into look at a television somewhere in a garage. I'll use the Cheshire Mouldings garage just to have a quick look up here. Session will restart in 20 seconds from now, so we'll bring you an update as to who has gone missing and what's happened there. But there we go. An unfortunate quick red flag bringing that session just to a premature halt. We'll now not step in front of this man who's filming with his iPad. Scott Fanner's here doing one of his legendary pit lane tours. Well, he will not speak to me. It's written in his contract that he's not allowed to speak. Is that true?
Yeah, that is true, Doug.
Yeah, that's good. That's more than I got from you anyway. Thank you very much. We'll just nip past here and we'll see Kieran Kent walking down pit lane. That's he's making his way back to his bike. Going to try and get a word with the man who finished second in that session, the Superbike session, which will be Kyle Ride down the pit entrance end of the pit lane. So we need to come all the way down here and we shall have a little look inside the garage, and bits of bodywork strewn outside the garage for the Nitrous competition team. There's he's normally on his phone by this point, but he's actually not on his phone. He's actually paying attention to Paul Curran, who's having a bit of a chat across the top of Shannon Etheridge and Kyle there about what's going on. Glenn's sitting on the other side of the garage. Bike's already got half of it stripped down, the clutch is out the bike. Getting absolutely polished and cleaned within an inch of its life. It's not just about polishing and cleaning, you're also checking over, you're looking for any marks, any cracks, anything that might have shown up there, any bits of debris that were maybe lying in around the clutch basket. But they're having a fairly detailed chat at the back of this garage with Kyle and Shannon. We'll try and see if we can make eye contact. We've got Glenn over the other side, who is maybe free right now. We'll just give him a little bit of a wave. Oh, I didn't want to come in there. Oh, my microphone won't work in your garage. There you go, that's my excuse. And I don't want to sit on Shannon's seat again, so I don't want to come in your garage. The mic won't work. And the last time I did that, I said a swear word on the radio when I was talking about Shannon's seat. I sat on Shannon's seat, didn't come out like that. So there we go. Okay, so P2, the end of free practice 1. That's a good way to start the weekend, Kyle.
Yeah, very good. We just kind of rolled out with a bike that we've been riding for the last couple of meetings, knowing that we've got a bike that kind of works because we won all 3 here last time. So that bike there was kind of a blend of Brands and Alton from last time, and really good. That lap time was on lap 19 of the tyres, so yeah, it was good.
So did you put a new tyre in the beginning, or one tyre for the whole session?
Yeah, one tyre for the whole session and fastest on the last lap, so good.
We've seen that quite a lot from you this year. We've seen you deliver some really strong laps towards the end. Does this Ducati look after its tyres well?
It does. But I think the tyre, obviously, in general, is a bit harder than last year, so you can be a bit more aggressive knowing that you're going to have a bit at the end. But I feel like, having ridden a superbike for 6-7 years, I've kind of not figured it out, but I'm quite good at saving the tyre.
Can you remember where you debuted, what year it was, and what bike you were on?
I think 2017 Brands. I rode Billy McConnell's bike for FS3, and I raced Michael Rutt around all weekend.
There you go. You've just answered a quiz in the programme. Well done. Thank you very much, Kyle. We'll catch up later. Let me see if we can just peer round the edge here. Glenn and Chris Adams kind of deep in conversation. Glenn 17th in that session. Just see if we have a quick word. I'll chance the microphone here. Glenn, how's it going for free practice on P17?
What do you think, Duncan?
I've answered a silly question there. It's almost like I know the answer, so don't swear.
Yeah, look, we tried something. Yeah, that I didn't like, as Chris, the electronic engineer, just said. Good idea by the team. Yeah,
You can mark that down as tried and not going to use it again. Not using it again.
Yeah, no, certainly won't use that again. Felt like a butter knife in a gunfight, but it's not out of. It's out of trying to do the right thing. We looked at running an engine spec for the next couple of rounds, and maybe with dyno time and track time, yeah. But we have pre-qualifying in a couple of hours, so I think I've did like two 234s or something, or 134. Not going to do the next session. Won't have time to do it. We're changing engine spec. Straight into pre-qualifying later. So look, it's another round, another disaster. But as I say, the guys, it was done for the right reasons. This could potentially be good, and I guess the cost of everything as well, and it's try to help the team along.
Yeah, thanks, Glenn. I'll let the guys get to work with that. Still smiling. Still see. That's what we said that free practice is about. It's about trying stuff. A, does it work? B, will you use it in a race? Is there any point? Let's see if we can just maybe have a quick look in the Hager PBM setup. I went underneath that like I was a limbo dancer. That was a proper duck underneath the little bit of tensor barrier. It's always a state of calm in here. We've got John Moat having a chat with Scott Redding, who's got the cowboy hat on. James Mead up there, the electronics data engineer. You've probably heard Chris Adams, who was the electronics data engineer for Glen Irwin, chatting away in the background. They were actually smiling and laughing about it, so it's everything was perfectly okay. They've tried something in that garage, it hasn't worked, and we can now see Hager PBM trying something as well. Harry has got one of the jigs on the bike, which bolts onto the subframe, bolts onto one of the foot pegs, and then bolts onto the back of the rear spindle, so everything is then lined up. Looks like they're just making sure everything is at the perfect height when the bike is actually sitting on the actual shock, when there's weight going through the shock. So that's quite an interesting thing that they're doing, and this is something that has to happen after every time they have been on the bike, because they don't want to miss something. There's not a lot of room to work in there as well. Harry's got kind of, I'm going to say smallish hands, but there's not a lot of room in that tight, tiny little area. Scott just having a little bit of a look at hand grips just now. He's maybe needing a new set of hand grips, or they're needing to move the wire on them. He's just talking to John Hepson at this moment in time as Johnny Moore comes forward to get something at the cupboard. There's one of his legendary sheets that gets filled in after each session. The grips, well, sometimes they may not have enough grip on them and the hand may feel a little bit too free. Then sometimes there may be too much grip on the actual grips, and you can't roll the glove on the grip that easily. So we're just getting Scott a little bit of time so you can chat away with John Hepson. And then we'll see if he is free to come forward, and we'll have a chat with him. Finishing that session in 14th place, 1.3 seconds away. Don't think they'll be too happy with that one. He's just giving me the stare down now, so it's one of these moments where you kind of ask nicely, but you get stared at. So okay, we'll approach this one with caution. We'll let some of these bikes go past, and well, 14th place. It's not exactly an ideal free practice one, but what were you guys working on?
Yeah, I mean, it's free practice. That's what it's there for. We don't have any testing, so we're just trying a few little things with the bike, and some was better, some was worse, but Alton Park's one of them that it's a hard track to get absolutely right. You got to get the flow. So obviously we got data from here earlier in the year, but we also wasn't in the best shape with the bike earlier in the year. So we're just playing with a few things back and forth just to see, and just using it as a test session. I just used one tyre out there as well. So yeah, just kind of taking my time really. I mean, it's a free practice, it's not a race, so use it as a free practice.
What were you saying about the hand grips? You want a new set, or is there wire annoying you? What's up there?
No, I just feel like I lost some grip straight away. But Brand's on the podium, I have to wear the glove, and I think the champagne's maybe doing something to the leather. But then the grips are pretty worn out from where I was gripping it. Brand's in the last race, so yeah, I'll save that for the race, get a fresh set on.
Good stuff. Thanks, Scott. We'll let you get back to John there. We'll do a little limbo underneath the tensor barrier again, and we'll get ourselves out of there. Leon Haslam has already left. Do we want to chat with Max Cook if he's about? We certainly do. We'll just come walking in the garage because Max is about to leave. We'll tap Max on the arm and we'll ask him just to make his way forward if he can. P3, the end of free practice 1, shows the continuation of form that the AGN Steelstock Bemota team has been having, and that's a great way to end free practice 1. I know it's only free practice, but to be in the top 3 is fabulous.
Yeah, I'm very pleased with that. I think my best lap time last year was like, wow, it weren't far off the time that I did just then. So obviously to have, 85 or whatever days off that we've had since round 1, and then to come back in the summer and be able to do that, I'm really pleased with it. The bike's performing well. We've got a few bits to try actually coming up in FP2. So yeah, it's nice to that. You got to blow the cobwebs off when you come out to Alton Park. It's a bit of a roller coaster, and you got to have a good sense of rhythm with your bike. You're not actually like biting the screen as such every lap. Well, maybe Storm is because he's top, but I mean, I'm just certainly riding the bike in a flow state sort of thing, and it's quite nice. So yeah, very much enjoy myself. Glad to find the feeling early on, and then this afternoon we'll get to work on a few things and hope to improve it even more.
It's another consistent start to the weekend from you, though. It's kind of what we're almost seeing every round.
Yeah, it's quite good actually. It feels good. I mean, I think that's where I am now, I suppose. So. No, I'm really confident. I did well here at round 1, and I'm confident that any track we turn up to, we're going to be good. So yeah, obviously the bike's mega. I feel good, and yes, riding the wave.
Top job, Max. Thank you very much. We'll head down just that little bit. We've got Scott Smart in the McCann's garage, having a little bit of a look at all things Yamaha. We did mention to Rory Skinner that we would try and get a word with him earlier on, and he's gone. Ben Wilson sitting in the chair. He could maybe double up for Rory Skinner, but Rory has gone. He'll have been back in the motorhome. He's away. Dad Mike on the other side of the garage. Good session for Rory Skinner there. Rory coming home in 4th place. Danny Kent coming home in 12th place. That's a decent way for them to start their weekend, actually. And that's something that we would like to see. Brad Ray, where did Brad come? Brad was 7th at the end of that session. We'll just see if we can just have a little look over towards that side. We've got the Port West technical team in here now. Has Brad done something wrong? Is there something up here? What are they doing? Oh, they've got barcodes. Oh dear, the technical team's got barcodes, so he must be in trouble. They're not bad. They can't possibly be barcoding knee sliders. That's what you're playing with there. So I don't think anybody's that brave. They go through an awful lot of barcodes. Bikes in a million bits as you'd expect, getting stripped down, getting checked over before it goes out for the next session. I'm going to see if I can sneak in here. Can I just ask a question of what you're barcoding?
It's the suits and the chest protectors.
Ah, right, okay. I thought it was knee sliders because I thought that's what he was holding. But I take it this is just so they can get scanned?
Yes. When we're on the grid, we can scan them.
Oh, like at a supermarket. Can I scan you outside for a second, Brad? That would be lovely if I can. We'll just scan past here. So there we go. I never knew that was something that happened. I never knew that happened. I never knew you got scanned on the grid with your suit and your helmet.
Yeah, they got these little barcodes and put them on your chest protector, on your suits, and yeah, they can just walk past, scan and make sure it's all good. So
beep.
They've checked the suits, didn't they? So it's all good, yeah.
Supermarket sweep, isn't it? Okay, let's look at the timing sheet. P7, end of free practice 1. You're in the top 10. Good enough?
Yeah, no, good, mate, yeah. We stayed on the same tyre the whole session. That was the plan to do that. We didn't put a tyre in at the end. I didn't think there was any need to. So yeah, a few things to work on. Nothing major. So yeah, I think next session will be good. We'll put some tyres in and see what we got.
Thanks, Brad. We'll let you back to getting scanned in the back corner there. Can I just ask what your name is?
Jane.
Thank you, Jane. Thanks for that information there. That's Jane from the Port West technical team down in the pit lane. As I said, Cheshire Moulton's garage is empty. We want to try and make our way a little bit further down if we can. Honda garage will be pretty happy with what they've had going in that session. John McGuinness also in that garage as well, looking pretty cool at the back with Roger Marshall and Roger Burnett. We'll give them a little bit of a wave. Wasn't that cool to hear from Storm Stacey, just to see that things are actually going pretty well. It must be lunchtime, that's what it is. And there's nobody at Dow Honda at all. Everybody's gone. We've got one lone mechanic with a nice bit of lunch actually. A little bit of pasta and some garlic bread. That's a good wholesome lunch. That will see him through for the rest of the day. But I've got to say, a pretty decent start to the weekend for both the Dow Hondas. To have them 10th and 11th, almost both bikes inside the top 10, I think is pretty special for those guys. If they can keep that going, keep the momentum going, it'll be good to see. Now, for the Pirelli British Sport Bike Championship, which is on track, Cam Dawson fastest from Harley McCabe, from Dan Goodman. Good run for Dan Goodman there to be P3. Alfie Davison in 4th, Peter Willis, Ted Wilkinson, Asher Durham, Aidan Davey, Lewis Smart and Carl Harris, your top 10. Now, the name that you can't hear out of that one is Harrison McKay. That's because I think Harrison was possibly the cause of the red flag. He's in 38th place and he hasn't done a lap. So that's something I will need to try and go and find out from Armada Marine Cables. And I do know that Dave Sellers isn't here this weekend. Salty is away digging up the fjords in Norway in order to pay for what's happening here. I'll try and put this back on. Pop the tensobar off. It's never the easiest thing to try and get on, but there we go. We get that back on. Right into the middle of CF Motoland here as Ali Grant's making a little bit of a detailed change on the suspension of Aidan Davies' bike. Peter Willis on the faraway bike as well. They've been doing a bit of testing at Cardwell Park. Let's just have a very quick word with Aidan. Aidan, how does it feel so far?
Yeah, not too bad. Obviously we've got a base setup from here last year. Obviously the temperature's a bit different, so a couple of tweaks. Just a little bit stiffer on the front for the sort of second stint, but yeah, just breaking into the weekend.
It's your other local circuit, isn't it? It's great to be here.
Pretty much. I've got quite a few passes to give away this weekend, so there's quite a crowd coming, I believe.
Good stuff. Good luck. That's Aidan on 38, Peter Willis on 99, just having a chat on the other side. Let's go a word with Peter as well, because he has been testing at Cardwell Park. Peter, we saw you testing at Cardwell Park. How did that go?
Yeah, it was good. It was a good test, just sort of get my head around the tracks. I haven't been to it before, so got to get my head around it and be a good race it.
How are you liking this step into the sport bike class? Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, I'm loving it. It's something different. It's a step up, but I'm enjoying it quite a bit, so I do love it.
Good luck, wee man. Good stuff. Well done. Like that. That's just may as well grab a quick word with them. They're both sitting there, and they were looking at me, and I was looking at them. Other garage next door. We've got the Sencat squad here. They're pretty busy as always. You've got we've got 2 super sport bikes, a super bike, and we've also got 2 sport bikes that come out of this garage. So at the back of the garage, Christian Eden currently deep in chat with all the guys back there. Christian 5th in that session for the super bikes. We'll give him a minute, then we'll maybe try and grab a very quick word. But I can't see anybody from Armada Marine Cables here, so that was something that I did want to try and grab, but obviously they'll have left to go and make sure that Harrison and the bike and everything is A-OK. I'm going to try and catch it and have a look and see what Christian's doing on that there. Oh, good grief, it's technical. They're looking at graphs. I thought that for a minute I thought they were playing solitaire, but there's a graph out there, and they're very much looking at something on the super bike, or are they looking at something on the sport bike? They'll give Christian a little bit of a wave and see if he'll come out. He's going to come out. He's going to be happy. He will be happy, because that was a fabulous free practice one. That's what we kind of expect and want to see from the Sencat Yamaha Superbike.
Yeah, good position. Only one lap, mine, but yeah, 1 lap means that you can maybe hopefully do a few more of them. But yeah, a bit of a strange sensation. I feel like a bit of a stuck record, because every time I speak to you, I say I've got a strange sensation, but we've just not nailed the front end feeling all season. So not for the lack of trying. Obviously, we're returning here, but when we came here at the start of the year, actually, given that after we left here, we found some issues with the bike, I'm surprised how well I went at the start of the year. So yeah, I'm hoping that the bike already feels a lot easier to ride because we fixed those issues. They were fixed from round 2. But yeah, all the data that we had from the start of the year, it's not irrelevant, but it's less relevant because we had some problems. So yeah, it's a good first practice. I'm only a couple of tenths off my best that I did at round 1. So
isn't it nice to be here not at the end of the year when it's like 5 or 6 degrees cooler, to be here at halfway point in the season, height of summer? That's something else that you almost have to factor in for the bike setup.
Yeah, it definitely feels a bit odd. Normally the second round at any track is faster, and obviously at the end of the year it's faster, but now I think it's going to be a lot faster because we've got better conditions, because we're at round 2 of Alton, but in good conditions sort of thing, and it's given not too hot, because actually conditions get worse when it gets too hot as well. But yeah, it's the first time I've been for the second time at Alton without leaves on the track, so yeah, it's decent.
And the bike itself, I saw you, I had a little peek, you were looking at a graph of some sort. Is that the front fork movement or what were you looking at there?
Yeah, do you know what, we're just comparing to what I did at the start of the year because the times are very similar, but sometimes if you can understand where you made time in different places, as much as the bike wasn't correct at the first round, there might be areas where it was potentially slightly better, so we're quite a lot different in terms of setup than what we were. As I said, there were some issues, so it means that there was a lot of stuff that doesn't correlate or work out, but yeah, you can always take information from anywhere, and if you've got your own information from what I already did, you know, if I've done a certain time on track and been able to brake in a certain way, then maybe there's something we can take from that. But yeah, at the moment it seems like everything's on a better trend, so as much as I was a little bit slower than what I've done, the graphs look better.
Well, best of luck for pre-practice too and pre-qualifying.
Cheers.
Thanks, Christian. Let me get a word with Chris Barnes just now, if we can, as we watch Charlie head out on the track. Chris, I was talking about your social media post during the free practice one there about how you're doing the button test, and I think it's a fabulous thing to do to get, not just sell merch, but it's letting good merch go at a very cheap rate to some fans.
Yeah, it's all last year's stuff, so it's not this year's stuff. But the idea is just to get rid of old stock. One thing I haven't put out there just yet is the money's going towards Time to Shine award for NHS.
So nice.
Grid Gear have been struggling to make money in the paddock, so they're going to get a chunk of it, and the rest is going to go and support the NHS. So I suppose it's for a good cause, and it gets rid of a lot of stuff in my unit.
Very good cause. Now, how close can you get to the 3 seconds? Because your man on the video was epic, by the way.
Yeah, 0.1 off, weren't he? We 0.01 off. Yeah, we hit 3 seconds, second go this morning. Well, we are giving, if somebody does it in the first attempt, we're going to give them grid passes tomorrow for Sunday for one of the Superbike races as well. So it's a bit of an extra perk. Go and spend your fivers and see if you can get to 3 seconds.
Fabulous. Well done, Senka. Thank you very much, Chris Barnes. That's the man behind it. That's the boss himself. We would have liked to have a chat with Fraser Rogers, but Fraser's not here. He is actually. He's hiding right behind the back of the corner there. I'm going to give him a wave there. Probably want to roll his eyes when he sees Duncan arriving. That's for sure. Hiya, pal. How are you?
Yeah, good.
What happened?
Just, it's going to sound really stupid, but the bike feels so good this morning. And I'm within half a second of my best ever lap here on old tyres, and just riding around on my own consistently, just putting, like, my first run was 10 laps, the next run was 7, then we put the new tyre in at the end and went faster, but I'm just suffering a little bit with chatter at the minute, and I thought I could kind of ride through it, and I lost that battle. But luckily, it looks a lot worse than what the actual damage is. It's not that bad. We've done minimal damage, so it's just dusty. Obviously, we've not had a lot of rain, have we? So the boys have got a big clean-up operation because there's dust and stones in the airbox and all sorts. So that one is completely my fault. So yeah, apologies to the team. And Rob, if you're listening, I'm sorry, mate. But the bike feels mega, and we'll be out and we'll be on it. And I'm looking to go straight through to Q2 today, so let's have a good run, and yeah, let's give that a go.
I want to see you straight through to Q2, but at what point did you think you could ride through the chatter? Has that ever worked before?
Not normally. It normally ends in a similar sort of way, but the bike's kind of reacting and working in a way that it's given me quite a lot of confidence. Like, I've had no grip all year, and now I seem to have loads of grip, and the bike's not turned all year, and now the thing's turning. So it's protesting going in, but I thought it could maybe force it through. Sometimes, I know, like, when you look at the Moto2 guys, they're chattering their brains out every lap, but yeah, no, it's something we've got to work on, because I don't think I can ride through it.
Thanks, Fraser, no problem. Q2, that's what we want, directly through to Q2. I had chatter, I thought I could ride through it. That could be a quote of the day, quote of the weekend. And he didn't ride through it, just to let you know. Just to let everybody know. Let me nip across here and have a quick look at the timing screens and tell you exactly how people are getting on. We have got, as we make ourselves semi-safe here, Cam Dawson fastest from Harley McCabe, with Alfie Davidson, Peter Willis, Dan Goodman and Lewis Smart. Asher Durham's in 7th with Ted Wilkinson 8th, Aaron Davey 9th, Kieran Kent in 10th place with 4 minutes exactly to go. I don't know how anybody's meant to get in there. Such a tiny gap. People on the outside looking in. Well, Kieran Kent's in 11th. Zach Shelton, who's won a race already this year, we find Zach Shelton in 12th place. Finn Smart Whedon up there in 13th. That's a good run for Finn. That's what we like to see. Zach Weston with Callum Beach as well. Asher Durham, 5th place improvement, goes up into P number 2. So impressive run for Asher Durham And where's Rhys Stevenson's in 20th place? He's a little bit down. We wouldn't expect him to be. Lennon Doherty 25th place. Rossi Barnum 24th. And Charlie Barnes, his teammate, in 26th. Teammate to Lennon Doherty, that is. But yeah, got to say, not expecting to see Rhys Stevenson down there in 20th place. So maybe a little bit of work to be done down there. We'll now make our way away from the pit wall. Got ourselves into a little bit of a tiny situation. I couldn't get out there, actually. And is Josh Brooks back? No. Desperately want to chat with these guys at the back. We've got Ben and Johnny, actually. Maybe one of these guys would come and speak to me, actually. That'd be quite nice. Johnny Bagner will come out. Team boss for Dow Honda. Well, that's a good start to a weekend. Almost both bikes inside the top 10.
Yeah, no, a positive start. Obviously, we want to progress further up the field, but the times are really tight, you know. I think a 10th had moved both riders up a couple of spots, so we'll be trying some different stuff for the next practice and see if we can bump up further up the field.
What's the feedback from Josh and Lee?
Yeah, both, you know, happy enough, but obviously they want more as much as we do. So yeah, obviously try some things out and see where we end up.
Have you been testing at all on the break, or did you have a week off? What did you do?
There's no such thing as a week off, is there? No, we've not been testing, but we've been doing a few bits with the bike, trying to find a few more avenues where we can explore some different options and to try. And obviously that free practice there, we tried a few things. Some things worked, some things didn't. But yeah, still exploring what we can do and where we can improve.
Still a really good start to the weekend, though. It made my day seeing both bikes at the top end of the timing screen.
Yeah, no, it's good to obviously be further, you know, closer to the sharper end. It's where we want to be, but yeah, we'll be striving for more next session.
Good stuff. I was ready to pat your arm. I pulled my wire out there. Well, cable, sorry. Didn't sound good at all on radio. Thank you, Johnny. I went to pat him on the back and my thumb cut my wire on the radio and it just about pulled out in my pocket. That's not ideal. So there you go. That's a run down the pit lane, speaking with a lot of the guys from the Superbike session. Even managed a couple of sport bike chats in there as well. It's still Cam Dawson fastest from Alfie Davidson now, and Asher Durham in third place. So two of the Power Slide Suzukis inside the top 5, Dawson and Durham. Harley McCabe fourth, Peter Willis fifth. That's really good show from Peter Willis, actually, as you see him up there with 1 minute of the session to go. Dan Goodman continues his good run of form in sixth, with Lewis Smart and Ted Wilkinson, Aidan Davey, the second of the CF Motors, inside the top 10. And Zach Shelton on the XMT Triumph finds himself in 10th place. Carl Harris just bumped onto the outside, looking back in. But the checker flag will now be getting unravelled with 41 seconds of the session to go. I think we're almost done in this pit lane, unless I called him the big Uke earlier on. Hey, he's actually here. Elia's here. Let's have a very quick word and a very quick look as well to see where he finished in that session. I'm coming from the bottom, making my way up. That's good. Ooh, 13th. Good free practice one, happy?
Yeah, so I did my fastest lap around Alton so far. And there was actually a few mistakes during this lap, and I know where I can improve more. Not a lot, but a little bit, and I think this a little bit for sure will give maybe some positions more overall. But yeah, the feeling it's a little bit better than the first rounds, and we try to understand how and where we can improve more to be calm on the bike but go faster, you know. So this is the target, and we are on our way.
We're seeing this really starting to kick in now, the progression, you know, from the bottom of the sheet working its way up in the times, and that obviously says that you're happy with what the bike and the package is underneath you.
Well, no, I'm still not happy at all, because I'm not in my position.
I'll say happier then, because a rider's never happy, I get that.
Yes, because I'm not where I want to be. But anyway, for sure progression are there, and even from that, like you said, it's happiness is coming also for sure, and we can see the light in even if it's deep, but it's still somewhere in our room. And yeah, we're working hard. We still don't have some new parts this rounds. I hope we will at least get some small upgrade for the last final races, and there at least I hope also on the paper at least it's like this can be a massive step in our weakness point, and I think we can a little bit more close gap to the front and also fight more or less more constantly in the middle of the package.
Good luck. Thank you very much. Great to chat. Good to chat. Let's have a quick word with Joe Sheldon. Shaw, well, for the Whitecliff CDH squad, that's possibly possibly the shortest day we've seen a new rider, unfortunately. What happened? We saw the black and orange for smoke.
Yeah, it's we had the rear brake stuck on, so it's just one of those unfortunate things. You know, they happen. The setup that we're running. These things happen, but it's definitely not the start that we needed.
At least it's not an engine or anything like that, you know. That's a good thing in a way.
Yeah, of course it is. You've got to take the positives out of it, haven't you? But to be honest, the 2 laps I got on the bike, I do feel quite comfortable straight away. So we'll see. I'm sure we'll pick something good out of the weekend, but we just need to get down and get on it now.
It's great to see you back, buddy.
It's great to be back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There we go. Well, hang on. Here's your bike for free practice 2 coming out. What do you think of that? You like this one?
I think that's too fast for me, that one.
A little mini moto. Like that. It's probably too fast for me, actually. Graham Irwin's garage door is down. Richard Kerr not in his garage. And then we've got Braden Elliott. Braden in his garage. No, he's not. Let's grab a quick over Neil Pearson. Okay, Braden's gone, so you can be the spokesman for the team if you just come at the garage for a second for us. How did he get on? What was his feedback?
Feedback was good, obviously. Getting his head back in the game after Brands Hatch with his off. A few bits with the bike, obviously full rebuild again. So a few niggly issues. He's gone away now just to get ready for the next session, and should be good.
Good stuff. Good luck, Neil. Thank you very much. And with that, we'll head back upstairs into the commentary box where we do have a spot of lunch or a little bit of water, and we'll come back with this afternoon session. So if you are up at Oulton Park, why not make your way to one of the food outlets and get yourself some food? That'd be the thing to do. Some food and some water or some juice. Get some sun cream on as well. Maybe get a hat on because the temperature is starting to increase quite a bit. We'll be back with this afternoon session. And we're looking forward to getting the Superbikes on track as well for free practice 2. And then the highlight of today will be the pre-qualifying session, which we will have later on after free practice 2. But the sun is out here at Oulton Park. The Pirelli British Sportbike Championship comes to an end. And it was a pretty good session with a red flag in the middle of it, but it's Alfie Davidson who ends the times fastest in that session. We will be back at 1:20 with the Rocket Off BMW FR Cup. Green flag here at Moulton Park for the afternoon's sessions. Rocket off BMW F900R Cup qualifying. Wow. Straight into the weekend with a qualifying session Friday here at Moulton Park. Duncan Vincent in the lovely commentary box that we have here. And there we go. It's a qualifying session. So this is a big deal for the BMWs. This sets up the weekend. Obviously, we still have the heats to go, we have the ball draw to go, the last chance qualifier, the main event, you name it, we have it all. But this is a pretty impressive moment because this is an early qualifying session. Normally they qualify right at the end of the day, but not today. So what I will do is I will call this session, then I'll grab the stick mic and hot foot it down there and get the top 3 for the qualifying session and bring it to you guys as it happens. Thank you very much for all the messages that have been coming in towards the commentary point, to myself, to my phone, to my Instagram, to my messenger, and to the actual YouTube as well. Going to focus on one from Elizabeth Bellew. Awesome first practice from Carl Phillips, number 32, the reigning Ulster Superbike Championship champion. Welcome back, and I say here to that. Fabulous to see Carl Phillips having a good run this morning in the Pirelli National Superstock session that he was in. Looking down the pit lane, again a busy pit lane area with a lot of people making their way into that into their working areas. And the BMW's on track, no messing about here this weekend. They had their free practice first of all. They go straight into a qualifying session this afternoon. Good afternoon. If you're watching the YouTube link, you'll see we've got our lovely backdrops here. That's the BSB radio powered by Kawasaki for 2026. Alan Hyde is on site, and you know how I know that? Because there's about 30 cases behind these banners that you guys can't see, all of BSB radio audio stuff that Heidi's now going to try and quickly put in together for us tomorrow. For myself, Larry Carter, and for Alan Hyde, we'll be bringing you all the action tomorrow. But today it's just myself, Duncan Vincent, in the commentary box, basking under nice, warm Moulton Park conditions. I have to say, I looked out the window this morning from the hotel and I looked at the temperature and I thought, well, 12 degrees, I'm not going to bother actually taking the shorts. What a mistake that was. I should have brought the shorts. I should have also brought the sun cream, and I should have had that applied. But okay, we're in the commentary box. We've now got the air conditioning on and it's working a treat. But this qualifying session, it means a lot. Nicky Coates, Big Catch himself, as Glenn Irwin has been calling him. Nicky Big Catch Coates. Not easy to say that in one sentence for a Scotsman. All kind of comes out as one mumbo jumble. But Nicky, sponsored by Frimley Pits Racing. And Frimley Pits is a fishery, so the reason, that's where the whole Big Catch thing comes from. And that's a Glenn Irwin idea. I mean, we spoke to Glenn Irwin earlier on, and he was actually pretty upbeat, actually, even after having a not very good free practice one. But they took a direction with that bike and an engine setup that was maybe thought it would work. But unfortunately, well, for the good of the team, that's what they were all doing. It wasn't the way to go. So they're needing to do an engine swap on Glenn's bike. I think it was what I got from Glenn. Let's hope he can make it out for free practice too. But he thought he would just be going directly into pre-qualifying, missing the next free practice session. So that will be an interesting one for us to keep our eyes on. If you're trackside, we do hope you had a nice bit of lunch and you've taken on some fluid for this afternoon's run. It's going to be pretty flat out from now until the end of the day. Make sure you got some sun cream on. Make sure you got some water. Make sure you're looking after yourself. If you're maybe under a tree, that's possibly the perfect place for you to get some shade as well. But you're set for a good qualifying session here. Bjorn Estimate, as I was walking up towards the far end of the garages after the last free practice session, quick look at Bjorn. He looked very calm. He gave us a shout and a wave. So he'll be somebody that we need to watch for in this session. He might get himself towards the sharp end. He could be somebody who upsets the rhythm and gets in the way of everybody else. He's raced here before. He's fast around here. He knows exactly what he is doing. Time will tell. Time will tell. Nicky Coates is fastest from Barryborough with Christian Smith and Kieran Smith. Some 24 minutes of this session to go. Still a long way to go. But what we have seen in qualifying sessions before with the F900R Cup racers is they will go out, they will do 4 or 5 laps, and if it's a quick time, they'll then park it because they need to use this tyre for the first race. And that's something that we see Nicky Coates doing quite a lot. At Brands Hatch, if you remember, Coates, he did 4 laps, and parked it and took pole position. Barry Burrow did lap after lap after lap to try and get back to the time where Nicky Coates got to. All for nothing, really, because all he did was take a whole lot of life out of his tyre. And we could see that when it came to the actual race, Nicky had just more speed because he had more tyre life than Barry Burrow. Josh Corner and Josh Corner out there, number 97, sits in 6th place in the championship, but also Josh Corner 8th place in this qualifying session. So a little bit of work to do for Josh. He was the one-time championship leader as we went into the Snetterton round, but that pretty quickly disappeared, if you remember, when he unfortunately tipped off on the first lap of the main event as he was leading it, as Nicky Coates scythed past Christian Smith on the way in towards Old Hall Corner. Kieran Smith watches on again. Those two brothers, Kieran the younger, Christian the older, fractionally, the Smith twins, they always do seem to work so well together in a qualifying session. And teammates working together, because it did look like James Dutton was also very much in the mix of things with Josh Corner, chasing the racing guys. As we look down pit lane, Scott Fanner doing another pit lane walkabout with some lucky guests that we have down here. Get closer to the action, and you can do that. Head over to the Zin Zone as well. There's a lot of things in the Zin Zone this weekend that you can catch up with. 18 plus Zin is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only used by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products. But there's so much more. We can get you closer to the action. And you could be doing one of those pit lane tours with Scott Fanner. You would like it. You would get closer to the action. You're in there as there's stuff on track. You get shown in all the Superbike garages. And the beautiful blue sky sunshine as well. We can't guarantee that, but we can guarantee you to get closer to the action. That was Josh Corner, and that was a whole lot of aggression for Josh Corner in towards Old Hall. He had that thing moving about the way in, and a very, very impressive run for Josh. Still, though, in 9th place with a bit of work to do. Nicky Coates fastest, 144.370. 144.370. Remember that time. What was our quickest lap time that we had this morning? Well, it was a Barry Burrow lap this morning, and it was 44.291. So Barry Burrow fastest this morning, as unfortunately, is that Davy Grace who's tipped off? There it is, Davy Grace, oh dear, tipped off. His rider is badged as okay. That's a great shame for Davy Grace. You know, something that we like to see, but he is badged as okay. The Hizzy chicane. Tricky chicane. There's so many things that can go wrong there. You can outbrake yourself on the way in. You can fall in the first part and cut across the grass. You can do it on the next part or on the run towards Knickerbrook. It's a really tricky chicane that got put in quite some years ago just to basically slow the bikes and cars down from going through that, what used to be an incredibly fast Knickerbrook corner with the kind of crest that falls away from it in the road as well. Tricky area off the track. But unfortunately, Davy Grace has found out just how tricky that can actually be. And he's gone down at the Hezzy's chicane. That's beyond estimate in pit lane. Let me have a quick look at that. Yep, beyond estimate in pit lane. Having a look at the large iPad, seeing exactly where he is on the timing screens. Getting a little bit of word in his ear. Alpine Star leathers, Alpine Star helmet on Bjorn. Fully Alpine starred up down there on the number 33 BMW. He was in for 2 rounds, the Brands Hatch round and the Alton Park round that we're at, and I believe after that he goes back to MotoGP duties with Brad Binder. MotoGP on their kind of summer holiday, summer break. So releasing Bjorn just to come and have a little bit of fun. I'm surprised he doesn't have the famous South African flag on the helmet that we have seen and that he was so known for back in the day. A pure white helmet. Maybe there's just been a rush to get things together and get himself on the grid. Not enough time to get a helmet painted up. And I'm pretty sure his other helmets would probably be out of date because they weren't just yesterday. So let's give you a run through of what we're seeing on the screen as Kenny McLeod stops in the fast lane. He'll get a telling off for that. You're not meant to do that. He gets shooed away pretty quickly from the True Heroes race team back down to his his area where he should be. It's Nicky Goats fastest, 65 from 75, Christian Smith. Number 1, the defending reigning champion Barry Burrell on his Halliwell Jones BMWs in 3rd place. From 24, Kieran Smith, right up there in 4th place. Bjorn Estimate, the wild card, in 5th place on 33. Wild card, not wild at all, very smooth, very consistent and very fast is Bjorn Estimate. 93 is Dale Thomas, he's in 6th place, ahead of 88 Bobby Very. Kenny McLeod, number 34, is in 8th place with Josh Corner, 97 in 9th. And Jack Tynan, a big improvement for Jack Tynan, finds himself now in 10th place. As we have a little look out of the commentary box window, Kenny McLeod has the helmet off, dabbing the sweat away from the forehead. Girlfriend Laura showing him the timings, exactly where he is. The team want him to put the helmet back on and go out. 8th isn't good enough. There you go, the helmet goes back on to Kenny, and we'll make sure we get the helmet strapped up on that as well. And 17 minutes to go, so there doesn't need to be too much of a rush down there. It doesn't need to be too much of a rush. It's all going well, it's all going well. Outside the top 10, James Ellison in 11th place for James Ellison, with Davy Grayson 12th, Rob McNeely 13th, and Lee Devonport in 14th place, just ahead of Jordan Bannon. Reese Coates, Liam Vella, Harley Preble in 18th place. That's one man who I would say is a little bit out of position, if I'm honest. And the position is not ideal for him to be there, but that's work to do for Harley. Ahead of Simon Bastable. And in 20th place, bike number 17, which is Paul Barker from Chippenham on the ML Motorsport F900R Cup bike. So a lot of bikes on track, only 4 or 5 of them parked in pit lane. But what we do have is Barry Burrell casually leaning over the Halliwell Jones BMW. Just keeping an eye on everything. Let's get the stock of binoculars and have a little look at that. Halliwell Jones BMW just having a bit of a look at what's going on for the timing screens. Behind him, Bjorn Estimate, who sits there stoic in the pit lane. The eyes of Bjorn Estimate gazing down that pit lane. He's a wily old fox. He's been here, he's done that, he knows what this is all about, and he'll be getting the intricacies of this BMW F900R Cup into the workings of that brain for Bjorn Estimate, because he doesn't need to be out there burning laps and trying to get the pole position. Pole position is great if you can get it, but you can be 2nd place and you're still pole position for a heat. So it's one of these things. So the overall pole is good to know you've got the lap time. As Darren Fry goes into turn 1. Looking pretty good on that F900R Cup bike is Darren Fry. Where do we find him? Well, what I need to do is I need to grab this thing here, which is a TV remote, which I'm sorry, Darren. Sorry I announced that on here. And let's just see if we can change the channel quickly to find out. Oh no, Darren's in 26th place, sorry. He's down the bottom of the timing screen. I didn't see that. Darren just finished an outlap, so there could be a bit of an improvement for Darren Fry as the True Hero Racing team beckon one of their riders back into their pit box area. Kenny McLeod, well, we saw him in the pit lane. He's now completed an outlap and he is on a push lap on 34. The black and orange True Heroes bike along the avenue in towards Denton's and heading towards Cascades. He'll be trying to put some sort of improvement, and I think Kenny was happy with the position that he was in. And this is where we look and see, is Burrell going to bother going back out? Does Barry go out or does he stay in the pit lane? Would he be better staying here, saving a little bit of that tyre life for the heat? Or do you just want to go out there and try and put a marker down for Halliwell Jones and have that bike on pole position? 3 of the most experienced guys in the paddock sit in the pit lane. Barry Burrell, Bjorn Estimate and James Ellison. That's a pretty big power trio actually that we have there. As Alan Hyde pops his nose around the side of one of our BSB radio powered by Kawasaki billboards that we have here online, which you can see live on our YouTube feed right now. They are real. We can make them move. They are real. They do. You can't touch them. A lot of these things are just AI'd in these days, and they don't actually appear to be there. But this is an interesting game of cat and mouse with 14 minutes of the session to go. Darren Fry crosses the line. Does Darren improve? No, he doesn't. A couple of guys around him do. Josh Smith, Aaron Dakin. They all improve, as does James Seath. So here goes Burrell, because Burrell was going to go. He comes out behind Rhys Coates, and Bjorn Estimant follows Barry Burrell onto track, and Bjorn Estimant, a little bit of overtaking on the pit exit lane there, lifts up Rhys Coates to get in behind. So yeah, that was a nice little bit of aggression to get on with that. Let me through. I'm needing some track time. I think that's what we can put that one down as. So a whole flurry of bikes coming down here. Rob McNeely ahead of. Oh, there's all sorts of. They're trying to go 3 wide through the arch, which makes it rather tight. Also, Alex Pearson going out onto track as well, and everybody else trying to get out there to try and get a little bit of a tow. Almost Jordan Bannon, also one of the bikes involved in going out 3 wide underneath the arch, which, in the greater scheme of things, isn't the best idea. But with 12 minutes of the session to go, you've got to be on track at this point, because the track will fill up pretty quickly, and before you know it, you will get shuffled into a position where you don't want to be. And if you want to try and pick somebody, like Barry Burrell or Nicky Coates. Coates, he sits in the pit lane. There's a 2-place improvement for Bobby Very on 88. The white bike with the luminous yellow leathers. He puts himself up into 5th place, and Bjorn Estimant gets shuffled back to 6th. Purely because of that good lap by Bobby, but we've been expecting that. He was very casually, nonchalantly leaning against the railing in the pit lane in free practice 1. With some 15 minutes of the session to go, he didn't feel the need to go back out on track, but very out there, pushing on, 2-place improvement up to 5th, number 88 with the luminous yellow leather, still with a bit of sponsorship that he's needing to maybe cover up actually. I think that's why he comes in and wears a t-shirt pretty quickly when he's getting interviewed for the telly. Cheaper to buy a t-shirt to cover it than it is to buy a brand new set of leathers, because the leathers that he has are still in very good condition. So when you have to spend your money wisely, you've got to spend it wisely, and that's exactly what Bobby Very has done. Now 96 exceeding track limits, turn 1 lap time cancelled for Jack Tynan, and Jack, well, we talked about him, he's in 10th place. A big improvement from this morning. The Rocket Rookies Tynan bike was in 16th place. And his lap time this morning as well came back at 1:48.370, and he's on a 1:46.8. So he's found some 2 seconds from free practice to qualifying, and that's a natural thing that will always happen. And because I've just mentioned qualifying, I realise I need to run down the fire into the garages after this session and get the guys for an interview. That just popped back into my head. Thankfully, I haven't forgotten about that, and it's the end of the session. So Nicky Coates is in the pit lane. He is fastest on number 65 on the LDC Racing by Firmly Pits Racing. A 1:44.154. Christian Smith is in second place, 0.02 of a second back. There's not a lot of time in it. Then Barry Burrell sits a 1/10 of a second back from Christian Smith and 2/10 away from Nicky Coates. But here's a telling point. Nicky Coates has done 7 laps and he's in the pit lane sitting happy. Christian Smith has done 7 laps. He's sitting in the pit lane happy. Barry Burrell's done 8 laps and he's back out on track trying to pull a lap time together. Kieran Smith, 8 laps, sits in the pit lane happy. Then we've got Bjorn Estimant, who goes up into 4th place. Good lap from Bjorn Estimant at 1:44.658. Puts himself into 4th, half a second away from the provisional pole time that we have from Nicky Coates, with some 9 minutes of the session to go. Good lap from Bjorky, that. Very impressive. Still got it. Never lose it. Never loses it. Looks cool in the paddock, looks good on the bike, delivers. That's what you want. But he puts Kieran Smith, Bobby Very and Dale Thomas down a position. Kenny McLeod still in 8th place. James Ellison. James Ellison in 9th place ahead of Josh Corner now in 10th, and Jack Tynan down to 11th. That's because Ellison put himself up 2 places into 9th. Corner, one-time championship leader for Chasing the Race in 10th place. Josh Corner, 2.4 seconds away. Something just not sitting right with Josh Corner at this moment, with a little bit of work to do. Let me grab my binoculars and have a long look down pit lane to see what Nicky Coates is doing. Well, there's Christian Smith walking across pit lane. Christian heads back to his number 24 BMW. GP Titan Tech by Batham's. There goes Christian Smith back across the pit lane to his 75. SCH Moto Prep by Batham's BMW. And they both just sit there, not really bothered or fussed about going out onto track. Behind those guys, Ryan Arnold, who is a wild card for this weekend. I'd like to point out, I met Ryan yesterday in the race control area. He was in signing on and paying, which is quite nice. A wild card for this weekend. Ryan stands up there and takes in some water. And he's up there with, I think, is that 62 or 82? Alex Vela is parked beside. And where is Ryan Arnold on our time screens? Let's have a look for that. It's a big championship to come and jump in the middle of, that's for sure. Let's just take that control and push a button. Ryan Arnold finds himself in 35th place. So just on the start of BBC Two, but very much up there. Putting the helmet back on and about to head out. And great that a wild card has come in and is giving it a little bit of a shot this weekend. Jason Pays, South Croydon, JNR Electrical Racing BMW is in pit lane as well, directly underneath where we are standing. Very flamboyant leather scheme, I would say. And there's Ben Ribicki coming down the pit lane on 98. Ben Ribicki's going to head back out. 7 minutes to go. Number 34, Faller at Shell. Rider OK. True Heroes Racing will throw their hands in the air. That's Kenny McLeod. He's gone down, unfortunately. We're looking at Kenny walking away behind the rectisail barriers. Unfortunately, folded what would imagine would be the front on the way through the corner, and down he's gone. Partner Laura will not be too impressed with that one, but she'll just be happy that Kenny's okay, I suppose, at the end of the day. The Smith twins are about to come out. Who's going to go first? Big brother or little brother? They head off exactly together at the same time, and then big brother Christian just edges in front. They go out as well with, was that Alex Vela going out there as well? Could have been. Difficult to say. We'll get them picked up as they cross the line. They're all together as they went underneath the Rocket Oxygen Performance qualifying gantry. And who's that coming into view there? That looked a very wide line. It was Harley Preble. Preble crossing the line, stays in 18th place for Harley Preble. Things just not coming together for him. A little bit further down than we would like and expect. But it's still Nicky Coates sitting down the far end of the pit lane. The man in charge, the man in command of the session. And remember, this is a qualifying session. Very, very early in the weekend, this qualifying session as well. He finds himself sitting there or standing, looking at the bike, helmet off, doing his thing. But this is so Nicky Coates. Big Catch. There's a new nickname for Nicky Coates this weekend, Alan Hyde, just to let you know. Nicky Big Catch Coates. It's not easy to put in a sentence, but Glenn Irwin made a point of phoning me last night to tell me about this new nickname. How can we get his sponsor, Friendly Pits, which is a fishery, how can we get them into this? So Big Catch came out of that. So possibly one of Glenn's poorer efforts, but we'll give him it for a race or two. And then we'll go back to 5-star, because that rolls off the tongue so much easier. Bobby Verry's on a lap, which could rival the top of the times here. The man on 88. He's making his way along in towards Lodge. He's been fastest of anybody through Sector 1. Personal best Sector number 2. 0.2 of a second away going through Sector number 3. We get Verry across the line. Does he improve? Yes, he goes to the top of the times. Bobby Verry, 144.139, takes provisional pole position for the rocket of BMW F900 R Cup qualifying session here at Alton Park. Lovely stuff from Bobby Verry on 88. White bike, luminous yellow leathers, making his way down through the bottom of Cascades and along towards Lakeside and Island Bend. That was a good lap from Bobby Verry. That was good. So does Nicky Coates jump at that? Does he need to with 4 minutes to go? How badly does he want pole position? Or is he willing to just take that one in the chin and move on? Bjorn Estimate rumbles down pit lane. That's a ride through for Bjorn. Down he comes. Straight back out underneath the Rocket Oxygen Performance qualifying arch. 5th place as it stands. And a really, really impressive run. Got to say, very impressive run for Bobby Very and Bjorn Estivant. The other guys, Nicky Coates, Christian Smith, Barry Burrell, they're kind of in that week in, week out. But Bobby Very, that 144.139. This morning, Very's best time was a 146 flat. So he has found so much time in that. If you need to plug that in, feel free. He's found so much time towards that. Three minutes of the session to go. We keep our eyes out the commentary box window and watch for the bikes coming through Deer Leap and up and in towards our view. There goes Josh Corner, number 97 in 9th place. Remember, Kenny McLeod's crashed out of this session. He's slipped off at Island at Shell Oils. You slide off at Shell Oils, you don't slide off at Island Bend, that's one thing we do know. But Kenny's gone down at Shell Hairpin, bike number 34, and he is in 8th place. It's Very, Coates, Christian Smith, Burrell, Estimate, Kieran Smith, Dale Thomas again inside the top 10, which is fabulous on 93, Kenny McLeod on 34, and there's a change at the top. Barry Burrell goes into the 43s, 143.927 for Barry Burrell, and he did that all in the latter part of the lap because his first two sectors didn't register as being anything special, but then personal best towards the end, and shows you he was quick enough to put himself at that sharp end at the top. The lap record's a 43.2. And it's Barry Burrell who actually holds that lap record. Good lap though. The defending reigning champion on the Halliwell Jones BMW, Barry Burrell, top of the times in this qualifying session. And he did that a little bit under the radar. But Kieran Smith isn't finished. He's personal best through the first two sectors. The man on the GP Titan Tech by Batham's BMW, bike number 24 on a quick lap. Let's pick him up on the tracker map and get him through sector number 3. He crosses that beam, breaks that beam. Has he brought up a time for us yet? No, he hasn't. He has now, 33.568, so he's lost huge amounts of time there. Makes me think that he's maybe even gone through the Hizzy chicane, but he's lost some 13 seconds, so that was a lap that was looking like it was going to put him to the sharp end, but unfortunately has drifted away massively. 13 seconds lost in that split number 3. So with 50 seconds to go in this session, there isn't very much colour on our timing screen apart from yellow, and that can only be good news for Barry Burrell. He'll take a post-race interview, or post-qualifying interview, that's for sure. Bobby Very back into the pit lane in second place. Nicky Coates hasn't left the pit lane. The thing about this is, we need to look at them in a laps. 14 laps for Burrell, 16 laps for Very, 7 laps for Nicky Coates. Happy to sit there. That will put him second place on heat number 1. He will be directly racing against Barry Burrell, and that's something that will actually make him pretty happy. He knows he'll have a younger tyre for the race. He also knows he's only 2/10 of a second away, and he's got a chance of taking points out of Barry Burrell. So it's all kind of lining up pretty well for Nicky Coates, but there is obviously still work to do. Kieran Smith is his direct rival in the championship. He's 8 points ahead of him in the championship table. As the checker flag unravels and now flies. Bjorn Estimate first to take the checker flag as he crosses the line. Jack Tynan also takes that checker flag. And James Seath, the man from Liddon. So we will get ready to head along to the back of the race control area for the post-qualifying enclosure, and we'll catch up with the top 3 from this session. Let's see if there's any changes towards the end. Burrell is setting an absolute stormer of a lap here. He's about to move the goalpost. He's only got himself to improve on, but he comes through and now a Deer's Leap towards the line. Purple, 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 across the line. What does he do? Green, 143.605, half a second up the road from Bobby Very. Barry Burrell confirms pole position and does it in style. The end of that qualifying session, bike number 1, Barry Burrell on pole from 88, Bobby Verrian, 65, Nicky Coates. That's the top 3. We'll catch up with them in a couple of minutes. 4th place, 75, Christian Smith. 5th place, 24, Kieran Smith. 6th place, 33, Bjorn Estimant. 7th, 93, Dale Thomas. 8th, 34, he crashed at Shell, but he's okay, Kenny McLeod. 9th, 97, Josh Connor. And 10th, 77, James Ellison. Need to run, need to put the headset down and quickly make our way up the back of the garages. We'll go and catch up with the top 3 in a couple of minutes. So here we are, into the post-qualifying enclosure. Let's grab a word with our pole position man first of all. That's what you wanted to do for Halliwell Jones. You put it on pole position, not just by a little margin as well. That last lap was pretty special for you, Barry Burrell.
Yeah, it was good. To be honest, I think Bjorn owes me some tickets for MotoGP because I kept turning around in that one. He kept waiting for me, but yeah, we've all done it. But it was nice because I think it was Kieran. I seen him in the distance on the last lap, and it just helps you relax a little bit and just lets you release the brake a little bit more, and that's where you make time up on these. So yeah, no, really enjoyed it. I mean, what a track to ride around on, and yeah, obviously massive shout out to Halliwell Jones BMW, and especially Nick for helping us out again this weekend, and yeah, roll on tomorrow.
Is this Nick here, is it? Is this the man that we need to say, come on, there's only 4 rounds after this, Nick? This is a championship charge we're seeing here, Barry, isn't it?
Yeah, well, we'll see. I mean, yeah, we'll just see.
Listen, good luck, thank you very much. Where is our second place man? Where's Bobby Verry gone? Oh, he's hiding there, I couldn't see him. Yeah, you're hiding out the way. I mean, you're going to be happy with that. You took a huge chunk of time off from free practice to qualify. It looks like you were going to get pole right into the last minute. Unlucky, but good second place. Which is pole for Heat 2.
Well, yeah. just took me a bit of time to get going. I couldn't really get in a rhythm, and then I seen Barry. I thought, yeah, he's a good person to try and catch up to. And that's where I got my fast time from. And then that were it. Then I pulled in. I thought, well, I've had enough.
Done enough laps in those tyres, but thoughts.
Only for that, man.
The invoice will come as well. Good position for the race. So excited.
Yeah, that's it. We're on pole, so in a different heat. Yeah, it'll be good. I'm looking forward to it.
And the interesting thing is, Big Catch gets to race against Barry Burrell. So, Mr. Coates, and also 16 laps, 14 laps, 7 laps. That's a big thing for you, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's the tyre that we're talking about.
Yeah. I think they wanted pole position a wee bit more than me, but no, it's just we have a kind of tactic for we have to use the same tyres in the heat race for anyone that doesn't know. So in qualifying, we try and do minimal laps. Went out and done about 4 or 5 and quite consistent 44, low 44s, which I think is strong for a race pace here, and maybe in the 43s, but we could probably find a wee bit more if we have to in a race situation. But yeah, no, happy. Get the ball rolling really, and it'll be good to get in with Barry tomorrow and have a wee look at him before the main race. I don't get to do that very often, so we'll see how it goes.
There's also a chance to take some points off him as well, or vice versa, because you're racing against each other in that heat.
Yeah, that's it. It's 1 point difference, so yeah, we'll give it a go. And we always like to win the races, so we'll keep our lid.
Good job, Big Catch. Well done. There we go. Barry Burrell on pole position, Bobby Very on second, and third place for LDC with Frimley Pits Racing. We should mention that. It's the new nickname. It's Nicky Coates, Big Catch. He'll be happy with that P3. Let's hand back up to the commentary box. Even though there's nobody there, I'll be there in 30 seconds. Okay, back again. Good to hear from the BMW guys along there, actually. The 1, 2 and 3 in the qualifying session. Barry Burrell, pole position from Bobby Very and Nicky Coates. But you might have heard me say the number 16, 14 and then 7. That's the amount of laps he did on the tyres. As Nicky Coates alluded to, you have to use that tyre for the race. So he did say they clearly wanted pole position, but I do like that. There's a bit of thought goes into it. It's not just about riding flat out. However, I also see the flip side of that, and I completely understand the flip side of that Barry Burrell, well, really, he needs to be on pole position because it's his home round for the sponsor, and that's so important. Right, so this is free practice 2 for the Zin British Superbike Championship. Zin 18 Plus is not risk-free, contains nicotine, which is addictive, only to be used by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use nicotine products. It's only a short session, we've got 25 minutes of it to go already. We spoke with Kyle Ride earlier on. We spoke with Glenn Irwin earlier on as well. Now, I need to see if Glenn Irwin's going to make this session. He says he doesn't think he'll be out in this session. Whether they can do something to get that bike out towards the end of it, only time will tell. Kyle is fastest from Christian Iden and Max Cook as it stands, as we have only done a couple of flying laps. But we also caught up with quite a few guys out there, and girls as well. We also spoke with Storm Stacey's sister Lola, which was pretty interesting, fresh from her track day experience at Cadwell Park. Christian Iden was one of the guys who is always interesting to speak to, and we never actually got a chance to speak with, unfortunately, Josh Brooks. Brooks had already checked out for lunch. Normally they have lunch in the garage at Dow Honda, but obviously with it going so well, they decided to head back to hospitality because both bikes, well, one was in the top 10 and one on the fringes of that top 10. But Christian Iden was saying there's got a bit of a weird sensation. And he says, I feel bad because I keep saying that there's a weird sensation on the bike to you every time we speak. I'm looking forward to him hitting me with an NXS new sensation, is that what it's called? Or sweet sensation? I don't really know. But it'll be interesting once he does get round to saying that. But he was also looking at previous data from last year, or from the start of this year, at the test and at the first round that we had here. Ryan Vickers has gone P2, is 34.248 for Ryan Vickers, obviously some top Honda. Vickers this morning did a 34.092, so a little bit away from his time. The track has heated up quite considerably. There's a lot more temperature in the sun and ambient out there. But Kyle's 133.298 that he's put in, 9/10 of a second faster than anybody on track, and also 33.2. Well, he did a 33.0 first thing this morning. We spoke with Scott Redding. Was Redding really too bothered about what he did this morning? No. He said it's free practice. We were out there just trying all sorts. He's just put himself up to second and got shuffled down by Storm Stacey and Ryan Vickers. A 34.251. So Scott Redding not really too bothered, but Kyle Ride is just in a different planet right now. A 132.764, a whole second faster than anybody else that's out there. With 22 minutes off the session to go, there's a lot of work for a lot of people to do. Thankfully, Joe Sheldon Shaw's cutting some laps on that number 23 Whitecliffe CDH Honda, and Dan Brooks continues his complete and utter novice rookie debut with the Master Mac Hawk Honda. I had a little bit of communication with Roger from Master Mac. He says, just to let the boys know, I'm in a strict training regime in case anybody else gets injured, and I'll be the next man on the bike. And he's not here this weekend. He's at Spa. I don't know why he's at Spa, but he's at Spa. Said if you want to lose some weight, try running up the Radion into Eau Rouge area. That will certainly fix you out. But I do know that Roger watches and listens in avidly. So we've got Dave Neal who joined us in the commentary box, the man who will be on the Zin Zone stage. He's lucky enough I speak about them on track. Dave, you speak about them to their face on the stage. So it's always good to hear from them, and good to hear from you. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you, Duncan. Great to see you. Welcome back from your holiday.
Thank you very much.
It's what a beautiful day we have, and yeah, we're on the Zin stage this weekend. We've got a good selection of BSB and Supersport riders this weekend, and looking forward to it. The weather's looking like it's going to stay fair, and some fast lap times already. This, I think, looking at Kyle Ride's time there last year in race 3, he did a 32.9, did a 33 flat in qualifying, and now he's gone for a 32.7.
I know.
It's incredible.
It's what we're seeing. We're just getting and you know what else is nice? We come back here at a different time of the year, bang smack in the middle of our season. Normally we come back here and it's like 5, 6, 7, 8 degrees lower, windy, sometimes wet, bit of debris flying off the trees. But I like how they've moved it. They've shuffled the season a little bit, and we come back to Alton Park quite soon after we were actually here. If you think about it, round 1 was here, and then we come back for round 6. So it's interesting times.
Very much so. It's something that, for me as a bluff old traditionalist, I really like the Alton Park, Donington Park, Brands Hatch finale. Because you come here, like you say, normally it's in autumn, the trees are turning, the sunsets are incredible, but to be here now so close to the start of the season, for that first back-to-back chance we get to see who's progressed, who hasn't, it's a really important weekend for a lot of riders now to see where they fall into to the whole situation of things.
It was interesting what Storm says. We're talking about progress here. Storm's made some progress. The bike's fast, the bike's gone quicker. Good luck turning them. I don't think they work.
Okay.
I've had mine fully
I
up.
can't hear me, I can only hear you.
No, I can't. It's exactly the same. I turned mine fully up and fully down. It didn't make a difference. So the only difference it does make is when I turn my mic off. But, Storm's talking about progress. He's got some great one pace in him. 1 lap pace, he says, is great. It's fabulous. 5 lap pace is okay. 10 lap pace, it's getting difficult. 20 lap pace, absolutely shot. Done. Because the bike is such a fine line between being rideable and being unrideable. He says we've got this inherent wiggle, weave, call it what you want, a wobble, and we can't get rid of it. He's having to hold on so tightly to the thing. You can see his hand grips, they're worn away so much at the top. It must be from him holding that and feeling the wobble through his hands, which is fabulous for a qualifying session. You could put the 1 lap down, but he says we need to get rid of this high speed oscillation through the bike, which is tiring him out. So that's why you see him kind of drifting back through one of these races. And he did say earlier in the year he would love to race anything around here, be fast in a shopping trolley around here.
Absolutely.
Which would wobble.
That's not the ideal scenario. But with 2 long races over a weekend, it's hurting him in the point standings, isn't it? We know what he's capable of. We know what the team are capable of. It's putting those. There's such finite differences, and the little tenths here and there, they cost you massively. And as you say, as you get towards a 20-lap race and the pace drops off and he's unable to get the best out of the bike, it's hurting him big time, and the team, for the job that they're doing as such a small, close-knit team. They're doing an amazing job overall.
Top Yamaha this morning was Rory Skinner. Top Yamaha now is Bradley Ray. Spoke with Brad after that session. The technical team, the Port West technical team, were barcoding his chest protector and his leathers. Now, I didn't know that was something that happened, so they can go up to him on the grid and go beep, beep, and just make sure it's the proper stuff he's wearing. And it was completely new to me, and he was a little bit perplexed that he was getting new barcodes, but it shows you just the depths that they go to here.
Excellent.
And it was Jane, I think, from the Port West technical team. Don't know where that one come from, Alan Hyde. Jane from the Port West technical team, who was telling us about that. But I caught up with Brad right after that, as we have had a faller at, where's that, Island a Shell hairpin, right? Okay, that's Graham Irwin, unfortunately, has gone down at Shell. So that's you'd be better to go down at Shell than Island Bend, let's put it that
100%.
way. Ryder okay, so Graham is okay. He's not the first to tip off there today, and he probably won't be the last.
No.
But Bradley was saying, it's free practice one. We tried all sorts of different things. We went around this and there and whatever else. It doesn't really matter. It says we'll do this, that'll be good, but he wasn't overly fussed about where he was, because he was actually 7th fastest this morning. But Brad Ray pops back up into P2 with a 1:33.410. This morning Brad's time was a 34.1, so he has found quite a bit of time. The Yamahas seem to work around here. Rory Skinner going very well, Christian Idden going well, Brad Ray as well, Danny Kent had a good session. We know that Brad Ray on a week-in, week-out basis is going to be there at the sharp end.
100%.
Christian Idden's making that kind of transition to he's getting there almost every weekend. The Cheshire Mouldings team have been a little bit of an area where they look great and then they have a terrible weekend. They just need to try and get rid of that. But the terrible weekends are little technically things. It's not that they can't get the hand on the bike, it's just various technical things seem to creep up and kind of bite them in that bit back there.
But also you find that the hard thing as well, when you speak to the riders in pit lane, almost every BSB rider is doing PB lap times. The pace at the front is so strong. Nobody behind them is going slower than they were last year. Rory's going faster on the Yamaha than he did on the Ducati. I know you had him on air this morning as I was driving down, which was really insightful.
Could you hear him?
Yeah,
I couldn't.
absolutely.
I could hear him this morning, actually, but it was very difficult.
He just couldn't hear you.
That's good, yeah.
But no, it was a really insightful chat. And I saw Rory as I came into the circuit earlier, and he's smiling in FP1 at Alton Park. That tells you a lot. And it's great, as you say, for the Yamahas, when you go back to the opening round, when you listen to what Brad said, and you spoke to him in pit lane, and you heard him on the TV after, the difficulty that the Yamahas have got round here, especially in the early round this year, the opening round, was the difference where the Ducati was strong versus where the Yamaha's strong. So the Yamaha's trying to rail the corners. Brad he struggled to get past Leon Haslam, didn't he?
Yeah.
Because Leon would stop the bike mid-corner. Brad, trying to rail the corner and use the advantage of the Yamaha, found a big Ducati in the middle of the corner when he was trying to, at the point where the Yamaha was strongest.
Yeah, and that's it's like a roadblock.
Absolutely.
A very expensive roadblock. I'd like to point that out. Joe Sheldon-Shaw throws his leg over the Whitecliff CDH Honda. Debuting for this team. He has been Superbike before. My good esteemed colleague confirmed that to me. I was aware of that, but I'm glad he did. And also, it's the fact that he comes out with it like this. 14 BSB races for John Jameson's Lloyd's and Jones BMW team for Joe Sheldon-Shaw. Whereas Dan Brooks has actually raced a Superbike before. I got that one wrong, but it was at the Sunflower. It was not an actual BSB event. Larry, spot on as ever. You know that he never misses a trick.
He doesn't. Absolutely not.
But Joe Sheldon-Shaw's problem this morning was the back brake was stuck on the bike.
Which is what the smoke was
Yeah,
for the
smoke,
meatball flag.
Thankfully, the smoke wasn't an engine. But that Whitecliff CDH team, I'm a huge fan of them actually, and I feel so sorry for Luke Hedger. We want him to get well soon. But you know, Joe Sheldon-Shaw has been in this little place where he's just struggling for a little bit of stuff.
Indeed.
And this come along, and you know, you never wish ill on anybody, especially Luke Hedger, because that'll come back to bite you.
There's a thing with ladders there. The unfortunate. Well, he's not walked under one. Unfortunately,
No,
he's
he might have
fallen off
actually.
one.
He might have walked under one.
He
at
may
some
well
point.
have done at some point. It's such a shame. We wish Luke all the best, and we hope he fixes well, and we see him back here at BSB really soon. But in the meantime, a golden opportunity for Joe Sheldon-Shaw. He's been sort of in and out of Superstock,
Come this way a little bit. There you go. There we go.
Oh,
There we go.
we're on the
See,
camera.
yeah.
I'm with you.
Well,
I
half of you
see.
was on the camera. Thank you.
There we are.
Yeah, one man's misfortune is another man's kind of fortune
is,
in a way.
I agree.
But we don't wish bad on anybody, especially Luke Hedger. Luke, get well soon, mate.
Indeed.
We'll see you in the not too distant future. Here comes the O Show getting wheeled out from the garage. Jason O'Halloran was, I said top Honda this morning, which is something that I haven't said all year, and haven't said in quite a while for Jason, obviously, but 9th fastest this morning with a 134.1. The O Show has done a 134.1 this afternoon in free practice too. Good, but they need to have a little bit of progress. But what they will have done, they've probably actually made a bit of progress, because the track temperature will be a lot higher than what we saw this morning, and it will feel different to everybody else out there. But other people are going faster. But Jason finds himself in 6th place, which is fabulous to say as I look at it right now. Apart from Brooksy, he is the top Honda.
Very much so. Brooksy is himself is the top Honda,
Fabulous,
with
isn't it?
Jason just behind him, just 700ths of a second splitting them both, which is incredible. It's a good step forward for the Hondas, even in FP2 now, because you see FP1, you think, well, okay, where is everybody else at this point in FP1? But then to still be there in FP2 as well is excellent progress for the Hondas. You say, I think it's going to get warmer across the weekend as well. We're certainly in for warmer temperatures on Sunday. I think we're heading up to 25 degrees on Sunday. But I think this at 21, 22 degrees is perfect temperature for motorcycle racing.
10th place for Elia. He was 13th this morning, a 134.390. A 134.261 we see for him. So 134.390. A little bit of improvement there from Elia. He is a rider who, I think he's great when you speak to him in the pit lane. He's a bit like a computer. Everything just comes out and it's so easy to understand. But he's just saying we just need a little bit we need a couple of parts. We've been promised these parts. We need these extra parts to come through, and they will help. But he did his fastest ever time round here this morning, and he was actually smiling away, looking pretty happy. So for that little team down there, if they can get straight through to the second phase of qualifying, that will be impressive. There were some big words getting thrown about, big statements from Fraser Rogers, I may say. 16th fastest for Fraser just now. He fell off at turn 1. I said, what happened? He goes, well, I had really bad chatter, but I was convinced he could ride through it. I looked at him and said, when has that ever worked for anybody? But he said, never really.
When in the history of chatter?
You see Moto 2 boys like this. I'm like, yeah, but they're on Moto 2 bikes, you're on a super bike. But you got to love them.
Absolutely.
But he's saying, look, I'm going to be straight through to Q2. So I like the confidence that he's got there. He's 16th fastest, 135.396. The 12th place time's a 34.3, but he reckons he has got that pace in the bike, or he did have this morning before he rolled it through the gravel trap at Old Hall Corner.
He's never short of confidence, is Fraser, and that's what we love about him. It doesn't matter what adversity's thrown at him, he will come out swinging. And just interesting when you talk about Ilya Mikulchik, have you actually watched his riding style? He's so economical.
Yeah,
he looks like he's on an in-lap, even when he's at full pace. He doesn't move around a lot on the bike. He keeps himself very old school.
Hizzy,
very much so,
Stuart
yeah.
Easton just doesn't move on the bike. I was going to say Mick Grant, but that's going too far back in time. But yeah, you're 100% right. You may dangle a leg now and again, but he's not elbows out and chin. He's not
He's
like
not
that.
looking down the side of the bike,
No.
is he, at all? He stays fairly central. And I spoke to him about this when we had him on stage at Snetterton. He's like, why do I need to waste energy?
Fair point.
It's a very, very valid point.
I like the economical outlook as he comes out from his garage on 17. Bang on time, exactly, Dave. He's going to throw a leg over that bike. Nice and easy to spot. The only BMW having the championship now that the 810 Racing team have withdrawn for the year. New tyre run for Ilya going out there. Nice shiny tyre on the back of that.
And doesn't it look and sound great?
Yeah, there's something about a BMW red, white and blue with a bit of black. Just fabulous. Joe Talbot up 8 places into 5th. 133.936 for the rookie. I'd like to point out there. The rookie goes right behind his teammate by a 1/10 of a second. Incredible stuff that he's
Into
brought
the
to the play.
33s, that's ridiculous for a rookie around. I know it's the second time we've been, it's his local circuit, but he is a rookie on a superbike doing a 133.
He's
That's
impressive. Now this man leaving the pit lane, Lee Jackson leaves the pit lane on the Dow Racing Honda. He was incredibly fast this morning. He was inside the top 10, so if we can get both Dow Hondas through into Q2, that will be a great thing for that team. Too many times I've gone to that garage this year after a free practice 1 session, and the shoulders have been a bit down, and the guys are down in 17th, 18th place. Albeit they're not that far off the times, but they're in 17th and 18th place, and it just doesn't do them any favours whatsoever. As Vickers goes out, and into the pit lane comes Spud Nesbitt. Fraser Rogers is going to go out, as does Christian Eden. Now that's a good man to get a toe off Fraser Rogers. He's a big long look at Christian in there, yeah. Ooh, he's probably rubbing his hands thinking, I'll play this cool and walk slowly to the bike trig. I'll take my time selecting my gear. I'll just wait. Oh no, he's not coming past me. I better go.
I noticed that PJ just touched Ido's arm because he could see Brad Ray coming out as well. So PJ just holding him back, saying Brad's on his way. Let's just track position.
I guarantee you, the next time they come round, Ray, Eden, Hollywood at the back, Fraser at the back. Do you want to put a fiver on that?
For a Scotsman, a
Yeah,
fiver.
I know.
You feeling flush, dear boy?
Yeah, I know. I feel a bit wobbly after I said that, actually, to be honest. Looking across, I can see Storm Stacey's video logger across there. The blogger herself, Lola, is out there filming Storm in towards turn 1. And Storm did look good this morning. His 1 lap pace was epic, but I love his honesty. Because we watch him during the race, and you watch him starting to fade in the race. You think, what is causing that? And he basically told me in one download, it's this wobble. I'm so tired come the end of a 20-lap race. And I can totally sympathise for them because I've been in that situation, not at this level, but it's so difficult to hold on to any motorbike at speed when it's doing a wobble like that, especially around here. For goodness sake, you've got to be inch perfect around here at the best of times. Rory Skinner goes out. Scott Redding comes down the pit lane and goes out. Still running on old tyres as they had done all morning on Scott Redding. And Brooksy heads out with something looking a little slightly bit shinier on that bike.
Well, I think we're looking now at the riders looking towards pre-qualifying, aren't we? I think with pre-qualifying coming in later on this afternoon, you're going to have to be in those late 33s, early 134s to stand a chance of going straight through to Q2. And with only 12 riders being able to do that, then places are at a premium, aren't they?
Yeah, Dan.
So this is going to be a big battle this afternoon, and now they need to get this bike in the window for what's coming up.
Dan Brooks, perfect toe for him. If he wants a toe, Danny Kent goes out ahead of him. Danny Kent, a pretty safe pair of hands to getting around Oulton Park quickly on a superbike, and that's something that you would really want to have.
It's important to pick your rider, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's no point when it's your first time out on a bike going after Kyle Ride or Scott Redding.
It might end up in a ball of dust.
Exactly,
Yeah.
but picking someone who's a little bit further away from them, still a great rider, still putting in good, solid, respectable lap times, but you're not aiming for a late 132, early 133.
Storm Stacey goes up into P2, 0.6 of a second away from Kyle, but he goes ahead of Bradley Ray. Ilya goes P4 on the BMW. Ilya Mikulchik, P4. That's incredible. 33.674, only 0.9 of a second away from Kyle Ride. BMW on form, it would appear. Ride, Stacey, Ray, Michalczyk, Cook, Talbot, Brooks. That's Josh, because we've got 2 Brookses out here now. One spelled differently from the other, but there's still Brookses. There's only one Brooksy, you know.
There is. I
and
agree.
then there's Dan.
I was listening this morning, and I couldn't agree more. Brooksy has earned the right to be Brooksy. Dan Brooks on his debut weekend here at Alton
We should
Park
call him
with the
Daniel,
last
actually.
Daniel
Brooks.
Mr. Daniel Brooks,
Yeah.
Esquire.
Well, of course, Roger James from Mastermac has a completely different name from him, but it's not radio friendly.
No, we'll skip that one.
Yeah, it's something to do with his hair colour and something else, but we'll go there off air, Dave. Right, so what we've got left, 6 minutes to go. This will be the role for like the technical push for your pre-qualifying pace.
Pre-qualifying, did we not say at Snetterton?
Yep, pre-qualifying. Jason O'Halloran is still in the pit lane, or is he on an out lap? He's in the pit lane. Spud and Graham Irwin, who we know unfortunately went down the road. Charlie Nesbitt still recovering from beating himself up or being beaten up at Snetterton. And with some 6 minutes to go, this will be pretty interesting. We've seen a few new tyres going out there, and we're seeing Leon Haslam putting together a good lap. Green sectors across the scoreboard. He's about to come up through Deer Leap, underneath the bridge, crosses the line with his pocket rocket move to, he goes P4. So a big improvement, 9-place improvement for Leon Haslam up to P4. I'm still very impressed by that Rocket BMW Motorrad squad, the IWR team down there. That's a tiny little garage with Elia doing the business for them, Dave.
Absolutely, he is, and he's a good solid rider, isn't he? He's experienced. He's been around here enough times now. He's the reigning Superstock champion. He's basically moulded around that BMW, isn't he? The amount of experience he's got on it, and as you say, with Ian Woolacott on the team and the help that they're getting from BMW Motorrad, he's making the very best of what he's got as the sole BMW out there.
Yeah, 100%. I do like it. Ian Wollacott's brilliant. James Buckingham, they're just good guys, you know. And you walk down there, they've not got a lot in the garage. they literally don't have much. But it's gaining momentum all the way through. I know that Sean Muir was at Brands Hatch, and he had a bit of a vested interest in that garage as well. We've seen the increase in kind of support into this paddock from SMR with the young Scott Swan getting the BMW for the Superstock session as well. Superstock, and he went really well this morning. Storm Stacey makes his way back out, by the way, ladies and gentlemen.
Some work to do for Scott Redding.
Yeah, there is. There is work to do for Scott Redding in 13th place. Number 30, oh dearie me, Lodge last corner tip-off for Max Cook. That's not what you want just before you go into pre-qualifying. Let's hope that that's a very gentle front end and he could maybe ride that one back and into the pits, Dave. Time will tell. It does happen at Lodge, unfortunately. There's not much you can do about it, though.
No, there isn't. And if you're going to go down there, you hope you do it on the way in, not the way out. Usually it's under braking, isn't it?
Yeah.
You usually took the front under braking, but there are the occasional ones where you have high sides on the way out, and as the track drops away, the further forward you go, the further you fall.
Yeah.
So hopefully for Max, it was just. There's not really much on the internal feed, is there, to see what's going on? So hopefully.
Couldn't see a thing. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed that's okay. There's his teammate.
Indeed.
Across the line, Joe Talbot in 8th place. You know, Max, I said to him after session 1, it's consistency that we're seeing from him. It's week in, week out. We get the same kind of performance from Max Cook, where he starts, he's at the sharp end all the time. And you can see there's a bit of a smile on his face at that, because it's like the realisation is kicking in that I'm a contender. You know, he must think that about himself. He must think that he's there or thereabouts. Now, when I gave Alan Hyde this pencil, I've got to say, Brands Hatch, or was it Snetterton? I gave him that pencil. He's returned it, and he's even sharpened it as well.
That's service, that, isn't it?
Thanks, Alan.
That's service. That's a mark of the man.
Take back everything I said about you on social media about that pencil.
But for Cookie, you're absolutely right. He now, when you have him on stage or you have him in the rider interviews in the VIP hospitality unit, he now believes he's a superbike rider. He's not looking at the guys around him going, this is kind of cool.
Yeah,
No, I am one of these. This is where I deserve to be. This is what I put all the work into over the years. He is a bona fide superbike rider.
The belief is there now.
Yeah, 100%.
The belief is there. He's got the machinery, he's got the team, the infrastructure around him is all good, but he has actually got the belief that, hang on, I'm actually good enough for this. He's the team leader. So, yeah, and even if his teammate is breathing down his neck, you know, Max is still very much the team leader. Joe Sheldon-Shaw heads back out on that White Cliff CDH Honda. Standing rider for the team, as Luke Hedger was injured yesterday or the day before, I think, when he came off a ladder. Lee Jackson, 3-place improvement up into P9. A 133 for Jackson. Skinner, 133.7. He goes into P7. So working for those guys, Kyle Ryde is out there on track, circulating a 152.2 last time round. I still wouldn't be able to do that, Dave.
No, me neither.
You know?
I'd be happy to get round here in under 2 minutes, but it's unlikely.
Yeah, in a car or on a bike. Anyway, even with somebody else driving, I should say. Scott Redding crosses the line, no improvement, still in that 13th place. He was cool, calm and collected after free practice 1, didn't seem bothered at all. He had a bigger picture in his mind, I believe, and I think it's race pace. I think that's what they're looking for. I don't think PBM are at all bothered.
No. Well, that's the great thing now, isn't it? Sorry, go on.
I think they maybe know that they've got good pace for that one lap, so in the pre-qualifying we'll see it.
Yes.
But I think they're just looking at the bigger picture here. We want to make sure we're strong at the end of a session on these tyres with X amount of laps in them.
It's the long game, isn't it? And that's the joy of having this new setup for 2026, having a true FP1, a true FP2, and then separating pre-qualifying into its own session.
Yeah.
Because you can. The times don't matter. This is where the tactics come into it. It's where you can, not sandbagging, but you can work on the longer game. Like you say, work on the race pace. See how many laps they've done. You keep using the used tyre. See what the life is. See what the lap times are like after 17, 18 laps. Because we've got 2 20-lap races coming up.
There is a little bit of like, come on, what are you up to? You've got to tell us.
Because that's your job to find out when you get down there.
Because we will see sectors come in that are like, whoa, that was a really quick sector, and then the rest of the lap dribbles away. Then the next 3 or 4 laps, you see different parts of the lap, quick sectors. So you probably go to TSL and take all the sectors up and put them up and think, wow, there's a really good lap
when you
time
download the booklet on TSL, you see that their ideal lap time is only 2/10 off.
Yeah, but they've never put it actually
over
together.
4 laps. Yeah.
Josh
exactly that.
Josh Brooks up in the 7th place, goes ahead of Rory Skinner. Brooks 8 P7. That's good. Only 9/10 away from Kyle Ryde's fastest time, 1:33.741 for Brooksy. As we have the checker flag fluttering in the breeze, and the safety car makes its way down pit lane with Pat Blakeney and Chris Glendenning behind the wheel this time. But that is free practice 2, and Kyle Ryde is on a monster lap. He's gone purple through sector number 1, making his way from the Shell hairpin in towards Britons. We'll watch him coming through on the internal feed. I've just seen him flash past the camera. He goes left, right, left, back through there. Important to get a good run up over the crest of hill into Hilltop. What does he do here? 26.3. He's fastest in that sector. He's only around about 300ths of a second away from where he needs to be. So that's a pretty good, impressive run.
So sector 1 was the only sector where Storm was faster. If he's going for the full set of sector fastest times, he's on course for it now.
Can't help himself, can he?
No, of course he can't.
He just can't help himself.
And there we go, another purple sector in sector 3.
He's now tucked up right behind his good buddy, golfing mate and all-round friend Joe Talbot as they come along and in towards the last corner, which is Lodge. Here comes Lee Jackson and Rory Skinner through and across the line. No improvement for those guys.
What are we saying, 32.6? What are we saying?
I'm going to hold back. 32.7. So
just went away in that.
Couple of hundreds faster, but an impressive run. Kyle Ryde fastest on the Nitrous Coin Nitrous competition. Ducati bike number 1. Your defending reigning champion. 0.6 of a second. Ooh, that's a huge gap, I've got to say. Anything above half a second makes you kind of scratch your head back in the garage. But Kyle Ryde takes that session, the free practice 2 from Storm Stacey in 2nd place, Brad Ray in 3rd, Leon Haslam in 4th. Ryan Vickers a good solid 5th place for Ryan Vickers to be top Honda. With Ilya in 6th place. Ilya Mikulczyk, that really is a good. I'm going to go down to that garage. I'm going to enjoy the interview we have with Ilya in a minute. 7th place for Brooksy, I should say. 8th place for Rory Skinner. 9th for Max Cook, and 10th for Lee Jackson.
Just looking at the differences on this, Duncan. The only difference, the largest difference after Kyle Ryde is Vickers back to Mikulczyk at 0.1.
Yeah,
the rest are all hundredths of a second.
Yeah.
It's incredibly tight behind Kyle.
Well, Storm Stacey and Brad Ray, 4,000ths of a second.
Yeah.
Separating those guys. There ain't a lot. It's tight, that's for sure. Dave, Neil, thank you very much.
Pleasure. Thank you very much.
As
Cheers.
ever,
Sorry,
always good
sweaty
to.
then.
Where has your hand been, man? Oh my goodness me.
I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah. I don't know what to do with this now. I'm going to turn that camera off and get my wipes out. I'm only joking, Dave. We shall head down to the pit lane. Up next, we have another session on track, but we will be in the pit lane because the Quadra Group British Supersport Championship will be on track, and we'll nip down and have a quick word with some Superbike riders in the pit lane. Back in a couple of minutes. So here we are down in pit lane. Let's very quickly bundle ourselves into the first garage that we see, which is the IWR garage for Ian Wallacott with Ely Michalczyk, the Rocket BMW Motorrad Superbike team. Well, we talk about improvements. We talk about how the progress is coming. That was a fabulous session for you guys to end at P6.
I think I can't remember the last time I spoke, Duncan, but I said to you, patience, little steps at a time.
Brands Hatch, you mentioned it twice, yeah.
And I also said, just watch this space. We are getting there, mate. You know, it's a work in progress. There's still more to come. Ely is in a much more comfortable place now, so he seems to be happier with what's going on around him. Certainly, I've seen this weekend. He's not the guy that we started with at the beginning of the year with. We've obviously made him a bit more British. So,
is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Or maybe it's Devonian, that's what it is. We're a bit more Devonian now. So
what's a Devonian?
Well, a bit more laid back and relaxed, isn't it, men?
Like a Scotsman?
No, of course not. You know, so yeah, things have become together, and it's yeah, I mean, you know, to say that was an amazing job he's just done then, you know.
Was that will be the fastest he's gone around here? He told me this morning it was the fastest he's gone, so that was great to see. Up into P4, he just looks relaxed. You know, that's the good thing about him. He doesn't look high maintenance for you.
It's my mentorism, mate. That's what it is. It's just the way I roll, you know. It's just I rub up. I mean, look, you're a better chap for knowing me, aren't you?
I am. Yes, thank you very much. I'm going to let him do his debrief. I'll come back and see him later on. But congratulations, that was a really good run for you guys out there. Dan Brooks has a bit of a debrief in his garage with his crew chief. We'll come back and see Dan after this. After we've been walking up and down the pit lane a couple of times. Super sport bikes are going to go out on to circuit. You can see Freddie Barnes' bike has just been wheeled out the garage. He throws a leg over that bike before he heads down. New tyres front and back for young Freddie as the Sencat Triumph purrs into life and goes down the pit lane. There's Paul Jordan in the pit lane. Well, let's ask Paul Jordan, what busman's holiday?
Just here for the day. I'm off to Donington Park tomorrow to race classic bikes.
Oh, what are you racing?
350 Honda and a 500 Suzuki two-stroke, maybe, I think.
Maybe. Good luck, Paul. Good luck. Maybe. Here comes the General Lee Johnson stag. That's why Paul Jordan's here. His good friend Lee Johnson's in town. Yeah, I like that. Maybe racing a couple of bikes. Don't know what they are. Lee Johnson heads off down pit lane. Let's go down the far end and see if we can grab a word with Kyle after that session. We seem to always catch up with Kyle. It was good to get a word with him, but it's very, very much needed. Let's bump into Steve Day first of all. Good morning. Good afternoon, actually. It's coming up for 3 o'clock, isn't it? How are you?
I'm all right now. I'm here. Yeah, 5.5 hours later. But
how it took you to get here?
Yeah. Wow. Unfortunately, on the A14, I don't want to bore you too much because I know you're busy.
Sorry.
There was some sort of tipper lorry, and there was 8 pig carcasses just spread out on the road. Only happens in Norfolk, that.
Yeah, that wouldn't happen in Fife. People would be stealing them. There would be no traffic jam. 5.5 hours to 5 hours to get here. It took me 4.5.
Yeah, I left at 7:30 this morning, and then missed lunch, everything. So running on empty, mate.
Oh mate, I feel sorry for you. Right, we've just seen Kyle go out there and do a sensational lap. We just saw a 32.7 from Kyle there.
Yeah, it looks like at the moment. Looking at everyone else, you're going to find this out yourself. Particularly interested to look at Scott's body language, Leon's body language when they came back in. A lot of shaking of heads going on there. And Kyle's just riding the crest of the wave, so fair play.
It doesn't look bothered at all, does he? Looks like he's taking it all in his stride, and Kyle just seems happy.
He's no nonsense, never gets flustered. But you never know. You never know what's going to happen.
I'm going to go and see he'll speak to me first of all. that's the hard part. Cheers, Steve. So pig carcasses on the A14. I bet that's something that's never been said on BSB Radio powered by Kawasaki before, but hey-ho. We'll make our way down towards... Max Cook's bike's just come back with slight dust damage involved in that. Not too bad though, but as long as Max is okay, Max in the garage, he is okay, that's good. He seems to be in one piece. Let's see if we can just quickly check in with Max to make sure he's okay. I suppose the bike's dusty, it'll fix. Are you okay, and what happened?
I just went out for the last stint, and the team making fun of me for it because I just outbraked myself into the last corner. Obviously, I just wanted to find the limit around here, and then I stood the bike up, I ran it over the gravel at the last corner, and I felt so embarrassed because I tippled off at about 5 miles an hour. And yeah, unfortunately, I just went to turn the bike a little bit in the gravel to avoid the barrier, and both wheels just slipped out underneath me before you knew it.
People don't realise how difficult it is to ride a bike through the gravel, do they? You can't walk through it that easy.
And honestly, because it's so stiff and like the gravel is so deep, and yeah, the slower you go, almost the harder it is. Like if I did just kind of run across it, you'd glide through it. But yeah, when it's like riding in like a sand almost, and yeah, it's a little bit embarrassing. The bike is a little bit dusty. I'll just need a wipe down, and then my leathers. I'll have to go clean my kit now, so we've not got long till we're out. But yeah, obviously I'm alright. Bike's fine. Just part of free practice is finding the limits and stuff.
Good stuff, Max. Glad you're okay, pal. Thank you very much. We'll give Dan and Nigel a wave there. Yeah. Nigel just having a bit of a laughy joke towards him. Now, we didn't see Glenn Irwin out in that session, but we will see Glenn Irwin out in the next session. The bike still currently under construction here for Glenn Irwin. The engine is back in. Now, the Nitrous Competition squad have got 5 guys working on this bike. Let's take a little picture of this, and we can put this on my social media. That's Glenn Irwin's bike behind that sea of bodies. And yeah, it's in a massive state of strip down. In fact, that's actually rebuilding it now. The other engine's on the floor, so yeah, a lot of work to be done there. So they went some way with their engine specification. The team wanted to try it. It was for the good of the team, as Glenn told us. But Glenn taking that one on the chin and taking it really, really well. That's another thing we need to say. David Williams' bike just warming up in the middle of the garage. You can hear that. And no sign of Kyle. He's done a disappearing act. So we'll let that one go. Scott Redding, well, with a big talking point in the garage there, actually. Scott Redding, 13th place. So Steve Day reckons that there's a lot of shaking of the head. The shoulders are maybe, getting shrugged a little bit. But we'll see. They'll come back. The pre-qualifying session is always something that we do keep our eyes firmly on. With 25 minutes to go off the Super Sport session, we'll let those guys work away. Leon Haslam still tucked in the back of his garage as well. The Pocket Rocket doesn't seem 100%. Maybe he is actually. Let's look at it. Leon Haslam comes away P4. You take Kyle out of this, everybody else is incredibly close together. But when you put Kyle in, who's some 0.6 of a second up the road, it makes everybody else there kind of sit and scratch and wonder where the time has gone and what's actually happening. So yeah, a little bit of work to do in other garages, but that's the thing when Kyle is on a bit of a mission. He is difficult to stop around here, and he is so incredibly fast. The Yamahas were pretty good actually there for Bradley. On track now, we have the Super Sport side of the garage. Well, must be lunchtime in the Chesham Holding garage or early tea, because no sign of Skinner, no sign of Danny Kent either. Let's just see if we can nip through the garage and see if they're maybe standing out the back signing autographs or taking pictures, or let pictures be taken, and we come out here and there's absolutely no sign of them anywhere. So yeah, a cool sharp heart for those guys. They've disappeared very quickly. I can't remember if they were there when I walked up the pit lane in the first place. But we'll make our way back out to the front of the Chesham Holding TS garage. Philip Neal and Scott Smart having a bit of a chat there. Can I just jump in for a quick second? You can have a quick word with the boss, is that okay? Philip, how are you doing? It's good to see you here at Alton Park.
I'm good, how are you?
I'm very well, very well. Good to see the boys having a bit of a nice good start to the weekend, a bit of pace in the Yamahas.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's been a tough year, there's no denying that. It's third change of manufacturer for us as a team in 3 years, and that's never easy, and we maybe did underestimate this one a little bit because it's such a tried and tested package. The new tyre has made quite a difference for everybody, and obviously that meant there was a bit of a learning process again. Rory, even though I've always said, in my opinion, he would be a perfect Yamaha rider, he still had a process to go through and changing some styles. Danny obviously has not found the same feeling yet that he had last year. Hopefully we can get there soon, and he'll remind us all what he's fully capable of. Rory's pace, as you've said yourself many a time now, his pace is there. He needs to get off the start.
How difficult is it as a team to go through all these changes of manufacturers? As you say, BMW, Ducati, and now Yamaha. How difficult is that for the organisation?
Yeah, much more difficult than what I probably anticipated, to be honest. I mean, the Ducati thing last year, not so much. One bike, one rider. pretty well established bike, no major changes in technical specification or tyres, so there really wasn't a lot of change. It was just Rory getting his head around it and us finding our way as a team. This year I deliberately went the Yamaha route because after being beaten by them for so many years consecutively, I thought, look, if we can't beat them, we're going to join them. And the package was there and available. I did think we'd hit the ground running. It wasn't quite as easy as that, unfortunately, but it's not through any lack of effort, anybody not trying. There's a very good team of individuals in the garage. They're technically very capable. 2 very qualified riders. We've just found it a little bit tougher than we thought.
Listen, thanks for your time. Hope they get a good pre-qualifying session. The speed is definitely there. Good to catch up with Philip. Jeff Lapworth at the back of the garage. Give him a wave. The O-Show, Jason O'Halloran, is there actually. Let me see if we can maybe get a word with Jason. Yeah, let's see if we can find out exactly how he's getting on. I'm going to come under here and I'm going to see if we can have a quick chat with Jason. If he could, I'll try and work and come to the garage. Let's see for Jason. The weekend is going pretty well so far, but we've seen, I don't want to be cheeky here, we've seen an upturn in pace and an upturn in form, and I hope you take that okay from me, but it does look good.
Yeah, we've had a good start to the weekend, much better than we had at Brands. Brands, we had a severe chatter throughout the whole weekend, and I just really struggled to get around it. We made some changes between rounds, and I've come here and we've reduced that chatter by quite a chunk, and you can see that in the performance. So, it's been a good day. I was happy with the start of that session there. I was P5 for a lot of it. We made some changes towards the end, and it was probably a little bit worse. So we'll probably revert back for pre-Q and see if we can make it through to directly to Q2.
Yeah, 12th place in that pre-practice. Can we see you get through to Q2? That's the goal here.
Yeah, that's the target for sure. I feel like this weekend we've got the pace to do it. Puts us in a good place for tomorrow, and we'll be trying our best to do it.
Jason, fabulous. Great to see a turn up in pace and form on that side of the guys. We know Ryan will drag a lap time out the bike, but fabulous to see Jason looking better and sounding much more positive as well. That's Keogh Walker in the background there. Dad Clint on the front tyre, Ty on the back tyre, Keogh on the bike, Mum Debbie on the plugs. Power plugs, that is. Bike comes off the stand and away they go down the pit lane. Other side of the Honda garage, you've got Dean Harrison sitting up the back of his garage. Dino sitting just ready for the nod to go for the remainder of this free practice 2 session. We've got Ray Stringer behind a laptop in his garage. Storm Stacey, another good run for Storm Stacey there, another really strong run. P2, 133.406, only 0.6 of a second away from the back. All right, Chris, good to see you. And finally we come down to the Dow Honda garage. And once again, I'm going to interrupt Josh Brooks' lunch as he sits at the back of the garage. Let's see where Brooksy finished in that one, because Brooksy was P7, that's good. I'm sorry for interrupting your lunch again, but I got excited this morning when I saw both the Dow Hondas just outside the top 10 in free practice 1, but there you go, 7th place, free practice 2. That's more like it, Josh Brooks. That put a smile on the face.
Well, if you know how much risk I was taking, it's hard to keep a smile on your face. But no, I'm sure everybody's taking risk out there. I know that's just the nature of the game, but no, I definitely was worried about throwing the bike towards the scenery at a multiple of different occasions in multiple laps. So we're definitely somewhere very close to the limit. It's nice to be a bit close up to the front. I was just looking at some lap times then, and I've just been comparing some sector times, and I've just actually reduced the number of people to compare to because I've took Kyle off the top. Because if you just delete Kyle's lap from the very top of the list and then operate from whoever's second onwards, it looks more achievable. Kyle's setting a really, really high standard at the moment. It's great to have someone, achieving those that quality, So it's what we all aspire to be and do. So it's good that someone is setting a new standard now. But it just makes us need to work hard. We're always working hard, but if we were the fastest in that session, we would relax a bit on you know, potential changes we might make, or, you know, maybe hours spent at the computer screen, whereas when you're further down the list, you know, the work doesn't stop. You keep looking under every stone, looking for, you know, an area to improve. And, you know, we know the Honda, you know, it's no secret it isn't the strongest package at the moment. So, you know, we're trying, you know, to uncover some performance that we don't even know it's actually possible. You know, when there's other bikes and riders on the same machinery doing, you know, P1, then you know it's within the equipment. But on that note, Ryan Vickers was still ahead of me in that session, so there is definitely an area to improve a little bit, at least with the package and machinery we have. And then it's sort of, you go into exploratory settings to try and find something that hasn't been discovered yet.
But this must be a good feeling. All right, there's a lot of risk out there. You're taking the bull by the horns and dragging it around the circuit, but it looks like a Q2. It looks like you could be straight through to Q2 if you can hook the lap up in pre-qualifying.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Obviously, the last many rounds we've been having to go through Q1, and even at the last round, I didn't directly go through. I mean, I didn't go through at all. I just missed out at the end of Q1 to get into Q2. So, yeah, if there's any chance that we can go directly into Q2, would be much appreciated. It puts us in that top bunch, and then yeah, it looks better for everybody, and kind of, I guess, reflects on the work that we're all trying to do here. But yeah, I think the guys have done well between, you know, arriving at Brands. We were playing around with you know, mostly like suspension, chassis sort of stuff, and then since Brands we're so focused more on electronical side, you know, throttle connection, engine brake, mapping, ignition timing, things like that. That you know, it's not really about changing the way that the bike rides over the bumps or how it turns. It's more about how it feels as I'm riding it and how it's stopping on the brakes. So that may be an indication of where we need to focus more. You know, it seems that there's possibly you know, light in chasing, you know, some electronic changes more so than chassis.
Does it help that it's the second visit here as well? In fact, it's the third visit this year if you take the test into account as well.
In some ways, yes. For us, for me, and on my side of the garage at least, the bike's a lot different. Early in the year, after pre-season testing, we were going in the wrong direction. It was something that, you know, set up. We were trying to improve. We were trying to improve the braking of the bike. So we made the bike longer, and we steepened the steering angle and stuff like that to try and get the steering back. And it looked like a possible path of improvement. But after many attempts to make it work, we gave up on that. So coming back here now, we're not anywhere setup-wise like we were at the beginning of the year. We're in a different postcode setup-wise. In fact, I'm not even on the same suspension. I was on K-Tech suspension in the early part of the year, and I'm on Olin's now. So, yeah, there's a lot of changes. It hasn't instantly changed our results, but it's just something we've changed to see if there's an improvement from doing that. So, so yeah, just to answer your question, yeah, that haven't been here a second time isn't really that valuable to me because we have gone in such a different direction now.
Interesting you found speed, and you know, you found it without looking back at the previous data. Best luck for pre-qualifying. Let's get this thing through into Q2 directly.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking now what we can do. I don't think we'll make any change to the bike. I think there's just as much chance of risking making it worse than making it better. So we'll probably analyse the data and then make a change for tomorrow morning's FP3. And try something new, or not new, but something adjusted there, and just leave it as it is for pre-qualifying and see if we can make the most of it.
Well, if you need to, if risk is ajar, just get the lid off a little bit looser for the next one, open it a little bit more.
I think it's on its last thread.
Thanks, Josh. Here we go. Brilliant. I mean, that's quite interesting that they're nowhere near where they've been before, and they're getting some. It's feeling good. It's feeling good. So Christian doesn't appear to be in the garage. Oh, he is. He's completely wow. He's got some clothing choices. He really has. Paul Jordan, I'll take. Christian has got some questionable clothing choices, hasn't he?
That's what I was just saying to him. He actually looks mint, doesn't he? You know, he's confident.
I couldn't pull that off. I'd like to, but I couldn't. Can I have a quick word, please, if that's okay? We're not going to talk fashion, that's for sure. 14th place at the end of that one, P14. Were you doing something different, or what was the plan for you guys there?
Yeah, I was definitely doing something different. I weren't going as fast, so doesn't help, does it? No, we made a considerable change that I think was better. Timesheet doesn't really show it, but yeah, went out on a new tyre at the end, like pretty much everyone does before pre-Q. Just didn't get the track position, if I'm honest with you. It was just a really messy end of the session, so yeah, I don't feel like I got anything like the run that I wanted. Just yeah, there's not much traffic out there, but every single lap I did, I pretty much caught traffic or had to roll out of it and go through the chicane, or just a messy end to the session. And then every time I am also to blame. Every time I then tried to get my head down, I sort of rushed at it and just was too loose and didn't flow.
So what are you going to do for pre-qualifying? Are you going to resort back to what you had, or are you going to stay with this big detailed change that you made?
We're going to go back to what we had at the start of that session, FP2, because we went further for the last run, but I didn't get to evaluate it properly. So I have had kind of a run on the two different setups from FP1 and FP2. Just not got a full run on the last one, which was a step again from the direction we went. So yeah, I'm not convinced that it's maybe it's too far, but maybe it isn't. I don't know. So for pre-Q, I'd rather go out on some. At least I've ridden to a half decent pace. The start of the session was half decent on used tyres. I felt all right. But yeah, when we put the fresh boots in, just never made the most of it. Never got a lap.
Great shame that. By the way, I'm loving these. Okay, tell me about these socks and the trainers. They're they're almost Senkat trainers, aren't they?
Yeah, well, I've got some I seen these trainers the other day at Cheshire Oaks, and they were quite cheap, so I thought I'd buy them. And they look similar colour scheme to our team, which is not many things are similar colour scheme to our team, so I thought they fitted in well. And yeah, I've always enjoyed having a good strong sock game. So
Super Dad socks, are they?
Yeah, well, when I got them 2 years ago, I got a pack of Super Dad sort of socks, and I wasn't off the podium with my Super Dad socks for about 3 rounds, and then that stopped working somehow, but I've stuck with it to see if it'll work.
Maybe because you washed them, maybe that's the problem.
Yeah, maybe that's the problem, but yeah, that was kind of a necessity.
Have a good pre-qualifying. Thank you very much, Christian. So that's interesting. They made a change, but they're going to kind of dial the change back a little bit and go back to what they had before. Interesting. Now, let's see if we can have a quick word with one of our rookies. He's still very much deep in conversation, but we have got Dan Brooks. Just a quick second. I won't keep him for too long. Just very quickly. Crew chief's now unhappy with me. I've stolen the rider. Okay, so we know you've raced the Superbike before at the Sunflower, but this is your first time racing in the BSB paddock. How was it, and how does it feel?
Yeah, it's good fun. It's like a roller coaster out on the Superbike. It's just getting a whole different feeling compared to the stocker. It's completely different. So just taking my time, building up, and then getting a good feel for it at the moment.
So there's 2 Brookses out here. By the way, just to let you know, he's Brooksy. You're Dan Brooks, okay? I'm going to get that one straight away. But I think you've done yourself fabulous. I mean, it's great to get the call up. You're in the team anyway. You've got the leathers that match, but you've done yourself a whole world of good there. I know that Roger sent me a message. He's very impressed with what you're doing as well, so it must make you feel good.
Yeah, I mean, I would always want more. I think that's just a typical racer kind of mindset. I look at the lap time and think, I've gone a bit quicker before, so I just need to actually just screw my head on a little bit and make that happen myself. And then I will feel a bit better then. But yeah, I mean, first run out on it, I've got to pull it into a bit of reality and know.
Going to bring it back in one piece.
Exactly that, yeah. I don't want to be in the bad book just yet.
Listen, I'll let you get back to your debrief. Thank you very much. That's Dan Brooks. Brooks is at the other end. That's Dan Brooks. So there's a slight change. Elia has gone. Oh dear, he's gone. He's left. That's okay. We'll let him off. We'll get him after pre-qualifying. Joe Sheldon Shaw had a decent run there. He got some good laps in the bike for the Whitecliffe CDH team actually. So it was quite nice to see him getting out there. He's currently doing a bit of a debrief with the boss man. So could we just have a very quick word? Would that be just okay? I don't know if I can come in. I don't know if the microphone will work. I don't want to take you away. I'm sorry. I know this is so much work going on here. How was that then? You got some laps. I suppose that's really what was needed there.
Yeah, of course. That's exactly what was needed. And every single lap, it was an improvement. So all I'm doing at the moment is just chasing the green light dash, and and getting stuck in. Really, there's so much to learn and so much to take on board. I'm not even scratching the surface of what I can even do when I'm pushing on. So like we've just been saying, I'm not even using the rear brake yet because the speed and everything is so overwhelming at the minute. We just need to get comfortable and then I can start pushing on. But I think, to be honest, to say that was his first session and first actual proper laps, I think we're not a million miles away off of where I thought we could be. And there's a lot more to come yet.
Let's not let you get back. Thank you very much. Good to hear from you. Good to see some laps getting spun on the Whitecliff CDH Honda as well. Red flags popped out here at the 7 minute to go. Number 61, the Fuller at Old Hall. Ready will go to the medical centre with that one. That's Ben Curry who's gone down there actually. So Bayliss fastest from Stapleford and Kennedy, your top three as it stands at this moment. But the riders all making their way back into the pit lane as Ben Curry has gone down at turn number 1, which is Old Hall Corner, which is never great. Graham Irwin did have a little slip-off in that session. We shall just get Graham to see if we can have a very quick word in his ear. We've got a little bit of time to kill now with that red flag being out there. I'm just going to tap him on the knee and see if he can come out and just have a very quick word. There's a speaker somewhere about here and we do feedback off it. It's there. So if we just take up here to take away from that speaker. First of all, are you okay after that little slip-off?
Yeah, no, 100%.
What happened?
Chasing the green on the dash, to be honest. I haven't been here since 2020. Learning the track. Got going from FP1 and then you go out in FP2. You want to start off where you left off in FP1 and it kind of just struggled to come to me. But I was patient and then as soon as I seen the green I was like, oh yeah, we're back, we're here. And I just got a little greedy.
Everything okay with the bike though, yeah?
Yeah, no, literally foot peg and a handlebar, so.
Oh, that's a better damage bill than we want. But I should ask you, well, how's Andrew? How's the recovery with Andrew? And how long do we expect to see you on this bike, Graham?
Yeah, I think my day's come to an end, to be honest. Andrew's his recovery is coming really good. I think he's 8-9 weeks from the crash. He's in the gym, he's working it. He's looking at him, he looks like he's ready to go on. As a team, taking off my rider hat and I'm wearing the team hat, it's like, Andrew, come back when you're 100%. But I also know that as soon as he's going to go on, he's going to do a much better job than what I am. So it's like, when you're ready, Andrew, just give us a note. It's all yours, So. Are
you going to miss this?
I mean, Thruxton, I'm going to be gutted if he comes back before Cadwell. I just want to do that jump. Honestly, when I raced before, Cadwell's the favourite track. I want to send the mountain and
then give him the bike. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know what? Even if I do the Friday on it and then give him it back, I want a picture jumping over that with a smile on my face and go, do you know what? Racing, you've been fantastic. 24-year career. Been riding bikes 32 years, or 31 years, and do you know what? There you go, Andy. There's the keys. I'm finally done.
Thank you very much. Mic dropping away you go, Graham Irwin. Thanks very much for your time. Good to speak to him. Simon King's in here. And there's no sign unfortunately, of Richard King. Let's have a quick word with. I'm going to say Moto 2. I was going to say guru of data. Is that the right terminology for your job title?
Could be. Data engineer.
Data engineer. That's what I don't know where that went. It slipped from my mind.
Squiggly line whisperer.
Yeah, and the man who leans over on a laptop like this and does the work. So, how are you? And what are you doing in this SM Racing garage?
I'm good. Thank you very much. Just floating about this weekend. I'm on my holidays, so I'm incognito, but
you can't hide from me, pal.
I know, I can't hide from you. But no, just cruising around, seeing what's going on, calling in with some people I know and seeing what's going on.
The MotoGP is on its summer break just now. When do you reconvene?
Next weekend, Silverstone. So it's nice. We don't have to get any flights. So it'll cut a few days of travelling off.
Are you plugging a laptop into anybody's bike this weekend, or are you completely off? Are you allowed to say that on air?
I'm trying to keep my laptop closed, but unsuccessfully. But
is it just yourself, or is Brian here with you? You're kind of like a two-headed monster. You travel the world together, you two.
Yeah, we're two sides of the same coin, but no, Brian's not here this weekend, unfortunately.
We know where he'll be, that's for sure. Anyway, thank you, good to see you, Simon. Thank you very much. So that's Simon there. Neil Pearson doing a little bit of work on his bike in the garage. Braden Elliott has disappeared. Braden's gone, he's disappeared, but let's just check in once again with the crew chief. Ryder doesn't want to speak to us today, but the crew chief does. Happy with free practice too?
Yeah, knocked another second off, so just ready for pre-qualifying now. Do another half a second hopefully, and yeah, be good for tomorrow then.
Just wind them up and let them go. Thank you very much. Good stuff. Good to see you in that garage as well. Okay, we're going to now head upstairs back into the commentary box, and we'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Welcome back to the last 5 minutes of the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship free practice number 2, which we have on track. A red flag there for a crash with Ben Curry at Old Hall. Not like Ben Curry to crash, but he's been taken to the medical centre for a check-up. And it's Ollie Bayliss who we find is fastest this moment in time, with some 4.5 minutes of the session to go. From Stapleford, from Jack Kennedy, Ollie Bayliss has arrived in the British Championship, and I've got to say he's arrived with a whole heap of speed, and it's so impressive to see just how quick Ollie Bayliss can get used to a new circuit. I mean, he's been told to part before, but with these guys, the level is incredibly high. So something that we'll very much keep our eyes on over the rest of the weekend, and obviously through the rest of the championship. There was a rumour that somebody told somebody who told me, there you go, one of these ones, that there's a chance that Ollie Bayliss might actually be at the end of the championship year if he's in with the chance of winning a championship. Be interesting to see. Just outside the top 3, Lee Johnson in 4th place with Oliver Barr 5th. Lucas Brown a fine 6th place, so two of Rory Skinner's friends 5th and 6th. Dean Harrison in 7th place from Has a True Love. Ben Curry 9th, and Jack Mahaffey in the top 10 again. Mahaffey in that top 10, so something that we have seen Mahaffey there a few times, and it's nothing new for us to see Mahaffey in that area. That's what we should like to say as well. As we keep our eyes firmly on our timing screens to see exactly what was going on. And what we can see is a couple of green sectors. Dean Harrison with the personal best last time round, 137.273 for Dino. And he'll be chuffed with that, Dean Harrison. Top 5 again. Teammate is about 3 tenths ahead, not too far up the road. Lucas Brown as well, the young tall figure of Lucas Brown on his MSG Suzuki, bike 29, the all blue Suzuki with the kind of white mudguard or white hugger you could call it. Very much a man with a great future ahead of him, Lucas Brown, in this Supersport, and who knows, even a Superbike berth in the not too distant future. As the late great Paul Bird always said to me, you look for your good Supersport riders, you look for your good Superbike riders coming through from Supersport, and that's the way it has been for quite some time. These Supersport bikes are kind of a different generation from when Birdie was looking at them, but they still spawn and make great riders. Jack Russell at the pit exit underneath the Rocket Oxygen Performance qualifying arch holds up the 2-minute board, because we are now in the last area for 2 minutes to go. And an interesting point of that last 2 minutes. I mean, you've still got time to do a lap, which could move you up. This is only free practice. It doesn't have the same kind of cutthroat as a qualifying session would have, as Cameron Fraser goes up 2 places into 16th, and a pretty good lap actually to get himself into that 16th place. Ahead of Jamie Davies and Cam Hall. Cam Hall in 18th. He's had a big improvement from what we've seen. TJ Toms, his teammate, up in 12th place. So, again, another turn up in performance for TJ Toms. Cup class has got Keogh Walker leading the way in 22nd overall. He's actually ahead of Billy McConnell in 23rd. And James Alderson, 24th Cup class. Cam Swine, 25th Cup class. And they're all together. Actually, 23rd, 24th, 25th, 26th, all our Cup guys all together. As we get to the last couple of seconds of this session, it was good to catch up with the Superbike guys in the pits for their session, but always good to try and cover as much as what we can on track, with Bayliss still leading the way on the Macadam Factory Racing Triumph, ahead of Luke Stapleford on his Scars Ducati, and the Honda UK star Jack Kennedy on the CBR 600 in 3rd place. Yep, second cat triumph for Lee Johnson in 4th. Dean Harrison, teammate to Jack Kennedy in 5th. Oliver Barr, 3B construction by Binch Pro. Lucas Brown on the MSG Suzuki. And a Dean Harrison, wow, lap from Dean Harrison, P3. Stapleford, Bayliss, Harrison. Harrison goes ahead of Jack Kennedy and puts himself 2/10 of a second away from the fastest lap. That's a lap and a half from Dino. He will be pretty happy with that. Harry Trulove on a fairly decent first sector. 23.9 through that first sector for Hazard Trulove. 4/10 of a second away. If he could hold that to the flag, that would put him into 4th place. Checker flag now flashes out from the start gantry, and it's now very much there. So this session has come to an end. And from there, we keep our eyes on the scores, on the timing screens. Timing screens brought to you by Omologato on 1P Mobile. TSL doing a fabulous job as ever, giving us all the data that we need into towards the commentary box. I'd like to say that the actual race log, which I get on page 5 of my screen, not as many laps from Ollie Bayliss being discontinued this time. There's about 6 of them. Met him at lunchtime. I said, how many times do you think you lost a lap? He says, I think it was 6. And I said, all at turn 1? He says, all at turn 1. I was just finding and feeling my way around. Well, he was finding and feeling his way around using a little bit more track than he possibly should have. But it's clearly worked, because he now finds himself fastest by 2/10 of a second, almost 2.5 of a second, as the last couple of bikes come through to take the checkered flag. Bayliss, Stapleford, Harrison, your top 3. Jack Kennedy, 4th. Lee Johnson, Oliver Barr, Lucas Brown, Hazard Trulove, Ben Curry and Carter Brown, your top 10. Carter Brown just knocks Jack Mahaffey out at the very end. Mahaffey 11th, TJ Toms, Corey Tinker, Freddie Barnes, Max Wadsworth, James McManus in a fine 16th place, ahead of Cameron Fraser, Jamie Davis, Cam Hall and Mikey Hardy, rounding out the top 20. That was part of the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship that I was able to bring you. Up next, Pirelli National Superstock Free Practice number 2. One, two, icky. 1, 2, icky. bikes on track for the Pirelli National Superstock Championship. Free practice number 2, and BSB Radio powered by Kawasaki springs into life and sounds joyous and glorious and amazing in my ears. Thank you, Alan Hyde, for the... He arrives and he looks like he's on a mission. He's got briefcases everywhere, and he starts to slowly unpack these briefcases, and he brings a whole radio studio out of about 6 briefcases, puts it together for us. Voila, we sound, well, I hope we sound good in your ears if you're listening to us via YouTube or TSL Timing, but more importantly, I do hope that you like what you're actually hearing around the circuit as well. That's another thing to look at. So as I have a look up the pit lane here, the Pirelli National Superstock, 26 or so minutes of their session still to go. Free practice number 1 that they had, and the ended result came back for that one. Callum Bay was only badges doing 2 laps in that session. I did go and find out, I said, what was the problem? I asked his better half, Jordan Bird, and she said, well, basically, he had a problem with his small shaft, which clearly got a big laugh in the area we were in. His gear shaft, which comes out from the engine, had a problem with that, so not ideal for Callum. Bit of work to be done. In that session for him. Remember, David Allingham was in fine form. Got a feed. David Allingham was in fine form earlier on. He found himself 0.4 of a second up the road from anybody else. And that 0.4 of a second makes David go back to his tented village and decide, and it also makes him realise that, yes, you know what, we've got this bike in the working window, we've got it going in the right direction. Let's kind of maintain focus and keep doing what we have been doing, as we have a rider looking like he's running wide there at the exit of Shell Oil's hairpin. Just tracking that in internal feed. There goes Luke Mossey across the line in towards turn number 1. Mossey with that traditional leg dangle. I do like the style he has. And as it stands, Luke Mossey fastest with fastest from Lewis Rollo again. So Mossey, Rollo, Scott Swan goes up there. So Honda, BMW and BMW. Interesting. Declan Connell up there, 4th place on the Rapid Honda. I look out from my commentary point, and directly below me I can see Matt Bainbridge just having a little bit of a peek through the metal fence. keeping an eye on the TSL timing, brought to you by Omologato on 1P Mobile on his phone. That's how easy it is, guys. You can watch live timing on your phone around this circuit. It's that easy. Up the other end, we've got Claire Armstrong on the pit board, and the rest of the pit crew again watching their phones for the live timing, and also just keeping themselves up to date with what's going on. Declan goes past. Declan Connell goes to the top of the times by 0.3 of a second, a 1:36.528. Matt Bainbridge will get that updated on his phone now, and he'll have a slight smile appearing on his face as he has a look through the fence. Clive Paget and he down this end. Both guys who have had Superbike teams in the past. The Rapid Motorsport, Rapid Honda team very much focusing on super stock. Here comes Callum Bay. Now we need to get more laps for this man on track. Callum Bay makes his way down pit lane. He's not had a lot of luck since he got that new bike. I have to say, the old bike was considerably nicer towards him than what we've seen now. Declan Connell only went to the top of times about 30 seconds ago, and we've now had Mossy, Allingham, Rollo and Barnes all go quicker, and his teammate included there. So brilliant stuff to see just how quickly the times are changing. Carl Phillips up there as well, the reigning Ulster Superbike champion in 8th place. Great to see Carl up there. Long may that continue. Remember Carl when he was in the Superbike class racing for the Gearlink Kawasaki squad, right at the end of Gearlink's kind of Superbike era. And that was McGuinness crossing the line. McGuinness chasing Caden Wilkinson on bike 59. But it's nice, it's nice to see different names featuring at that sharp end, and Carl Phillips is definitely one of those. He's just ahead of Simon Reed and Jack Bednarek behind him as well. So Mossy, Allingham, Swan, Rollo and Barnes, your top 5. Luke Mossy on the Paget's Honda. SMS Nickel Oils BMW mounted David Allingham second. And yeah, there you go. The Rosewood Bespoke Joinery with SMR BMW of Scott Swan. Great to see Swanee at the sharp end, and great to see Scott Swan on the Swan Racing BMWs has been badged, but we do know there's a bit of help from SMR involved in this, clearly for the bike, etc. That's Lewis Rollo across the line. Lewis goes P2, 1:35.870. Puts himself ahead of David Allingham. Good lap from Lewis Rollo. That few purple sectors in there. Purple sectors incoming from Scott Swan on 45. He's all on his own in towards the last corner of Lodge. We're about to see him come up through Deer Leap. Here he comes now on the big BMW, the white front end. Swanee crosses the line. Where does he go? To the top, 1:35.568 for Scott Swan. Puts 0.05 of a second into the field. Impressive run for Swanee, that's good to see. So clearly the new BMW is in favour in the Swan Racing camp. And that lap, was a purple sector 2 and a personal best sector 3. Then after that, they were decent sectors, but there could be more to come, which is worrying for everybody else. As Scott Swan leads Luke Mossy and Lewis Rollo. This is only free practice 2, though, so let's not get too excited. But it does give us a pretty good indication of what we're going to expect through the course of the rest of the weekend. Just outside the top 10, we've got Richard White in 11th, Emily Latty in 12th, Callum Bay in 13th place, ahead of Ash Beach, Josh Owens, John McGuinness in 16th, Jamie Van Secleris in 17th place, with Jamie Cower, Thomas O'Grady, and it changes a little bit there because Harrison Crosby comes up 5 places and slots himself nice and neatly into 17th for young Harrison Crosby. As we keep our eyes on the rest of the guys, all flashing past. There goes David Allingham. So a big improvement for Owens and Beach. Owens comes up 9 places to go 6. Beach comes up 6 places to go P8. And that also looked like Max Lofthouse crossing the line. So this is where you want to start seeing exactly what you've got. With 18 minutes to go, plenty of time for him to do some more long runs, but there will be a push for this at the end. There will be, like we said, the pre-qualifying, because they will want to have some sort of dig in to see exactly what they have got. We saw that earlier on with David Allingham. 1:35.146 was the time we had in free practice 1 for David Allingham. Swanee has done a 35.5, so he's still some 4/10 away from the fastest time that we have actually had. So a little bit of work to be done in that area, as we can now push that camera there and bring you a little bit of pit lane action as you like to see it. There we go. So a little bit of pit lane stuff. Let's see if we can just give it a little bit more of a movement for you so you can see something else. And yeah, the guys down there working in the pit lane. That right in the middle of your screen if you're watching YouTube is Scott Swan. Swanee sitting on the bike, just taking his gloves off. The team having a bit of a chat with him. The laptop about to be plugged in that lovely Swan Racing BMW S1000 M1000, I should say. Stunning bit of kit with this SMR stickers all over it. And it shows you that SMR stepping up, giving a bit of good support to Swan Racing for the remainder of this season. And if this is what we're looking at for the first time on the bike, I think everybody else needs to just have that little bit of a look. That's pretty impressive actually for Swanee to do that so quickly. Has he had a test somebody else in a BMW? Possibly. That's maybe happened that we don't know about. It could happen at track days. It could be a bit of private testing as well. But who knows? We'll maybe try and get Larry Carter involved in that later on. It's difficult to shout down from the commentary point anyway. Ash Barnes makes his way back out onto the circuit under the watchful eye of Matt Bainbridge, who is down this end of the pit lane. Here comes Luke Mossey. Mossey's going to park up in the pit lane. Clive Paget already off the wall, about to come across and have a bit of a chat. Mossey parks up P2 at this moment in time on his Malenko by Paget's Motorcycles Honda. And it does just seem to be a kind of friendship, a team boss and rider combination that works so well for Luke Mossey and Clive Paget. Definitely in this Superstock class. Does Luke Mossey have Superbike ambitions? Probably yes, maybe no. Maybe no. He's doing so well in this Superstock class. He's been Super Sport, he's been Superstock. Before that he was in Super Teen, remember? If it was Super Teen or whatever it was, small bike classes. But he's been in the bigger bike classes. He's been a Superbike rider. He's come back, he's gone back up, and he's come back again. Maybe he doesn't want to. Maybe he doesn't feel the need to be having that pressure on him, because when you're working so well and enjoying your racing somewhere with a guy like Clive Paget, why would you want to go and jeopardise that and do something about it and stick it in there? You know, put yourself in that pressure cooker of the Superbike era. And would he do it with Clive Paget? Clive has been there before, but he did it with Davy Todd, but it didn't work out. I think Luke Mossey's very, very happy with where he is, and I do know that he loves working with that Malenko by Paget's Motorcycle squad and Clive Paget. So, you know what? If it ain't broke, don't try and fix it. We're watching Josh Owens make his way across towards the pit box for Dow Honda. And on the pit perch, he has a bit of a look at what's going on there. Tries to make sure he can see where he is in the timing. Walking back, doesn't look too... No limp involved in that whatsoever. That's absolutely heroic, actually, for Owens, considering what he put himself through last time out at Brands Hatch. Not even a hint of a limp there. As Callum Bay makes his way back down and onto the circuit. And while Callum Bay does that, Charlie White parks up in pit lane. Now, if you're watching on the YouTube, you'll see the busy pit lane down there, actually. Scott Swan still with a lot of people around him. And then the bike just in front of him, Carl Phillips on bike 32. Carl with the yellow topped his crash helmet, just taking a little bit of intake of water. The reigning Ulster Superbike champion, as we have mentioned already. And a good bit of love coming in for Carl on the YouTube feed, I must say. And a lot of people from around the globe tuning in and giving us comments as well, which is pretty impressive to see. Right, here goes Swanee. He pulls the visor down. He says okay to the team, let's have it. The tyre warmers come off the number 45 BMW. Off the stands he goes. And Carl Phillips is going to follow him out, or he's going to go out before him and then probably just drop in behind him. In fact, obviously these two guys quite aware of what's going on. Emily Latty's about to join the mix as well. That's a quick train of bikes going out there. A lot of experience, a lot of talent there. Swanee, Phillips and Latty all go out. Swanee takes a tear off from his helmet and throws it to the side. And the other two quite happy to just drop in behind. Blaze Baker up 7 places into 14th. Puts himself ahead of John McGuinness. And Blaze steps back from the Superbike pressure cooker, where he was with the MP Racing Honda last year, he and Neil Pearson. And now finds himself with the Whitney Motorsport guys and having a good time of it as well. And I think that's another thing that he likes. He's liking this, being competitive again. We know how good Blaze was when we saw him on the one make series of the Ducati tri-options. He was very, very impressive. He arrived in a blaze of glory at that, if I can say, and we'll use that. He and his band of merry men from South Africa, and lots of friends and followers who come across. And he was well received in the paddock. Into Superbike class, and it was difficult, very, very difficult, but finds himself a really good home here and finds himself doing the business and showing that we know how fast he can be. I mean, ahead of John McGuinness, just behind Richard White, who unfortunately Richard White tipped off earlier on, but he's okay in this session. You know, you kind of know what you're doing at that level. 12 minutes of the session to go, and the championship leader now comes in to the pit lane. D-Bomb rumbles down pit lane. He passes Declan Connell, who's parked up in his area. As we have a look through the stock and block, there's a long, long look up the far end of the pit lane. And a few other bikes making their way down. There's Kevin Milani. Kevin Milani's going to go back out onto track on his 241 Motorsports Honda. But I want to try and keep my eyes on David Allingham to see what David's going to put in to this bike. Is there going to be a new tyre? Is that where we were for free practice? Do we need to do that, David? Probably not, actually. Good grief. What a fright that was. A little bit too loud in my ears, but nice to hear you anyway, Alan. You're probably right, actually. He's probably not going to put a new tyre in that. They're putting the tyre warmers back on the SMS Nickel Oils BMW. Richard White heads back out on the track. He's going to follow Ash Beach. And Jeff Van Callister also going out. It was Jamie Coward walks across towards the pit wall. Looks like he just needs to stretch those leathers in a little bit for Jamie there. Bit of a walk like a cowboy as he made his way over towards the metal railing. There goes Matty Truelove on the number 44 Tag Honda. And it's just a tyre pressure adjustment that's happening for David Allingham down below us in the pit lane. You know, if you're David at this point, you're pretty confident that you're going to have what it takes to be there for qualifying. So is there really any point burning some rubber just for the sake of being at the top end of the timing screens? It's interesting that Mossy and Allingham are next to each other in the pit lane, arch rivals on track. David's still maybe complaining about the brake on that BMW. He's still maybe complaining the brake. Just coming back ever so slightly too far towards the handlebar for his liking. I can see him adjusting the span right in front of me actually here. The span adjuster is on the left-hand side handlebar, and you put a couple of turns on that, and all it does is, remember when you were a youngster and you used to burn the brake blocks down on your rally grifter? We've been here before, or whatever it is, and you would just have to adjust the brakes a little bit because the lever would come back too far to handlebar. It's exactly the same. It's not crude. It's just a very simple formula that they can push the brake lever further away from the handlebar without actually having to do anything mechanical with spanners. They just wind a span adjuster, which is a cable which goes across, nice and easy. And that's exactly what D-Bomb has done there, because there's nothing worse than when you're on the bike and you're braking at a point where you need to have as much brake as you can, but it's coming back and it catches the knuckle protectors on your glove. So you technically can't pull that brake lever back any further because the brake lever's touching your glove, and that's when it becomes really, really tricky. Declan Connell gets told to slow down as he goes down pit lane and onto the circuit. He was just a little bit too keen there, I have to say. But I don't think he'll pick up a tailing off for that. Simon Reed slipped off at Britain's. That's not what Speedy Reedy needs to do. Simon Reed goes down at Britain's on the number 10 Carl Cox Motorsport by MLav M1000RR. His badge is being okay. But Simon out of the game for the remainder of this 8 minutes of free practice number 2 for the Pirelli National Superstock Championship. Crossing the line, David Williams, the man behind the Nitrous Competitions team, Nitrous Coin, Nitrous Competition, promoting another part of their business. And they are busy when it comes to prize draws. And there does seem to be, there's an awful lot more of them popping up here, there and everywhere as well. So. But the Nitrous Competition, one of the big ones in the world of prizes. And David Williams, well, finds himself back on the big Ducati and in 30th place on the first page of the timing screen. David will be pretty happy with that one as they move in towards the last couple of minutes of this free practice 2 session. So it'd be interesting to find out what Swan he's planning on doing when he's out there. He did tow the likes of Carl Phillips and Emily Latty with him. Emily Latty has got up to 7th place with a personal best lap last time round. Carl Phillips, personal best lap time, 11th place. As we look at our tracker map, we try and pick up with those guys who were leaving the the pit lane together. And I can see Scott Swan coming through the back of Britain chicane, and there is a bike right behind him. I think it's actually Emily Latty who's still behind the bike 23, but you know what, Carl Phillips 32 might be in the mix of that as well. It's not 100% easy to spot everything on the tracker map because the bikes do go through with a bit of an estimated time of their arrival into that area. But Swanee, well, we're looking at the map, we're looking at the tracker map, and we're also looking at the TSL timing screen, brought to you by Mulligataway on 1P Mobile. And it's a personal best first sector for Swanee, but it's just drifted away ever so slightly in the middle. And when I say ever so slightly, we're talking hundreds and thousands. It's not slipped away or shifted away by a huge amount. But Swanee, already being the fastest out there, will want to try and consolidate that. Crosses the line 136.245. Emily Latty has not come through that last sector. Did he come into the pit lane there, Emily Latty? Interesting. Still waiting for Emily Latty to come through. Has he had did he have a bit of a moment at Lodge and we've not seen that, or has he actually come into the pit lane and stopped the ignition, stopped the bike all before he comes over the control lane? That sometimes happens as well. Let's pick up the binoculars. I can see the Armada Marine Cables guys down the far end of the pit lane. Here comes McGuinness. John McGuinness comes down pit lane, gives us a little wave, makes his way out on the track. Super cool that. I can see Sam Cox and the guys, but they appear to be minus a Latty. Yeah, Fowler at Druids, Ryder okay. So there we go. Emily Latty has gone down, but he's gone down at Druids while he was on the chase of Scott Swan. So that's a great shame for Emily. Druids a fast place to go down, and I can see an internal feed, simply a marshal moving a bike round the back of a tyre wall. So there we go. 23 Fowler at Druids, turn 15. Ryder is okay. That is Armada Marine Cables SC31 rider Emily Latty, who will take no further part in this session. Carl Phillips is off the bike. He's across towards the pit wall, having a bit of a look at the timing screens before he comes back over. And Ash Barnes in the pit lane. Ash has been in and out the pit lane quite a few times in this session. Nothing to be alarmed about there. Just he has been a busy boy, shall we say. As we look up and see his girlfriend Charlotte Marcuso having a bit of a look on with Isla, who works for that team as well. And then we've got everybody else around that bike. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the Rapid crew across there. A further 1, 2, 3 across on the pit wall. Claire Armstrong on the pit board. Yeah, so they're busy, that's for sure. There's a lot of staff for the Rapid squad. And a 2-bike outfit. Remember, only 1 bike raced at Brands Hatch when unfortunately Ash Barnes hurt himself. Went down and gave himself a little bit of a knock. BSB pre-qualifying, little update for you all. 4:05 is when that will start. 4:05, as somebody else has slipped off going through the Shell hairpin. We'll get an update on who that is. I can see them working away with the marshals to manoeuvre that bike to a position of safety. Yeah, there's a lot of action happening in this session towards the end of the Pirelli National Superstock Championship free practice 2. Oh, it's Swanee who's gone down. Number 45 at the Shell hairpin. Swanee goes down, biased as being okay. I could see that on the internal feed. It's very difficult because it was a very long distance, but Swanee is perfectly okay. We always wait to get an update from the powers that be, the Deputy Race Director Claire Neaton, Race Control, before we try and say anything. But Swanee has gone down at the Shell hairpin from the big BMW. So shows he was pushing on. He was trying to improve those lap times. So he's gone down, and Emily Latty has also gone down. The only one that didn't crash out with that 3 left the pit lane. Well, we'll not mention him because he's still fine. We don't want the commentators curse him. Alan Hyde would. But he's okay. He's left the pit lane and he's back on track. But that's a great shame. Lewis Roller goes to the top of the times. 135.427 for Lewis. There'll be a bit of a smile underneath that helmet. That cheeky smile that Lewis Rollo has got for the Motorrad Central. BMW Motorrad Central by M Lav Racing. And the Motorrad Central, a very local BMW dealer to Lewis and myself, actually. Based in Dalkeith in Edinburgh. Long-time supporters of all sorts of bike racing in Scotland. There goes Lewis again across the line. 136.013. Now, it would do his confidence a whole world of good. Not that he's short of confidence, Lewis Rollo, actually, but it would do him a whole world of good. Having said that, here comes David Allingham, purple first sector, purple third sector. What do we get D-Bomb doing across the line? Does he go fastest with this run to the flag? No, he doesn't. He goes P2. So he lost a bit of time in the middle sector there, in sector 2, I should say. Lost a bit chunk of time. And David Allingham, a 135.561, just drifted away ever so slightly, but gets himself within a tenth of a second of Lewis Rollo. And there's me saying it would do Lewis Rollo's confidence a world of good. Well, he isn't short of confidence, that's for sure. But this is a building year for Lewis. This is a comeback year for him. And to be doing it so well, I think it's credit to him, the family, and the team also. A lot goes on in the background, that's for sure. Team starting to pack up in the pit lane now, because they're towards the end of this session as David Williams again crosses the line. A lot of laps for David in this one. Up to 12 laps. The most laps I can see, Paul Cunvin on 16. Yeah, that's the most laps we've had. 16 for Cunvin, 15 for Jake Major Bird as well. So guys down in 25th and 27th place, putting the laps in towards the end of this session. But the exclamation mark next to Swan, next to Latty and next to Reid, because they've all crashed in this session. Simon Reid went down at Britain's, Emily Latty at Druids, and Scott Swan down at the Shell Hairpin, but badged as being okay. Just a little bit of work to do to the bike. Lewis Rollo again crosses the line. Does a bit of a cool lap there. That was a 39, a 139.033 for Lewis on bike 88. And whether he wants to put a push in this, what is the last minute of this session. McGuinness update, 18th place for the living legend that is John McGuinness. And that 18th place as he crosses the line was an improvement. No, a 138.125 for John in free practice 2. For free practice 1, what did John give us? He gave us a 138.5. So he's found 0.4 of a second from the morning to the afternoon. So there's progress getting made by John. The 1 minute board is now taken down at the end of the pit lane as the checker flag gets unravelled. 21 seconds to go in this session, and the checker flag will be flying in the next couple. It's been a decent session. There's been a bit of damage out there, but it's been a decent session. We didn't get a red flag, thankfully, like we saw in the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship. But what we have got is some of the guys who are the big names in this one going down, especially Scott Swan. Let's hope they've got enough spares with that new package that they picked up. As Jack Bednarek comes down the pit lane, asking to see if he can get out for a practice start, begging with Jack Russell, but the Iron Competition Aprilia is sitting underneath the Rocket Auction Performance qualifying arch with the red flag, so that's him. He's not going to get back out onto track. They've just left that ever so slightly too late. Bednarek will wheel himself back. You have to do it quickly because here comes Glenn Denning, and you don't want to hold up Chris Glendenning or Pat Blakeney in the BMW. And Bednarek gets himself out of the way, and yeah, there we go. Checker flag definitely flies in the breeze as the end of session results pop themselves through into the commentary point. But there we go. We're looking at a 4:05 start for BSB pre-qualifying. 4:05 till 4:25, a 20-minute qualifying session. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be fast. What have they got in the tank in BSB for Kyle Ryder? Only time will tell. But it's Lewis Rollo who ends the Pirelli National Superstock Championship free practice 2 fastest, from David Allingham and Scott Swan. Luke Mossy in 4th, Declan Connell 5th, Ash Beach in 6th place, Emily Latty in 7th, Ash Barnes is in 8th, Josh Owens in 9th, and Mary Trulove comes home in 10th place. Carl Phillips just outside the top 10 in 11th, Simon Reid in 12th, Callum Bay in 13th place, 14th place for Jack Bednarek, 15th for Jamie Coward, Richard White, Blaze Baker, John McGuinness in 18th, Thomas O'Grady and Jamie Van Secleris coming home in 20th position. We'll be back with pre-qualifying in about 5 minutes or so.
Test. Test. 1.
Here we go then. Free practice has been done. We're into pre-qualifying. We even had pre-qualifying, although it was a little bit of a different pre-qualifying than we saw from some previous events. But here we go. We're on track. This is a short fire session, and this is where the top 12 from pre-qualifying for the Zin British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli will make their way through into the second phase of qualifying. So it's such an important part of the weekend. Everybody wants to try and get through into the second phase of qualifying. Why? Because it gives you the chance for that better lap time. You also save yourself a tyre by not having to go through from Q1, and you've got a chance to do something special. Everybody going out here on new tyres. I've just seen Scott Redding go out there. Lee Jackson follows him. Fraser Rogers, new tyres front and back, but waits for somebody to come along and give him a little bit of a helping toe, which isn't a problem. Fraser was very slow as he was making his way down pit lane. And so we wait, Dave Neal. So we wait for the guys to come back round.
Indeed we do. Can you hear me okay on this?
No, I can't hear you actually. That's worrying. Okay, Alan will be back in a minute. Don't worry. We'll get Alan Hyde back in a minute. He's just away to call of nature. There he is. He'll let these two guys speak to each other. Alan Hyde looked very, very terrified as he came round the corner off our banner there. But we'll let those guys deal with what's going on in the side. We'll put it back on the pit lane camera and across the line for the Pocket Rocket, chased by Richard Kerr. So very interesting for this session to see. Will it be a repeat from what we saw earlier on? I did like how Brooksy said to me, and that's Josh Brooks. I did like how Brooksy said to me, you know, you take out Kyle out the kind of the equation here. Everybody else is really close, and that's who I've got to measure myself against. That's purely because Kyle was a whole 0.6 of a second up the road from everybody else. Has he turned you on?
Hello.
Yeah, okay.
There we go.
A bit too friendly there, mate. Well, I'm not going to ask. Heidi will tell me later on what was up there. He probably just a wee tweak here and
small
a wee turn
technical
there.
issue. There we are. We're live and direct.
Yeah, we're always live, and we need to build this system as the day goes on. So please bear with us, ladies and gentlemen. I do hope you can hear us out there. We're broadcasting in glorious FM
Thumbs
stereo
up from the
now.
gentleman across the way.
That's good news then. I like that hat. That's a brown hat. He's got look, he's got a set of earphones on, so he's listening on 94.9, I believe, FM, or maybe via TSL. But that's good. Alan Hyde said something in my ears earlier on, and I answered him, and everybody probably thought Duncan's talking to himself because he's now built himself in talkback. So Heidi can actually talk to me in my ears all the way through a session. He could sing me a lullaby if he wanted, but you guys don't hear it, and I have to try and not be put off by it. So. Good stuff, good fun.
Another step forward in technology, Dunk. I like it.
I know. Well, that's it. This is the BSB radio powered by Kawasaki. It started this year with a laptop and one camera, and then we came back for the test day the next day, and there was a laptop and two cameras. We went to the next test, and my goodness, there was cables everywhere. It just keeps growing. Wescam is out of control. It's like a runaway engine. You can't stop it. It's gaining that much momentum. And you know what? People love the feed on YouTube. The comments that come in are from all over the world, and there's loads of comments that come in. You can't have time to go back and answer them all. But Christian Hiddens just slipped off at Lodge Rider. Okay, he may get a chance to pick that up and bring it back into the paddock, or into the pits, actually. Let's just hope that there's nothing too wrong with that for him.
He was pushing on as well. He'd just done the purple Sector 3 as well.
Yeah, I can see the Marshall's just out of sight there. Yeah, that's a great shame for Christian. Not what he'll be wanting with the Senkat Yamaha. They'll give that a bit of a check. If it's okay, he may get to bring that back into the pit lane. The Senkat guys come across from the pit wall. He said to me after the session, we made such a big change, it didn't feel right. I never got a chance to really push it. So we went back one step in the change, which he had a good time at the start of free practice too. But it'll be interesting if that gets back, because if not, that's a seriously big hitter that's going through from Q1.
Absolutely it is. And like you say, Ido's gaining momentum in the Senkat Yamaha team. They're starting to build that momentum now. It's been not the easiest start of the season for them. We're halfway through now, and it's nice to see them. They're pushing on for the top 5, top 6. Couple of mechanical issues. Go ahead.
There he goes. He's getting all clear to go. We'll just see him popping into our position. Next bike up. There he comes. Christian in and back into pit lane. Great work by Christian, but also great work by the Port West Race Safe marshals down there to check that bike, to make sure there's nothing visible hanging off it, knock the gravel out it, get him back in, gives him a chance.
Foot peg missing.
Yeah, and a little bit of dust. So that will go into the garage, and we shall be good to go. Hopefully he will come back out. So Ray, Vickers, Haslam, O'Halloran, Skinner, Redding, Jackson, Rogers, Brooksy and Talbot our top 10 as it stands. It's very early days in the whole session though. We've still got a lap to come from Elia, which we're expecting to be at that sharp end. Kyle Wright, Storm Stacey, they've not done anything yet, and there goes Glenn Irwin back out. Now this is the first time we've seen Glenn Irwin on track, ladies and gentlemen, since free practice 1. Didn't do anything in free practice 2 because I went up to have a look at and see how Glenn was getting on after the free practice 2 session. And, well, that's what the bike looked like, Dave. You can see that. There was an engine in a frame and there was 5 guys, including Paul Curran,
yeah,
putting
that
it
wasn't
back together.
Anywhere, was it?
Well, no, they changed an engine for free practice 1 and used a different specification of what they thought might work. And Glenn said, was he taking a butter knife to a gunfight? So, and you could see that he was well down 17th position. So they scrapped that. They knew that to change the engine. It was something that the team wanted to try. Glenn was all for it. It was a detailed experiment that didn't work. So they won't be doing that again. Mikulchik back in the pit lane, in the pit box, 21st position. Not really set a competitive lap. That's worrying and strange.
No, that's an unusual one for a session that is so short. Looking at Brad Ray at the top, 1:33.1, you would suggest that would be enough to put him through straight into Q2. That's a banker lap straight off the bat, and a great lap from Ryan Vickers at a 1:33.2 as well. These are the times that really are going to push you straight into Q2. An early 1:33, or if you Kyle Ride, a late 1:32 will put you through into Q2.
I hope that's not Glenn Irwin I can see stopped at Britain's on my internal feed there. Let's have a look and see. No, it's 20. It could be number 1 has fallen at Britain's. That's Kyle Ride.
Okay.
Wow. So it's Kyle. So it was a nitrous bike. I was just thinking, please don't let that be Glenn. They've just rebuilt the bike from the ground up. Not what he needs. So Kyle Ride proves he's human.
When
That's
was the
what he
last
does.
time we saw that?
I don't know, Dave.
I know in a race, but not in free practice either.
I haven't seen Kyle do anything like that in a long time. But you know what? Proves he's human. I like that. Shows that he is definitely trying. Was that an outlap that he's crashed on? No, it wasn't. No, he was purple through sector
fast.
1 and then didn't make sector 2. Yeah, 1 minute 10 seconds, possibly the longest sector we've ever seen Kyle do.
My kind of sector time.
Well, yes, exactly. You'd have that for each sector, Dave.
You're not wrong.
How many sectors? 4? Yeah, 5 minutes 10 for a lap.
Bring out the sundial.
Could possibly be. Interesting. Yeah, very interesting. Kyle Ride crashes. He'll come back into the pit lane. The marshals have let him carry on and head back round. That is something that's key and good to see. Clearly a very slow off going through Britain's.
It's another place should you choose to crash. That's one to do it when you took the front into there, isn't it?
Yeah.
You don't go too far.
Yeah, not something you want to do too often, but exactly. You've got 3 or 4 places you can maybe get off lightly around here. And there's 3 or 4 other places you definitely don't want to go missing. It was nice speaking with Jason O'Halloran earlier on as well. I said to those, I managed to basically see you were the top Honda at one point. And things are just starting to work for Jason. I said, look, please don't take this the wrong way. I don't want to sound cheeky, but it's nice to see a bit of an upturn in form. And he actually smiled. And, he agrees with that. There's been a lot of work getting put in back home at Louth in Honda UK and at the track each time they're here. He said Brands Hatch was a write-off for us. We'd chatted all weekend. We could not get rid of it and I couldn't ride the bike. And we saw that because the O show struggled to get. Did he get through from Q1 into Q2? Yeah, because it was Brooksy that went out of. There was 4 big names, and Brooksy was the one who didn't make it through. But Jason was properly on the struggle bus all weekend.
He was, and he's not a world champion for no reason, is he? He's one of the reigning endurance world champions along with his teammate. He's finished second multiple times, multiple race winner here at British Superbikes. The guy is riddled with talent, but it just hasn't quite dropped into place on the Honda Racing UK bike this season. And he's taken time to adapt and them to adapt to Jason and what he wants. So it's been a long old process, but it's nice to see that there are some real good, strong green shoots there now.
Fraser Rogers, 18th place on number 89, said to me, I'll go through into the second phase of qualifying. I've got this. I've got speed this weekend. Let's see how we get on. Currently, a 1:37.5 is not good enough. He has to get to a 34.212. That's Danny Kent, who's in that 12th place. But you're probably right. I think the 33.1 that Bradley Ray's put down is good enough to get him through. Ryan Vickers as well. Storm Stacey, Leon Haslam. Scott Redding, that's better than we've seen. 33.477 for Scott Redding. That's his fastest lap that we have seen today. We don't get a combined sheet after free practice 1 and free practice 2, so I can tell you that Redding earlier on, free practice 1 was a 34.4, free practice 2, Scott Redding was a 34.2, and now he's down to 33.4. So that's the new tyre run for Scott Redding that we didn't see him put on earlier on, and that's a big step in performance for the Hagar PBM team.
I think they knew they had the one lap pace, didn't they? And as you rightly said earlier on in FP2, it's that long game that they were looking at, making sure that the mileage on the used tyre is going to be competitive at those higher teen laps rather than the one lap pace, because you need it for this session and for qualifying. You only use the one lap pace twice. After that, you're into race mode. So it's interesting now that Scott's up into P5, 0.3 off Brad Ray at the top. Let's see what they can do with Kyle now, because this is going to be key, isn't it?
Kyle needs to get back out on track soon. He's 10th place. He will not be squeaky bum, but we'd like to see that. It'd be great if he was, but he's not that type of guy. He's in 10th place. As long as he gets out the pit lane with 1 minute 50 seconds to go, he will get round for a flying lap. They have got 8 minutes or 9 minutes to fix that bike, whatever the damage was on it. But there's guys behind them like Lee Jackson, Danny Kent, Rhys Owen, Richard Kerr, Graham Irwin. There's the fast guys back there. Fraser Rogers has promised us that he will be in the mix. Elia is the guy who's a bit of an outlier. I would expect him to go straight up into that area. Fraser Rogers almost does. I have to take a bit of that back. He goes 13th, 34.4 for Fraser Rogers. And you know what the impressive thing is? He's done that all on his own with no tow whatsoever.
I watched him leave pit lane and he was kind of looking over his shoulder to check and just waiting to see if there was anybody on the way. But no, he's done that all on his own. And like you say, the confidence that Fraser Rogers has, I wish, we could, if he could bottle it and sell it, he'd be a rich man.
It'd be impressive, wouldn't it? Impressive. But we need to see what Ely does when he pops out of that garage, because he will go straight up into that top 10 like we saw earlier on. So Ely Michalczyk with a bit of an issue down there in the Rocket BMW Motorrad garage, run by IWR, Ian Wallacott, who was quite cool earlier on. Max Cook arrives, pushes Kyle Reid down to 12th, Max Cook into 8th place. I spoke to him after the session. He goes, "Oh, it was so embarrassing," and they were all giving him a hard time in the garage. He said, "I braked myself into Lodge and I just run through the gravel and then tried to turn it last minute doing about 3 miles an hour. It fell over at 5 miles an hour and it was very embarrassing." But it's so difficult to walk through a gravel trap or ride through a gravel trap. It is. The faster you go through the gravel, the easier it is to turn. When you slow down, everything sinks into it. And he says, "Oh, it was so embarrassing. My leathers are dusty, the bike's dusty," and Darren and Nigel were shouting comical things in the background. But yeah, right, here comes Elia. He's out of the garage and away he goes. Bike 17 heads back out. Now he's used that brand new tyre already, and there goes the Pocket Rocket as well, Leon Haslam. So this will be interesting. Kyle Reid's in 11th place. If Elia delivers a lap here, this could put Kyle into 12th. Then we need to have all eyes down the far end of the pit lane to see when the Nitrous Competition Ducati comes out from that pit box and what happens. I'd imagine that there's a state of calmness down there. That Nitrous mechanic you see running across is Chris Adams on the Glen Irwin side. I just want to make sure that wasn't Tommy Hill or Paul Curran running across the pit lane.
Wouldn't have been Tommy Hill running that fast.
Oh, wow. He listens back to this, by the way, just to let you know. And I'll highlight that to him at 18 minutes past 4 and 21 seconds. Dave Neal stuck the knife in big time. Scott Redding up to 4th, 33.447. So another slight marginal improvement for Scott Redding. He goes ahead of the Pocket Rocket Leon Haslam. But let's keep our eyes on number 17. Elia is making his way around. Rory Skinner's on track as well. Skinner's already in the kind of automatic transfer spot, if you like. He's in P9 on bike number 11. But he's got more speed in him than that, I have to say. Brad Ray crosses the line. He's done a lap on 136.206. I wonder why Brad's out there. I wonder what Brad's thinking. Skinner up 2 places to 7th. So Rory has got more speed. He's gone ahead of both the Bemotas. Christian Idden. So
excellent.
This Idden and Michalczyk are the two that could knock Kyle out of this top 12.
Indeed.
So Nitrous need to keep their eyes on the clock with 5 minutes and 40 seconds to go. We could have the defending reigning champion going through from Q1 after making a mistake and proving that A, he is human, and B, that things do happen on the track.
No, absolutely, and we haven't seen him have to react to this situation. We know he is the epitome of calm. He is the epitome of confidence this season. Nothing seems to ruffle Kyle at all, and I feel that he will be exactly the same now. He'll be sat in his chair. The boys will be doing what they do best. They've got a huge amount of experience in that garage, on his side of the garage particularly. They've been together for years with Daz, but also looking at Brad Ray, as you said. I think now, because he's got that banker lap in, this is kind of an extended test session. Maybe they're running a slightly older tyre. to be able to find out what it'll do in the race, put extra laps on it, because he doesn't need to put a fast lap in anymore. They can use the rest of this time to for further testing.
My pit lane spotter, Steve Day. New fairings now going on the bike for Kyle, should be out shortly.
Excellent. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you very much, Steve Day, for that one. So with 4.5 minutes to go, as I said, Kyle only needs 1 minute 50 to get out there to do a lap, and then hopefully that should be quicker. You know what's going to happen here? He's going to end up going up to here.
He's going to come out and he's going to do a late 1:32, isn't he? You just know what he's going to do. It's written in the stars, Duncan.
Exactly. What's that fastest ever time around here? Let's have a look at that, because he's going to come out and be angry, or he's going to come out and be a little bit cautious, thinking, my goodness, what did I do there? It's not like me. As long as he knows why he crashed.
Absolutely.
That's the thing.
And you know he will know that.
If he knows why he crashed and what he did, it's not a case of he's going to be like, I don't know what happened there. So that's an interesting one, shall we say. 4 and a bit minutes to go. Elia is out there. Elia is continuing to go around. Christian Edden's also on an out lap as well. Elia Mikulczyk, there you go, 9th place. Said he would go inside that top 10, and he does. Kyle Ryde, 12th. Christian Edden needs to do something. He had purple sectors on him before he ended up biting the dust down there at Lodge.
He did.
And here comes Danny Kent. Danny Kent, 14th place. There's another man who's going to be on the outside, who needs to get in, who should be in. But as I spoke with Philip Neal earlier on, he just says Danny can't get the feeling that he had last year when he was on the Martrain Yamaha. I almost forgot who he was with last year.
He was
Speaking of Martrain, I met Tim Martin at Knockhill. It would have been about a month ago. He was up there doing a little bit of testing some supercars. So great to see him walking down the pit lane, and he shouts, "Oi!" Oh my goodness. So yeah, Danny Kent still to try and get that feeling back that he had last year with the Martrain Yamaha. Joe Talbot up 4 places into 6, a 1:33.442. That's a pretty decent lap from front row. Joe, number 25 down at Shell. That's Josh Brooks. Brooksy down at the Shell. Where is Brooksy? Brooksy's in 11th place. He's in the area for going through. Having said that, who knows what's going to happen here? He's about to be bumped out. Is Kyle coming down? Yeah, here we come. Kyle coming down your yellow helmet.
It is.
Let's give him a bit of a stare, make sure everything's A-OK. Yeah, bike looks fine. New fairings on that bike. Scuffy leathers. It's the first time those Exxon leathers have been scuffed. He goes out with less than 3 minutes to go, as does Richard Kerr. Got to hope everything's A-OK on the bike, because sometimes things happen. Sensors gets knocked. Reminds me of Rhys Irwin when he was on the Arshro JGR Suzuki a couple of years ago in Supersport. Crashed it. They put it back together for the race. Leading the race, something went in that little sensor because he crashed it in qualifying. So,
and especially with such a short session as well, you have to be so much quicker in not cursory glances, because all the mechanics are super experienced. But can always be that thing in the back of your mind, like, okay, we just got to go and bite the screen, but yeah, and hope everything stays together.
Fraser Rogers in 15th place has got Christian Edden behind him. We need to see what Edden does as he goes through the first 23.09. What's the fastest time through there for Kyle Ryde? 22.5. Christian Edden's not at the races right now, and he's rapidly running out of time with 1 minute 40 seconds to go. He will get round, but he's in a lot of traffic. He's behind Elia, but he needs to have maybe a slightly bigger gap if he can. He's got Rhys Irwin and in behind him also Fraser Rogers, but this is slightly worrying times for Christian Edden, Dave.
It certainly is, and we want to see him up there. We know what he can do, and it'd be great for the Senkat Yamaha team as well. He's a top 5 rider all day long. He's a BSB race winner. We know what he can do, and we'd love to see Ido back up there in amongst it for the podium positions. And I think it's kind of preying on his mind a little bit as well. He's made that jump to the Senkat Yamaha team. He's got the bike from last year that Kyle Ryde won the championship on, and I think he was expecting more from himself and the bike this year, and it hasn't quite come together. But the potential when the planets do align is exactly what we can see when we get him up there onto the podium positions, which would be great for Christian and the team.
10 minutes 53 since Kyle Ryde last crossed the line, and that's him now put a 10 minute 53 lap in. So this will be the defending reigning champ. Dave Neal reckons a late 32. I think he might be right, actually. Let's see how Kyle gets on. He's got clear road ahead of him. Ryan Vickers tucked in behind him as Vickers has just left the pit lane, so that will go down well with Ryan Vickers. Edden crosses the line. Now, it's now or never for Christian. I've got to say, he's in 24th position. Glenn Irwin just ahead of him in 23rd position
in the pit box.
In the pit box. So I'm going to have to go down there after this session. I don't want to lose my fronts, but the question needs to be asked. I'll maybe ask it off here. A weird one. Brooksy hanging on by his fingernails in 11th place to a transfer spot into Q2 tomorrow. Kyle Reid in 12th place. The checker flag now flies. What is Kyle doing? Well, he's gone through the first sector with a 22.8. His personal best through the second sector where he crashed. He's already some 3/10s down. 5, 6, 7, 8, 3/10s down anyway. So that could put him down around about Joe Talbot. His personal best through the next sector. This should put Kyle around about the Joe Talbot, Leon Haslam area. It's not the late 32 that we were looking at or thinking about. But I think it's just a get out of jail card.
He'll be
almost.
safe, safe into Q2, yeah. I don't think there's going to be any doubt about that.
Christian Idden's putting something together at long lapsed, and he does look pretty good. As Kyle comes up and crosses the line, where does he go? He goes 8th, so it's it's safe. Yeah, it's safe. He is safe, but it's not been easy. Let's put it that way. You know, we almost expect him to come in there and do that late 32, like you say. Bradley's taken that checker flag, and he will end this pre-qualifying session fastest. But where does Christian Idden go? Does Idden push out Brooksy? That's the big question as we wait for 21 to come through. He's making his way in towards the last sector of Lodge. Christian crosses the line now. Does he go up and in? No, he goes 14th. So Christian Idden goes through from Q1 tomorrow. He will not make it through. Track him up a little bit slow and updating for us here, but that's a big name out. Couple of big scalps out there actually. Lee Jackson, Christian Idden, Danny Kent, Glenn Irwin. 4 big names there. 3 spaces to take it up.
Somebody's going to be upset tomorrow, aren't they?
Oh dear.
Somebody's going to be upset. That's going to be a huge battle tomorrow in Q1 without a doubt. One
person that will be happy. He won't be happy that he's slipped off the bike, but he will be happy that he's got through. Josh Brooks. Brooksy gets directly through into Q2. I said to him, how easy was it to ride? Because it was just all about how much risk I was taking, and I felt like I was taking maybe too much risk.
Risk versus reward.
Yeah, well, he got the risk very much open. The risk jar was starting to come open, and they got the reward for it. So Bradley ends the session fastest for the British Superbike Championship in pre-qualifying. Bradley from Max Cook and Storm Stacey, with Ryan Vickers, Scott Redding, Joe Talbot, Leon Haslam, Kyle Reid. The all-show Jason O'Halloran goes directly through, as does Rory Skinner, Ilya Michalczyk and Josh Brooks. That's your top 12 who will advance through to the second phase of qualifying tomorrow. They all go through to Q2. 3 people from the next list of names go through. Lee Jackson, Christian Idden, Danny Kent. Well, there's 3 big names. Fraser Rogers has got speed. Rhys Irwin, Charlie Nesbitt, Richard Kerr, Graham Irwin, Braden Elliott, Joe Sheldon Shaw, Dan Brooks and Glenn Irwin. There's 4 huge names inside that, and only 3 spots to be taken up. Tomorrow is going to be an interesting Q1. As Dave Neal rightfully said, somebody is going to go home, or back to the motorhome, just that little bit upset. Thank you very much, Dave Neal.
Pleasure. Thank you, Duncan. Always a pleasure. Thank you.
And thank you for testing out the system with us as well, and getting to the bottom of Alan Hyde's little gremlins that are now all completely gone.
When you get important people up here over the weekend, now you know it works.
Well, exactly, yeah. When we get Larry here, we know we can say, Larry, everything works fine. But when Heidi has an air gap, it never goes well on radio. We'll be back in 5 or so minutes. We're going to head down to the pit lane and try and catch up with some Superbike riders. Talk soon. So here we're down in the pit lane where we now have to do a little bit of jumping around so we don't cut across too much of the TNT pit walk that is happening. Making our way up towards some of the Superbike squads. We'll have a bit of a look in the Sencat garage here. We'll come back to Christian Adam. I can't see him, just see the top of his head. And a little bit of a furrowed brow. Brad Ray fastest in that session from Max Cook. I'd like to point that out, and Storm Stacey. We haven't spoke to Ryan Vickers today, so it would be nice to catch a word with Ryan Vickers if we can. Ryan at the back of the garage, just having a bit of a chat with some of his race engineers, and he's going to pop forward for us because he's a great guy. It's quite gainy, Alan, on my side here, just to let you know. Don't know if that's a right saying or what, but it's a bit louder than it has been. So Vickers 4th fastest in that session. That, Ryan, we'll come away from the speaker a bit if we can. That looked like an okay session. You're through to Q2. That's the most important thing for you.
Yeah, well, we'll forget Q2, but our fastest ever lap time around here, Honda's fastest ever lap time by a long, long way. I think my fastest ever lap time was very close to, anyway. And a huge step to where we were at the start of the year, which is great. You know, I did a 33.6 at the start of the year, and I didn't think there was anything left. And we just done a 33.2. And there's still a little bit to work on. So really, really happy with that. Just a shame we got pipped for a P3. It would have been nice to give Honda a little interview at the end of day one, because there's not been any this year. So it's a bit of a shame, but it is what it is. It's only Friday. Feeling's getting a little bit better each time, and we just have to keep chipping away. We know it's difficult. We've got to literally extract everything out of this bike, and we're doing a good job of that.
What a turnaround it's been, though, because we've not had very many of these interviews from you where it's been upbeat and happy, and it's nice to hear you saying, "Oh, would it be nice to have P3?"
Yeah, I know. After FP2, I said to myself, I mean, I just done again the fastest ever Honda lap of 33.5. I was better than what I did here at the start of the year, and I was sat in the truck and I just said to myself, God, I wish I could be happy, but I'm not, because I'm still 5th. I'm like, I don't want to be 5th. Like, it's not where I want to be. I'm so annoyed with that. I'm happy about that session because we was like a 10th off of P1. So it's like, we're in the ballpark. But when I'm sat 5th and I'm 1.4 seconds off of pole, I'm like, this is like ridiculous, you know. So it puts a bit more of a smile on your face when the gap's closer. The position doesn't matter, but it's just about how far we are from the front.
Good job, Ryan. Well done.
Cheers.
There we go. Fabulous stuff. A very animated Ryan Vickers there. Quite like that interview. Hope Heidi liked that interview. He's listening back up the top. Now, I want to speak to Rory Skinner, but he is speaking to the boss man at this moment in time. So you have to pick a moment to interview things. But we'll come round this side and we'll see if we can just maybe grab a quick word with Rory. Well, sorry, Philip. Sorry, I know you guys never like interrupting the boss. But Rory, let's look at that one for you. Where did we finish that session? P10 in that session.
It's all right. It's fine. Not a bad day, Duncan, in general. Probably the most relaxed I've ever felt riding around Alton Park, which for me is quite a benefit. You know, we've barely changed the bike all day, which is nice. We're just working away at things, and yeah, we got a little bit to find on 1 lap pace, but I can do the same lap time lap after lap on my own. So, you know, in some ways it's a positive. We just need to figure out for tomorrow how I'm going to find a bit in a jump in over 1 lap.
We've seen you, though. We've seen you fastest Yamaha this weekend. Brad obviously taking honours in that session, but the pace is good, the pace is strong. A big step forward from Brands.
Yeah, it's getting better. I mean, obviously people can't see on the commentary right now, but I actually have a smile on my face, which is a rare sight for this season. So, yeah, it's good. Chatting away to Philip here. We're just discussing a bit of a game plan, see what we're going to do, and yeah, see what's next.
Going to pass you on to Steve Day now. If Steve wants to word with you, thank you very much, Rory. Steve Day's doing his TNT walk up the grid, no, the pit lane. So he's now with Rory Skinner. We will then jump a garage or two forward so we don't get too much caught up in that, and see if we could maybe grab a wee word with Joe Talbot, if he would maybe come out. He will come out because he's a good lad. Joe in P6 at the end of that one. Joe Talbot, teammate P2, and a good run for Joe. He's maybe got some bad memories of here, but they have all been put out of his mind. That's a good run, straight through to Q2 for you. We like that, P6 and a good lap time.
Yeah, the fastest lap I've done around here, so that's good, isn't it? And made a step with the bike today. Really happy. Just keep on chipping away.
What are you finding out with the bike? I mean, obviously your first year in Superbike. What's the bike telling you when it's on circuit? What does it want from you?
If I knew exactly what it wanted, I'd be not 6, I'd be first. So No, it's telling me you need to ride the bike in a certain way, and if you don't, if I carry on doing my same mistakes, then it all of it becomes like you got sweat on, and it's not easy to ride. And when you ride it in the correct manner, it's more easier to ride. And then you look at your lap times, and it's just naturally down. So that's what I'm finding out. Obviously, riding around here, doing them times is never just a walk in the park, but it is definitely adapting to the superbike style, let's say.
You look good on it. You look impressive, and you're fast.
Thank you, mate.
No problem. Let you get back in. Sorry for interrupting. Jason gave me a little bit of a thumbs up there. Don't want to get too much in the wrong side of Jason. We're going to just see if we can just pop in and have a word on the other side of the garage, see if Maxwell maybe didn't see just behind them. Just give him a quick second. Thank you very much. Dave Tyson was hiding hiding. I didn't see the gaffer was there behind Dave Tyson here, so I'm really sorry about that. But good session for you, P2.
Yeah, very happy. Yeah, P2, feeling pretty good. Good for the team. Me and Joe done pretty well. So yeah, really pleased with that. Yeah, very happy.
Right, Max, I'll let you go. You might get Steve Dade here. I'll just get out of the road. We don't want to get tripping up there. And we'll let Steve go, and we'll come back down the other end of it. So Bradbury has got a whole group of people around him, but he's going to pop out for an interview. That was a good session for Brad there. Something about that session tells me watching lap time that we saw Bradbury with a new tyre go out, stick a time in there, P1, and then maybe do a bit of testing after that. Was that what we saw happening?
Yeah, that was it. It was obviously the shootout is always important. So the bike, we made a big step in the bike in FP2. So I was happy to roll out with a new tyre and go for a lap time. We wanted to try two things at the end of that session. We didn't want to do it at the start and jeopardise going through to Q2. So done the lap time, was happy with it, and we come in, put some different components in, and just wanted to sort of back-to-back a couple of things and understand the direction that we're gone today.
Did you feel comfortable out there?
Yeah. Especially this morning was tough. I didn't really have the best feeling with the bike and didn't feel the best. So the boys racked their brains over lunch and went to something quite a lot different to what we normally would have at Alton Park and what we normally would have in this bike. And I feel like I've made a good step feeling-wise. So yeah, it was nice to confirm that in that session.
Qualifying pace looks strong. What does your race pace look like, Brad?
Yeah, we'll find out tomorrow. No, it'll be all right. I think we'll be in the mix. The tyre life was quite good this morning, so yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough against the Ducatis. We're good at one lap, but we need to just find something for the race.
You need to be ahead of them because it's that getting past them which can be difficult.
Exactly that, yeah. If we can get a good start tomorrow and chuck it in the mix, we'll try our best.
Good luck. Thank you very much. And great for McCams as well that Brad's on the provisional fastest for pre-qualifying, because this is the McCams round as well at Alton Park. Here comes Kyle out to have a bit of a chat with Steve Day. We don't want to get too caught up in that one. Dave Tyson's following me about here. I've got a mark on my back. I'm kind of worried here. Leon has them at the back of the garage. We could maybe... Kaza, would you like a quick interview on radio?
No, thank you.
Okay, this is Frank Bird's mother. Scott looks a bit busy up the back of the garage, so we'll just hang fire just now as Ben Curry's bike makes his way back down the pit lane. We need to get an update for you guys on Ben Curry, and we're going to try and slide in and have a quick word with Kyle once Steve Day has finished his chat with him in pit lanes. The nitrous competition leather's a little bit scuffed from what's been going on for Kyle. There's kind of in the road here for Alfie Davidson's team who's coming in, so we'll just try and stay behind the camera so they can't see us, and then we'll pick up an interview with Kyle as in comes Alfie Davidson, the man on the Iron Competition sport bike session still very much underway. We'll give you a little update for that in just a second or two once we get a word with the defending reigning champion and find out exactly what happened in that session if we can. First of all, are you okay?
I am.
There's a good limp going on here.
Yeah, I've just got caught in the bike. I'm all right.
What happened?
I was going too fast.
We've been saying that all year, but was it one of these, as long as you know what happened, I suppose that's the best thing?
On the data, it's exactly the same as the 32.7 from earlier. But when we're going at these speeds, it's going to happen. I was 4 tenths up on my 32.7 from earlier, so if I'd have done the second sector and the third sector the same, it'd have been a 32.3, so it would have been very fast.
Yeah, bike okay? Was it just kind of cosmetic?
yeah, just handlebar was bent, put a new handlebar on it. Everything felt a bit weird, but got a lap time in for tomorrow. So yeah, kind of all my fault, but we'll be all right tomorrow.
I have to say, I can't remember the last time when you did this. I was shocked. I was thinking, could you remember the last time this happened?
No, that's what I mean. It's my fault. I was just a little bit revved up from what was going on. I think one of the laps was probably 30 seconds slower than what it should have been because Storm was right up my chuff and he was doing 4 miles an hour behind me. So he, yeah. I like the fact that people can't do it on their own and they have to use me, so it's good.
Well done, Kel. Thank you very much. No problem. Let him head back to the other side, and I need to come in and speak to Glenn Irwin. This is it's going to be one of these interviews. It might happen, it might not happen. We're going to slowly make our way up here, and I'm sorry, guys. I need to ask the question. What's going on?
I'll only say something I regret.
I know that, so I'm worried. I've got a mute button. My thumb's on it. I mean, that's not where we expect to see Glenn Irwin. We saw the engine change, a lot of work. What's the problem?
Well, we haven't really did any laps today, and it's a very, very tough situation that I'm in right now. I feel like I can go a hell of a lot faster than that. Again, felt something not quite right, but that's probably confidence in everything around me right now, and I choose to come in. Yeah, it's not very good, is it?
Talented group of people here with Chris and Ryan. You guys will get it together. We'll wish you the best of luck with that one. And well, we don't like seeing anybody struggling, that's for sure. But Glenn, if he feels something as a rider, he's a talented guy and he knows exactly what is going on. Let's grab a quick word with Frank Bird. Scott Redding still deep in conversation at the back. That's the quickest we saw Scott Redding going all weekend or Friday so far. P5 after that session for pre-qualifying.
Yeah, that's more like it, isn't it? We were not where we want to be this morning, put it that way. So yeah, pulled it out of the bag. We made a couple of setup changes. I think Scott was a bit more himself in that final session. So bit of hopefully we hit a bit of form now for the rest of the weekend. That shows the potential that we've got.
What was he missing this morning? What can you tell us?
Just a bit overall, really. I think just a little bit from the bike, probably a little bit from himself as well, and just not gelling all together. It's probably not the easiest track to come to when your bike's not working well and you're not feeling that good. So yeah, now we've made a couple of steps forwards. We need to keep on that trajectory the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Frank. We'll catch up with you guys later on. That's Frank Bird from the Hagar PBM team. So that's nice. It would be nice to go and actually try and grab board with Storm Stacey if we can. Cam Dawson down in front of us in the pit lane. Big fan of Cam. Just waiting for a little bit of time before he gets back out on the track. Yeah, and let me give you a little bit of an update if I can for this session that's happening on track, because fastest in this session so far is Harley McCabe from Lewis Smart and Alfie Davidson. Cam Dawson in 4th place for Marshall Durham, his teammate in 5th. Aidan Davey in 6th place, first CF Moto ahead of Dan Goodman. Peter Willis, teammate to Aidan Davey in 8th. Super Ted Wilkinson in 9th and Carl Harris in 10th. The red flag this morning was Harrison McKay, and unfortunately they've taken Harrison away for a little bit of a scan just to make sure he is okay. And hopefully we'll get some good news back from Harrison, and maybe they think they maybe found an old injury. So let's leave it to that one, and we'll send best wishes and some good luck to young Harrison, who has been he's been the dominant man in the past 2 sport bike events, where he won at Snetterton, and he also got a victory at Brands Hatch. Now, he is in the garage, but he's bent down speaking with Michael Rutter. And P3 at the end of that session for Storm Stacey. Bit of a chat with Michael Rutter and various other people in the garage. Does he look bothered? A little bit. Let's see if we can maybe get a little bit of eye contact with him and see if he will pop out for a bit of a chat. I'm going to come under this because I feel special if I'm underneath this. Are you okay?
I've got to be quick, so I've got to do this BSB thing in 10 minutes.
Let's be very quick. How was that session for you? P3 at the end of pre-qualifying. Happy?
Yeah, really happy, yeah. Didn't do the time I did this morning. If I'd have done that, I'd have been first. It's always nice to be first. We've kind of gone, not full circle, but we've changed a lot with the bike today, and obviously those who were listening this morning and speaking to you this morning, I've said we're struggling with wobbling and stopping the bike, but we made some changes then. We changed the gearing to get away from the limiter a bit down Cascades, but then that made me couldn't stop the bike. The engine braking was quite far away. So then in the end we ended up coming in and changing it back to what we knew with the limiter. It does help that we run these bikes 1,000 revs lower than they should be anyway, than they can run on the road. and then 250 less again because of the new update since, which makes life easier. But we've still just got a really big wobble at the minute, and I just can't get to the bottom of it. And we've actually had a Corsa link in today, which we've not had before. We've always been running a road bike link, and now we've had a Corsa link in, it's been an interesting day learning what it does, because the initial feeling of when you get on the gas is solid, whereas what we've always ran would sit, grip, then go, which would intent maybe what was knackering our tyres towards the end of a race. So it's interesting. I think we're going in the right direction with it, but I haven't gone as fast with this Corsa link as I did this morning with the link I know, but I'm halfway through a season with the link I know, so it's learning, it takes time. I hate it because we're testing on a race weekend and you never should be, but the fortunate thing is we're inside the top 5 really, so it's not too bad to test things when you're still doing all right. But say we started testing things today and we'd just gone backwards and that, I wouldn't be as happy as I am, so it's tough.
I'll let you get going. Thanks very much, Storm. Good luck for tomorrow as well. Thank you. There we go. I mean, I like that. It just tells you everything in one download. It must be an engineer's dream when you come in and they say, right, Storm, tell me what the bike's doing, and he just does that to them. Restring will have to listen to that and write that all down. Now, he made it through to Q2. It was tight. He was in 12th place, and he was also in the gravel trap. So we need to have a bit of a chat. We were hoping good things. We were trying to put positive vibes in it and get straight through to Q2. We got through to Q2, but we also unfortunately found ourselves in the gravel trap, Josh Brooks, which is not like you.
Yeah, it's I do tend not to crash a great deal. You know, I'm not one of the regular crashers, and I guess that comes with experience. But I think it highlights very well that we're at a limit of some kind, because I mentioned earlier I felt like I was pushing the limits, and being that it was the pre-qualifying and would determine whether we went straight through to Q2 or not. I put it all on the line, and I was like 1/10 off of my best time that I did earlier, so I kept trying to go again and repeat and try and either match or better my time from the middle session today, and I just stayed like 1/10 off. And that last lap I was in, it shows on the dash, I was in green on the dash, so it means I was quicker than my previous best recorded, and I was just trying to maintain the rest of the lap. And obviously we've been a number of laps on the tyres already well into the session. Just didn't have the grip that I was after to carry on the exuberance that I was trying to introduce. But I mean, crashing is part of racing. You have to be willing to accept that's going to happen from time to time. But the bit that's sort of a bit frustrating, particularly for me, I imagine it's amongst the team as well, but particularly for me, is that crashing out of like 1, 2 or 3 is more acceptable, where the fact that we're at our limit at P12 isn't a good place to be. Like we've got to go out in a race tomorrow, and if we don't improve the package, then P12 is the best sort of we can expect to be at this moment. Our previous race results sort of indicate that we've got some work to do, and today's crash out of 12th indicates that we're at some sort of limit of the bike and the package. So it leaves you at a bit of a head scratching moment. It's like, what do we do from here? Where do we find that extra performance? Is it going to be some fine tuning, or are we going to have to look to find other components to add to the bike? Or I'm not really sure. I don't have the answer. I mean, I don't think anyone does. Otherwise, they'd be, looking for a job in the team to help.
I want to say congratulations for getting through to Q2, though. You have made your weekend a bit better by doing that.
Yeah, thank you. The Q2 is obviously a small target, but the first target of the weekend. So to arrive directly into Q2 is an improvement on previous events. So we just have to look at the positives and
like I said, crashing's just part of what we do, and it comes. So we'll let that be behind us, and the guys are already quickly putting the bike back to how it should be for practice tomorrow.
Thanks. Are you okay as well?
Yeah, absolutely, perfectly fine. I've got the best protective gear in the industry, so yeah, perfectly fine. No injuries to even report. So yeah, pleased that I can just get on with the job again tomorrow.
Thanks, Josh. Thank you very much. There we go. That's good news. Good news for Josh Brooks. On the other side of the garage, Lee Jackson. Willie just missed out. He was the first guy below the cut line, and somebody else who was below the cut line has checked out from the garage. Christian Idden is no longer here. As we make our way through, we'll walk through the back and see if we can find him anywhere. Here he is. Okay, well, that's not ideal. You were purple through one sector before it went wrong at Lodge there. What actually happened on that first push?
Yeah, just lost the front in the last corner. It wasn't actually a great lap. I had to pass. Didn't get fantastic track position again, which has been, most of the session have been a bit like that. But yeah, I passed Richard Kerr at Ireland, which was hindered the lap a little bit, but actually less than I thought. So I was still on my delta, identical to what I'd done earlier, which was a 33.9. So I knew somewhere I had to do about a 33.6 or something to get through. Actually, it was higher than that in the end. It was 8, I think, in the end. And yeah, came out Druids, and I was about a 10th up on what I'd done previously, and just tried to push on into the last corner. Actually, the data shows not a lot more, but just fell over. So just frustrating. For a little crash, it did not a lot of damage, but like a lot of damage to be fixed, if that makes sense. So
yeah, but then you come in, obviously you get going again. Did the bike just not feel right after that? Because I was expecting you just to go woof, straight back up to, I was hopeful that that's where you would go. What was wrong?
Nothing really. I more or less matched what I did earlier. Like it's pace is fast, so yeah, 2/10 and I would have been through. So after a crash, it's not that bad. It just, I've not been having the best sensation with the front end, and then to fall off on the front then takes away the feeling that you didn't have already to start with. So it's not an ideal scenario. So then when you go back out, took a few laps to find my flow a little bit. The mechanics did a fantastic job, but there was a few things a bit twisted. The brake was down, the rear brake was non-existent. Not non-existent, it was there, but it was certainly a lot softer because we had a little bit of a split in the hose, I think. And yeah, there's a couple of tenths right there. It's just one of them. It just knocks, and it also just knocks a little bit off yourself. The second lap, there was a load of people. I don't know what they were thinking or why they'd rolled off where they had. And it's not good what they did, but yeah, that hindered one on the lap, and then came through with 30 seconds to go. So I knew I had only one lap to do it. It was nearly, but it wasn't good enough. So yeah, it's the first time I've been in Q1 for a couple of years, so it's annoying.
But we saw how fast you having to already there. Kyle fell off in that session as well, and managed to just scrape through 8th place. He had the same kind of thing as you. He fell off. He was moaning about people going slow as well. He wasn't terribly happy. Let's go past that, because Q1 tomorrow, there's 4 in my eyes, 4 big names in Q1, and there's only 3 spots to go through. So it's so important for you to make sure you guys hit the ground in that Q1 session tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, I've not actually looked who's in it, but yeah, BSB stacked. So yeah, it's never easy to go through any of the qualifying sessions.
I'll give you my sheet here and you can have a look. The names I see outside the cut line: Lee Jackson, Christian Idden, Danny Kent, Fraser Rogers is quick. We've got Glenn Irwin down the bottom as well.
Yeah.
Tasty, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not tasty. I wish I wasn't there, but yeah, it's annoying. It's what it is. I need to sort of turn my frown upside down and just accept that I fell off, and it is what it is. It was just a banker lap, because after I messed up the first half of it, I kind of was just getting round, but then when I was kind of close to my ideal, I pushed on a little bit in the last one, and it bit me a little bit. So, it could have gone the other way, and that would have been enough actually to have gone through potentially. So yeah, it is what it is.
Physically okay?
Oh, yeah, no bother.
Okay, I'll let you get back in. Lee Johnson was feeling obviously quite sorry for you. He was giving you a little hand signal as he went past. And good old Lee Johnson style. But there we go. That's the Sencat garage. We'll just make our way back through and out. Thank you very much. We'll give you an update on Sportbike actually, because it's quite busy on track just now with Sportbike. We'll just stand here and do that. Asher Durham fastest from Harley McCabe and Lewis Smart, with Alfie Davidson in 4th place. And the TVs went off, and back on Carl Harris in 5th place, Cam Dawson, Zach Shelton, Kieran Kent, Dan Goodman, and Ed Wilkinson. I see you were being very supportive, Lee Johnson, of your Christian Idden there.
Yeah, Obviously, when I've got an older, more senior teammate, you have to respect them. I was just talking to this fellow Scottish man here, and
William.
Yeah, and his he says he can't understand you because you've turned English now with your commentating job. So have you been cast aside now when you go back to Knockhill?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They got rid of me. They gave me the old elbow.
Queen's English and all that.
Yes, Lee.
So we have to say the King now, don't we?
We do say the King, Lee, yes.
Do you respect that from your country then, or no? Are you from like same as Northern Ireland, or are we not getting into it?
I'm same as you, mate. Let's not get into that. He's trying to throw me under the bus. He's trying to get me in trouble. Is Lee? Good stuff. Let's move down. Is Fraser Rogers done his garage? He promised us good things. He almost delivered. Bit of hoovering getting done there because there's a bit of gravel. I think that's possibly our pit lane walk come to an end at the end of this one. We spoke with Dan Brooks earlier on. We've seen Lee, Bob Jackson, and Rhys Irwin. Again, Elia has left the garage. But we'll take James Buckingham. We'll take James Buckingham. James Buckingham will come at this time. Nothing personal, Mr. Wallacott, but he gave me a hard time earlier on. Okay, I suppose what I need to say is congratulations first of all, because guys, P11 go directly through into Q2.
Yep, straight through again, which is ideal. Yeah, it's just if we can go a bit faster tomorrow.
What's he missing? What's he telling you when he comes in?
To be honest, he's actually quite happy with the bike. We've actually seen him smile this weekend, so
I saw that as well. I was shocked.
We thought he had wind, but he no, he's definitely a lot happier. I don't know. So hopefully, just keep chipping away, see where we end up. If we can get in the top 10, race in the top 10, we're in that mid pack where from sort of 4th to maybe 15th, 16th, they're all within next to nothing. So yeah, it'll be a bit of a fight.
Well, they say a fast rider, a happy rider, a fast rider, a fast rider is a happy rider. It says a lot about your little team here, though. We always get Ian Wallacott talking about this, but this was such a late thing getting put together. How much help are you guys actually getting from BMW or the SMR side of the World Superbike team?
Yeah, we've got quite a bit of help. We got, obviously, initially got plenty of help, but the BSB bike's quite a lot different to the World bike, electronics and all the rest of it. Some of the bits on our bike, chassis-wise, are slightly different. But yeah, we've had a bit of help, but Lewis obviously has worked with Leon in the past. I've worked with FHO in the past, so we both got a bit of background information there. So yeah, and Ilya obviously has got a lot of experience with the BMW. We have had a few upgrades from BMW as well, which has been good. And then a combination of what we've done, they've done, a few bits here, and it's just nothing massive, just little bits.
Is it hard being the sole BMW in the championship, or if there was other BMWs like 8-10 year, would there be a crossover of information, or would you be separate anyway?
Probably be separate. They're like they were running a K-Tech, so it'd be a little bit different. Chassis-wise, again, they're running some different, yokes and stuff like that to what we are, links and that as well. So they would have been a little bit, but yeah, not massive. So yeah, I don't really mind that with a sole BMW. It's fine.
Stuff, James. Listen, well done, congratulations, thank you very much for your time. James Buckingham, one of the main guys behind the IWR side of the BMW Motorrad Superbike team in the UK. We will head up the stairs. The session has come to an end for Sportbike. We need to just give you a little update on who's done what. That's not great on that television, so we need to find a TV that works. Graham Irwin's TVs don't seem to be working at all, but we could probably do that once we get upstairs into... It's mine. We'll probably do it once we get upstairs. Here's a TV that works actually. Let me have a quick look at this television. Oh dear, that TV's not very good either, is it? Alfie Dixon ends at the session fastest from Asher Durham, Harley McCabe, Lewis Smart and Carl Harris, the top 5 with Cam Dawson, Zach Shelley. Dear me, I was in a garage too deep there. Peter Willis up there as well. We'll wait and get up the stairs and give you the full coverage of that session. The British Sportbike Championship, but thank you to everybody who was down there in the pit lane from the Superbike side of things and giving us a little bit of a time. And they're very busy. They stop having a chat with their engineer and they come and give us some time, so we do appreciate that massively, and it gives you guys something to enjoy listening to as well, to hear from the runners and riders in the Superbike. So big news though, 4 guys, 4 big names in Q1 tomorrow. Only 3 of them will go through into Q2. Who will it be?
2, 2. 1, 1, 1. 1, 2. 2, 2.
Still going into the radio. It is off. You happy with that?
Bikes making their way onto track for the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike Championship, the last track action that we have today at Alton Park. Now, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Sir Alan Hyde, the man who is the kind of brains and the wisdom and the face of radio behind the scene here for us at BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. He has put together some fabulous equipment for us. So I hope we sound better on the YouTube stream, on TSL and Trackside for you guys. No, Heidi's not got a face for radio. He's got a voice for radio. Smooth. But on track, this is the first time we've seen the Junior Sport Bike Championship on track today. And they've saved the kids till the very end of the day. We sometimes see a little bit of juggling and shuffling of timetables when there's school on to stop them missing school and various things like that. But I think schools are on holiday right now, if I'm not mistaken, Alan. I don't know why I'm asking you. I don't think you have any children, so that's something else you should maybe miss out. But random statement. But they've got their one single free practice session at the end of the day. We had the BMWs out twice today. We had them out first thing this morning and first thing after lunch. I liked that. I liked the fact they were a qualifying session right in the middle of the day for the BMWs. Makes it that little bit more meaningful rather than having the qualifying at the end of the day. So long may that continue. I do hope that the powers that be along that end of the pit lane are listening to that one. Not that they'll do it just because I've requested it, but you never know. You never know. So the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike Championship on track. There's a bit of pit lane camera action for you as well, as you see that happening. And down there, a couple of bikes. Luca Wilkinson in pit lane as he steps off his bike and has a bit of a look to make sure everything's okay. The team jump forward to see if there's anything they can do to assist. But wasn't it good to hear from so many of the Superbike riders? Let's just go back to that for a bit of a second, because Brooksy was typical. Brooksy absolutely bang on. Gave us a full debrief. Christian Idden likewise. I didn't mean it was tasty that he was in for Q1. I don't know if you heard that side of Alan, but I didn't mean, it's tasty you're in Q1. I said, it's going to be tasty for everybody watching. And he says, well, I don't think it's tasty. I'd rather be in Q2. But no, Lee Johnson went past and gave some sort of typical Lee Johnson derogatory hand signal about Christian Idden and what he'd done. I think a lot of you can understand what that would be, but fair play. Christian picked the bike up, he got it back to the pit lane. I think fair play to the Sencat team for fixing it and getting that Yamaha back out on track, and away he went. But unfortunately, it was a little bit too much to ask for Lightning to make the transition through into Q2. There was also a little moment where myself and Dave Neal, maybe more me, I was trying to create a story of the fact that Kyle Ride was maybe going to struggle to get through because if they couldn't have got the bike fixed in time. But that Nitrous Competition Ducati squad at the far end, Paul Curran, Tommy Hill, Shannon Etheridge, they would all be working on that bike to make sure that it was in one piece and good to go for Kyle back on track. He went out and he delivered. He didn't do what myself and Dave Neal kind of envisaged of him doing that late 32 around Alton Park. He did just what was needed and enough. And I have to say, he was limping at that end. And he was also a little bit, he put it down to himself. I like that. Take on the chin. Completely my fault. I was probably a bit revved up to what people had been doing on track. And I liked that he explained it as well. He said, I was a bit annoyed because he actually mentioned Storm. He said, riding about 4 miles an hour on the track is not safe and not good. So I do like the fact that Kyle took blame for it. But he was limping just ever so slightly. Let's hope that's not going to be an issue for him tomorrow. But the bike was fixed. I did also have to have a word with Glenn on the other side of the garage because Glenn was still smiling, but it was very, very difficult for him. Ryan Rainey, his crew chief, and Chris Adams, his data engineer, a good bunch of people, a good bunch of guys who will work through this and make that fine. But that bike was a bare chassis after free practice 1, and it's been completely built. And you know what? Glenn's an experienced rider. If he feels that there's just something not 100% right, he's not going to risk his neck out there in a superbike. That would just be silly. He's experienced enough to know that something's not right. Let's come in, let's check it over, let's look at it, and we go again tomorrow. And that's the good point of that. It's rather than go out there and destroy the bike trying to do something when it wasn't able to do it, he's actually said, no, let's try and get it fixed. And that's exactly what he has come back into the garage to do. But that was the Superbikes. the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike Championship takes centre stage, and we have them on track for their solo singular free practice. Now remember the name. Alan, I'll bring you in on this. Remember Ryan Van Newkirk? Yes, we do. We remember him from Snetterton. He arrived with the team Free Tech. He didn't make Brands Hatch because they already had a Free Tech endurance race that Ryan was going to be racing in. But they are here for Oulton Park, and they were pretty much at the sharp end as well. And great to see him back with us. Also great to see that man as well come back into the commentary box. Long time no see. I'll have a chat with him. Don't you go anywhere. I want to see you at the end of this. Make sure you hang around. But Marley McKenzie fastest from Ryan Van Newkirk, with Kylan Shuttlewood and Laken Payne. Behind Laken Payne, we've got Jamie Hanks Elliott, and then we have got Lewis Mullen. Isaac Mark, Rory Creeth, Luca Hopkins, Archie Ormond, and Sid Marshall. It was about to be a Greg there, but it's a Sid Marshall in 11th. Ben Jolliffe in 12th, his teammate Mason Johnson in 13th, with Jamie Muir, Arnie Carr, Finn Page, and Finn Harrison. With Holly Harris, fresh back from a little trip across the Irish Sea. Great to see Holly back here, and looking good as well. And in 19th place, bike number 91, which is Archie O'Brien, which is a new name to us, easy for me to say late in the day. And then Freddie Oakley in 20th, Casey Sparry and Luca Wilkinson still in the pit lane. Luca Wilkinson in the pit lane with the bike plugged into a computer, and Luca looks on. So that's not great for Luca Wilkinson. He'll be trying to get that fixed if he can, and I'm pretty sure he will come the end of it. Let's have a look. Yeah, the tyre warmer's coming back off that number 76 NWR Racing Kawasaki. Luca wasn't ready for that. They almost dropped the bike in the pit lane. The Speedy Freight NW Racing Kawasaki about to head back out onto circuit. And I'll be out there in just a second or so. Luca Wilkinson dealing with this incredibly well in the pit lane. Incredibly well, because the young riders can get themselves so worked up. So out goes Casey Sparry back onto track, but I want to see Luca Wilkinson go out, because still struggling with no lap time to his name. Now he gets down pit lane. Here we go. Let's see Luca heading back out. He pulls the visor down, and away he goes. Marley McKenzie leads the championship, and he's also top of the times on the Kirkori Kawasaki ZX4 RR. Luca Hopkins second place in the championship, bike 41, another Kawasaki. And then Ben Jolliffe, third place, the only other person who has, well, until Ryan Van Newkirk come along, the only other person who has had a win in this championship, Ben Jolliffe. Laken Payne in fourth place, Lewis Mullen in fifth, Mason Johnson sixth in the championship, Freddie Oakley, Luca Wilkinson in eighth, ahead of Isaac Mark and Kylan Shuttlewood. That's the championship. Marley McKenzie has a 19-point championship lead. It's not big, but it's enough. It's enough. 219 points to 200. Marley McKenzie and Luca Hopkins raced each other all last year as well, and they know each other very, very well, so they have been sparring partners for quite some time. The interesting point is, McKenzie had a bad Snetterton. He bounced back with a good Brands Hatch, a very good Brands Hatch, a very, very good Brands Hatch, because he got 2 victories. Luca Hopkins will follow him across the line, and that's where the consistency of Hopkins is definitely starting to take and show its good side. Look at a bit of a slow start to the season, but Snetterton 2 seconds, Brands Hatch 2 seconds. He's had 6 of them in total and 1/3, whereas McKenzie had 7 wins and 1/3. The only problem being, for when Marley McKenzie crashed at Snetterton, that really put him on the back foot that weekend, and he had a lot of trying to catch up to do. So, giving you a detailed look at the championship there as we look from the commentary box. I'd put the pit lane camera on, but there's nobody in the pit lane at this moment in time. Well, there is one bike coming into the far end of the pit lane, one of our Rocket rookies. Let me have a quick look at that one, but it'll be far too far away for us to see. Finn Page up the far end there. Dad Scott just doing a bit of adjustment on the front suspension. And also one of the Rocket rookies in the far end. That could be Finn Harrison, as we have a flashing green light at Lodge. That usually means that somebody has made a small error in that area. And let's have a quick check on that as we see the Port West Race Safe Marshals, doing a bit of a job to try and get the bike out of the gravel. Number 20, that's Casey Sparry, has gone down at Lodge, and I don't think I'm going to let that rejoin. They're taking Casey's bike away. Casey doesn't look too happy with that one, but unfortunately, if you go off, you're not allowed to pick your bike up and restart. You have to get it taken to a position of safety. They'll maybe re-evaluate that around the back of the tyre wall once it's safe, but they certainly won't be, Casey, unfortunately, evaluating the bike status in the gravel trap in the line of fire. Holly Harris in the pit lane. You can possibly see, I was going to say young Holly, it is young Holly, little Holly as well, on yellow number 51. Very much a colour scheme like Rossi Banham had last year. And we see Holly making her way back out on to circuit, and there she goes underneath the Rocket Oxygen Performance Qualifying Arch, still as the marshals do a fabulous bit of work up at the exit of Lodge, the last corner, to clear the Casey Sparry bike out of the way, and they have done so. That's Marley McKenzie across the line. Another fastest lap of the session for Marley. Now 7/10 of a second up the road from everybody else as Finn Harrison with that tribute-esque Nigel Mansell helmet. I say that all the time. I'm still not convinced that Alan Hyde's actually seen that helmet, to be honest. But there we go. There's something happening around here, but I don't know what. Looks dodgy to me. Alan Hyde's doing something with somebody. It looks dodgy. But yeah, Marley McKenzie, 7/10 of a second up the road from his championship rival, Luca Hopkins. The big two in the championship, battling out at the top. Team SBR, powered by DKS Drilling, 41 of Luca Hopkins. His teammate, Isaac Mark, in 10th place on bike 19. He sits in the pit lane down the far end, if I'm not mistaken. I can see him way in the distance, yes. I can see Brogy leaning in from the side and having a few words of wisdom. We've also got Jamie Hanks Elliott down there, bike in up on tyre warmers in the Rev to Race Yamaha. And then number 42, which is Ben Jolliffe. This side of Ben Jolliffe, Marlon McKenzie's crew sit in place, or stand in place. I think that's Marley's dad. The nickname Marley's got is The Chunk. It's not the nicest nickname in the world, but it goes back to him being a baby and being a fairly sizable baby, I believe. Nicknames from childhood carry on, because it's also exactly the same with Charlie Spud Nesbitt, and Spud was called Spud because I think one of his Grand's friend said, "Oh, he's a little spud," or was it an ugly-looking spud? But I don't want to say that on air, because Charlie hears everything, and so does his girlfriend Lauren, and Lauren will give me a right good hard time for that. But it was something to do with Charlie back in his childhood and being a baby of some sort, as we all were. Shall I move on from that? I think so. There we go. I left enough of a pause there for that to drift off into the distance. And we'll come back. Lakin Payne's improved 5 places to go up into 3rd place on his 72. Lakin Payne. LP41 Racing ZX4RR. The trusty little Kawasaki that we saw from the Super Teens. The Super Teen Championship. No longer part of it, but it was a great 3-year run, I think, we had of Super Teen. 2 or 3 years of Super Teen. Trying to remember now. 2 or 3 years. Good 2-year run for Super Team. In which we saw some fabulous racing. 2 really strong champions, Brodie Goth and Henry Snell, who have both gone on to further things in this paddock. Well, Brodie Goth has. Henry Snell had that complete runaway season last year, where he was just indestructible. Anything he touched seemed to turn into some sort of victory. So, yeah. But the Super Team Kawasaki's have made their way across into the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike Championship, and they do have a really good, strong running in here. They're badged against the R7 Yamaha, and again it's a BOP formula, balance of performance or balance of power, whichever you want to look at it. Where they're trying to get all bikes round about the same. But you can also have the Covey 450RR Pro if you can find one. Remember, we saw Casey O'Gorman on that, doing some fabulous stuff. And there are other potential models that could come into the junior sport bike class. There's also some models talked about that could go into the British Sport Bike Championship. And I was involved in a small conversation about a really interesting manufacturer that may be going in towards that. Very, very interesting. Anyway, we're digressing a little bit from the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike Championship, talking about something else. Marley McKenzie in the pit lane, and it looks like Luca Wilkinson is parked directly behind him. I mean, he couldn't be any closer if he tried, to be honest. Bizarre way to park, but obviously Luca wanting to be beside Marley in the pit lane. Just in front of those guys, one of the Dunsley Heat Racing bikes. Now, Alan Hyde thinks the Dunsley Racing bikes are the nicest possible bikes you can have there as a colour scheme. It's actually Arnie Carr who was parked up directly behind Marley McKenzie, and Arnie Carr has got a lovely, lovely traditional Kawasaki green colour scheme on that. The traditional Kawasaki green, the very bright green. The green which I managed to get Nigel Snook and Darren Fry to paint the FS3 Kawasaki's. Remember that? Yeah, they came back with that very bright, traditional, almost team green from John Reynolds and Brian Morrison era. Just looks fantastic. It really does. That's what we've got out there on bike number 33, Arnie Carr, the man from Beverley, on the ATP Motorsport Kawasaki ZX4RR. And long may that continue. Number 30 now stopped with a technical problem at Knickerbrook. That's Finn Page. That's not what Finn Page needs. Dad, Scott Page, who I used to actually work with when I was a very young man. Just starting my very early days at Knockhill Racing Circuit. Scott Page was one of the team up there before Scott moved away down to Bournemouth or Brighton. Bournemouth, I think it was actually. Long way away. And yeah, he won't be too happy with Finn having that technical problem. That's a great shame. That's not what you need. There have been a few issues with riders being a little bit too energetic on gear levers and breaking various things inside the gearboxes. But we also see it was one of the biggest faults on the Junior Sport Bike Championship is when the riders crash the bikes, and we have seen a fair bit of that. And that's just because they're young, just because they're pushing on, just because they're trying. And it's always going to happen. As you've heard, two of the most experienced guys in the paddock have said today, it's part of bike racing, it's part of racing, crashing. Josh Brooks said that, and Christian Edden said that. As long as you're not crashing every session, that's the thing you need to not do. So Mackenzie's fastest from Payne, Shuttlewood, Hopkins, and then Van Newkirk. Ryan Van Newkirk in 5th place, 1.7 seconds away. Slightly different ball game coming to Snetterton, coming from Snetterton to Oulton Park. It's very much a bit of a roller coaster, up and down, great circuit to race round. Snetterton much more flat, maybe a little bit easier to pick up, but I've still got faith that Ryan Van Newkirk is going to be a bit of a thorn in the side for a lot of these guys come race day. He will do this session. I'm pretty sure Hudson Kennan will then take him round for a bit of a track walk and show him a few pieces of Hudson Kennan magic that he knows all about. And we'll see how Ryan gets on throughout the course of the weekend. But I suppose we need to say a big thank you to Clementine, who's down there in that team, who was always giving us lots of information on Ryan and keeping us up to date with what we needed to know and what was going on. Bit of an update from Sam Cox on Harrison McKay for all the listeners as well, which is quite nice. Harrison is back from the hospital, no major injuries, maybe a little bit of whiplash and a sore bottom. Now, whether that sore bottom's from Sam Cox and Mum Tammy giving him a slap after it for crashing on a very early outlap or whatever it was, but that's good news that young Harrison doesn't have too many things sore or wrong with him. That's the big thing. We'll see if he does get out tomorrow. We'll see if he's back on track. No idea if that's going to happen. She'll need to ask that. Late in the day now, you can always tell that. The shadows do extend quite a bit. They get a lot longer. Even though we have got 4 minutes of this session to go, we're just 5:30. But the shadows do tend to be quite long in the pit lane and on the track. The sun's still high enough at this time of the year not to be an issue for the riders when they're heading along the avenue or in towards it. As back out on track goes Archie Ormrod on bike number 40. the AO40 Racing man from Ormskirk. Kawasaki's ZX4 RR for young Archie. Finds himself in 15th place. Luca Wilkinson also just head back around the track. And Casey Sparry, well, we saw Casey Sparry have that off, if you remember, at the exit of Lodge, the last corner in this 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike Championship free practice. And with just 3.5 minutes to go, well, I hope you've enjoyed what we've brought you today. It's been good fun. I'm delighted that Alan's also built the studio around a live broadcast. That's a pretty impressive thing for anybody to do, to actually do a bit of work and not and for me to still commentate him coming around and plugging this thing in here and moving that box there and trying to shuffle past me as a live broadcast goes on. It shows BSB Radio Powered by Kawasaki very much in a good place. But I hope you've enjoyed it. We'll have Larry Carter join us tomorrow. Scoop, I do know that you do listen a little bit in and out throughout the course of the day. Your microphone works perfectly fine in the winner's enclosure along at the far end and all the way up and down that pit lane. And Alan will be in the studio bringing us all the action, all the shout-outs, all the mentions as it happens. So what, we've got 2.5 minutes to go. Marley McKenzie's running away with this one at the front again. We've seen this already with him this year. He's now a second, or 1.1 seconds up the road from anybody else. Cast your mind back, ladies and gentlemen, to Oulton Park on the 2nd to the 4th of May. What did Marley McKenzie do? He ran away with both races. 2 victories in dominant style. A 147.907. Now this is the first place that the junior sport bikes come back to that there's a lap record already established. It's a 46.669 for Marley McKenzie. He did that on the 4th of May, but he's down to 47.0. 1.1 seconds up the road from anybody else. He really is just... And Marley's always liked racing here at Oulton Park all the way through his Super Teen era. But this is a dominant display. Isaac Mark comes up 2 places on the Team SBR, powered by DKS Drilling, up to 8th. Ben Jolliffe, a 6th place improvement on the Dunsley Heat R7, up into 4th. Kawasaki, Yamaha, our top 4, and then Kylan Shuttlewood on another Kawasaki. Kylan Shuttlewood in the pit lane, actually, if I use my stock binoculars to look all up the far end. Yes, that's Kylan Shuttlewood in the pit lane. Don Hammersley up there doing a bit of media, looking over things, and a few other people still very much on the pit wall keeping an eye. You can see the Free Tech squad with Hudson Kenna up there making sure everything is A-OK in that side of things. And Lakin Payne goes up into 2nd place. Now he gets a gap down to 9/10 of a second, but it's still a little bit of a chunky gap from 1st to 2nd. And Lakin will be trying everything he can to just... this is free practice, so it doesn't technically count for anything, but he will be trying to get that gap down as much as they possibly can. Because you don't want somebody else in the championship to have such a gap that they almost look unbeatable when you come through the free practice into the qualifying session. Now Mackenzie's gone purple through sector number 1. He's in towards Britain's. He has got Lewis Mullen tucked up behind him on bike number 12. Lewis Mullen hasn't put a personal best time, and Mackenzie crosses the next split, 29.92, sorry. He is fastest through that sector round to just the exit of Britain's anyway. And his lap time, his fastest lap time in there, he's not really troubling it too much. He's 0.3 of a second away, so he's not, unless he does something heroic on these next 2 sectors, as the checker flag flies, Marley McKenzie will only end the session 0.9 of a second faster. 0.9 of a second faster. I say that. I had to almost check myself when I said that. He'll only end the session 0.9 of a second faster. We're not used to mentioning gaps that size in this paddock in any of the championships. But that shows you just how dominant young Marley McKenzie actually is, to be honest. Crossing the line goes Marley. Good lap towards the end. A good run with purple 1st sector, purple 4th sector. And he takes Lewis Mullen across the line with him. Lewis Mullen sets a personal best win following Marley McKenzie of 49.286. So Marley was the carrot, and Lewis Mullen decided to tag into that as much as he possibly could. For good reason, I would like to add as well. As we get the last couple of bikes coming through on this session, to round out the day for us here at Alton Park, the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike Championship. We'll count them across the line. Here comes Luca Wilkinson to cross the line. Archie Ormwood will also cross the line, and then Isaac Mark to cross the line. They all do. Any changes? Yes, there is. Isaac Mark, 7th place, personal best lap at the very end. A good lap for him. He'll be happy with that one. There goes Jamie Muir across the line. Where does Jamie finish his session? Well, 15th place and a personal best right at the very end for Jamie. He'll be happy with that one as well. Don't know if Dad Sean's actually here. Something we need to go and have a little bit of a look for, actually, just to see if he is about. And the last couple of bikes coming through to take that checker flag. But it's a session that's dominated by Marley McKenzie, although Luca Hopkins at the very end on the last lap that he put himself into P2, but the gap still at the sharp end, 9/10 of a second. Just a little bit of small change was taken away by Luca Hopkins. But that's something that he needed to do. He needed to get himself up there with Marley McKenzie, because they are the two guys in the championship. Chris Glendenning and Pat Blakeney bring the cars down pit lane and park them underneath our Rocket Oxygen Performance qualifying arch. They've been fairly busy today as well, but thankfully we haven't seen too much safety car action on track at all. Not needing to go out there too much, just for the Ben Curry incident we saw down at turn number 1. So that brings our day to an end. Do hope everybody's enjoyed it. It's been great having you along for the company and the journey. Tomorrow we'll be back with BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, from first thing in the morning. Our first track action starts at 8:35 for the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike Championship. So they end today and they start tomorrow with 8:35 the get-go. Alan Hyde in the studio, Larry Carter in the pit lane. Until then, guys, have a nice, safe evening. Enjoy yourself, and we'll catch you back on track tomorrow with more track action throughout the course of the day. Till then, ta-ta.